Yeah, you're starting back on it. You're starting back on it, though, my friend. Yes, you are. You currently have a house which takes up your income. Right then. Let's see if it's working. Let's see if it's streaming. Oh, good lord. See, no one else can hear what you all are saying, because the only one whose mic is live currently is mine. So all people are hearing is my laughing at what you're saying as we get into Techno Live. I wonder how that's working. Yeah, that should be done. I'm currently getting harassed by a poodle who's basically going, I want to be the centre of attention. And I'm going, no. No, you're not. Don't tell him that. Seriously, it's enough dealing with his ego as it is. Yes, you're gorgeous, aren't you? Hello, gorgeous. Oh. So, there you go. There is everyone. Everyone's that way, okay? Everyone's that way. And I'm sure they'll demand I give you biscuits shortly, but at the moment, try and save your waistline. Ah. The thing is, I know you're not fat because I do know how much how much of you is fluff at this precise moment because you haven't been cutting so long because you couldn't get your ears wet. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Naval History. What if Naval History questions? This is what we have on the third week of every month. First Sunday of every month, we have the what if questions. And before I introduce my colleagues and panel starting, I have to introduce something which is probably going to cost a fair amount of you some money. Because I've been reading this. Maurizio Brescia, and whilst there is going to be a proper video discussing it in right up to Christmas and detailing it, this is Mussolini's Navy, a reference guide to the Regia Marina 1930-1945. Now, Maurizio Brescia is really special because they're a very good Italian author, very, very good Italian author, who's actually died. This is a paperback version of a hardback book published in 2012. It's been reprinted in 2025 in paperback and in the softback. And the thing is, they died in 2022. So when you buy this book, you're literally getting something which cannot be redone by that mind. And it's a really cool book. It's a really well written book. It's got really interesting plans and diagrams and pictures in here. Stuff which, frankly, I haven't seen in any other books. So I'm not sure where this author managed to find a hold of them. But if I do manage to find it, I will go hunt them down. Plus, the thing about Maurizio Brescia, which was really cool, is they are pretty much, and if I'm looking around, I want to look for the details, the right sort of book. I've got several books around here. Better Coast Horses. They are probably the best drawer of naval designs and naval guns, etc., of the Italian Navy history available. So all the drawings in there are hand drawn by them. They are really, really good. I know. You find it annoying because this is me. People looking at the book, not you. I realise this, but yes, the book is cool too. So there you go. I'm pushing it because I know not enough money is made from books. I really do, even if they're published through major publishers. And yeah, if that's kind of way when a book comes out after an author's already died, that's basically something for their family. So yeah, I will push it. And yes, I am drinking some Coke because, how do I put this politely? It was cheaper to buy my pizza, for which I ended up having for lunch, with Coke, and then it was cheaper to buy it without Coke. So I'm just finishing off with the Coke. And, yes, if anyone wants to guess, history has returned to normal with the family lunch. So we're just going to leave that to one side. There are questions coming in all over the place, from all over the place, and we're really enjoying coming in. But before we start them, I'm going to introduce my colleagues, and I'm also going to make sure that the various things are running that are supposed to tell you who they are. Hello. Excuse me, Raleigh. No. No. Well, for some reason, the chat thing isn't... Oh, the Discord chat system isn't working. Anyway, so I've got... I do know I've got on there, and I'm very certain about this one. I've got Dan, Dr. Dan, I've got Dragon, I've got Foxo, and I've got Runon.
Hello.
Hello.
All looking forward to...
Your IT infrastructure just seems to be in shambles.
Yes, but it's working. It's possibly because, in a nice way, I took everything off and reloaded everything again to try and get Streambot to work. And I mean, I took everything off the computer last night. Everything off it. That was my final attempt to try and get Streambot to work. I literally took the computer down to... I deleted Windows and restored everything from the operating system up. Everything. And it's still not working.
Yeah, I can't.
Back on again.
The fact that it works for me and it works for Fleet, of all people, I don't know what to tell you.
I have no idea. Yeah.
It'll be the Pixies.
It could be. What I am wondering if it is our internet system. Because it does require, in my experience, Streambot does require a consistent internet, and because of the various things that are being run in this house at the moment, I'm wondering if it's not going to work until I've got the proper system set up for it.
The problem is with me looking into it personally, TeamU, is that everybody who this affects runs a very tight cybersecurity ship, and there's this small little body of water called the Atlantic Ocean that is in the way. So it's very difficult for me to look into it, seeing as how I can neither just make a happy little jaunt down there to take a look-see, nor remote into the machine to take a look-see. So I can't look into it personally.
And,
it's impossible.
And
much like me failing English.
When I say that my belief is because it's due to the software, when I say my belief is it's due to the internet access, I mean, that belief might not be ungrounded. That might have been, I went through and did a lot of how to put it, testing to try and figure out what the problem was. Troubleshooting and trouble finding. And the thing that came back to me was it doesn't like doing the internet. It doesn't like doing the internet relays through the system, because I've got it basically. How do I put this politely? I've kind of got my internet currently kit bashed because a network system, a network switch which can sort of do the job was about a fifth of the price of a system that would properly do the job to test if it may make it work. And I think it's the kit bashing which is what's causing it the trouble, if that makes sense. It wants to work through a proper router, not through a network switch acting as a router. Hello. Down. Does that make sense, or does that sound silly?
No, that makes a degree of sense. You have a very much atypical configuration.
Yeah.
I blame the gremlins.
No, in Cornwall they're pixies.
Yeah, in Cornwall they're pixies.
Yeah. They're cousins.
It's Cornwall. They're probably
You've been
kissing
requested to
cousins.
change the banner.
I've got one question. One more question.
Clark's, I'm afraid Steve's already put questions are closed for now.
Yeah, Steve's put questions
There'll
are
probably
closed,
be
but I do realise that if I close it before Foxo's put in her question, Steve, in the nicest way, whereas Steve will require Ice Cream to say sorry to, Foxo has a crossbow. So we'll let her get her question in first, okay?
She just did.
That's good. The question's in. I will put the questions closed. Questions are now closed. Okay. Steve,
Knight,
I think Steve agreed with me. Oh.
Knight, the bot's not working.
The bot's not working.
The bot currently is Steve.
The bot currently
Yes.
is
And he's
Steve.
doing an excellent job.
Stephen Paul. The bot currently goes by
Yeah.
Stephen Paul, and we all owe them a lot of ice cream. To say thank you at this
And-
point.
And if
Actually,
you
my-
would,
My parents are currently making ice cream, so this can be arranged.
Ooh, that reminds me. I have lots of ice cream in my freezer. I
No
feel
one,
packaged in
no,
this.
please, no one remember that that Dr. Dan is the medical doctor in our group and should be setting a healthy eating example to us all. There again,
I ate all the fruit.
there again, after spending and doing enough trips with myself and Drac, he might have given up trying with the healthy eating.
Who wants to live forever?
Not me.
I remember when in Australia when I was ordering Coca-Cola by the carafe because I couldn't get it. I could either get it by the glass or by the carafe, and I worked out the carafe was about 5 glasses, yet was only the price of 2.5. So I bought the carafe. You couldn't buy it by the bottle; you had to buy it by the glass or the carafe. And they was very insistent. I called it a carafe, not a jug of Coke. So I got a carafe of it. I went through about 2 carafes worth of Coke that evening.
how was your glucose doing?
That was the same day I'd crawled through the bilges of HMS Vampire. So I'd been cooked inside out about 3 times over down there. What they don't show you on the video, because I was doing the videoing, and by the time I stopped videoing and got out, and Dan was helping, we were getting out and going out there, is that I was literally dripping because it was the heat.
It was warm.
So basically, in a nice way, that was probably the one time of the year, the one time in my life where I could drink 10 glasses of Coke and go, I really could do with some more. And I drank 10 glasses of water at the same time.
Have you considered dihydrogen monoxide?
Right then. Let's start off with the questions.
He to not approve.
No. Post World War II, Richard Gross. Post World War II, the Russians don't give back the Royal Sovereign. What can the Russians do to modernize her? Do the West change much to counter a 15-inch warship? Honestly, considering what they've done to her already, it's a heads up they don't give her back. Rather than to modernize her, they don't give her back because they really don't want to admit how badly they've damaged her and macked her up, and they want to try and pretend they didn't.
Yeah, if memory serves, the turret rings were actually frozen from lack of movement.
Yes, they were rusted solid. Salt water and ice will do that to you.
Because they did move them, contrary to what some say, but they were not designed for this weather. So
No, they moved them. There was one which was sort of moved occasionally, and sort of could move, but with a noise that was so worrying that there's no Royal Navy Chief Petty Officer in the world who would actually let that thing run, let alone an officer, and let alone an engineer. And the other 3 turrets were solid. And that I got from someone who was involved in her scrapping. That was a fun time. What does the West do to change the game? Well, if the Russians actually have a battleship, then to an extent, and they do end up having one because they end up having they also would have the Italian. They'd have Giulio Cesare. So there's Giulio Cesare, and they'd have her. So they'd have two 15-inch battleships. Probably at that point, the Royal Navy has a better case for keeping slightly more carriers around. Because that sort of thing of, yes, we can put it down easily. This is the trouble. When some people go, but, you know, we can easily beat that. Yes, we can. But you can only beat that if you actually have a carrier in the right place at the right time to deploy the weaponry. Or a sub in the right place at the right time to deploy weaponry. So it's either a permanent tasking for a submarine to sit nearby wherever that ship is. In which case, that's about 3 subs you've got to have allocated to that task. Or you've got to have a carrier group available for that area of water that you can deploy out. And, you know, this is the trouble when we'll start talking about these things if you're going to counter them. And this is why... Okay, I'm going to give people a heads up. If it all goes to plan, the presentation I'll be giving at King's for the Lawson Naval History event in the week of the Remembrance Week in November will be titled Building for Deterrence. How you construct fleets with deterrence and conflict management in mind, and what the differences are between building a purely war-fighting force versus building something which is a deterrence force as well. And the trouble is, if you are trying to deter someone going to war, and they have an asset like a battleship, especially in the period we're talking about, you would be able to sink that with a submarine. Yes. And eventually, once you have the nuke boats, you could even maintain a submarine in a position to sink it. Yes. But you can't deter a battleship with a submarine. You could reveal your presence, but there again, your submarine surfacing that close to an enemy task group in a period of heightened tensions might not be the best methodology of carrying out deterrence. It's a fun thing to do when it's fairly peaceful in the world and you want to remind people that they can be quite easily tracked. Yes, you do it then. When it's a heightened tension scenario already and ships hear something rapidly surfacing near them, they tend to get antsy and start firing things. So what you need something which can act as a visible deterrent. And for that, you probably need a carrier battle group if they've got a battleship in that period. With something in it which is going to pack a significant punch. So it's probably going to, for the Royal Navy, make them better case for keeping, probably building another of the Audaceuses, probably finishing off a third Audacious, and probably keeping Ants and Howe around for slightly longer to back up Vanguard.
And for my personal favorite, it could also indicate a interest or willingness in actually completing the Sovietsky Soyuzes.
Oh yeah.
Which actually it could make sense because they could get some, let's say, inside baseball knowledge.
Yeah.
On how to produce.
Well, they could certainly get some inside knowledge of how the Royal Navy would produced it prior to World War One. Castanea, Age of Vanguard is on off. That's the problem. If you're talking about a war scenario in a fight, Vanguard versus the fully armored battlecruiser Vanguard versus a Royal Sovereign, it's not a fair fight. Royal Sovereign's probably going down. But how can you guarantee Vanguard's going to be there? How can you guarantee you're not going to need Vanguard elsewhere? And remember, they've also got the Giulio Cesare. So they've got 2. Which means...
5, actually.
If we're including the Ganguts, I guess, and such.
Yeah, but
If we're going to include Giulio Cesare in there, then the Ganguts at least deserve to be in there as well.
post World War II, we're talking
Yes,
about the
if we're
15
going to
inch.
include Giulio Cesare...
But in nicest way, they're gone even more quickly. You know, that's the thing is, in terms of the 15-inch gun ships, the ships that you're actually going to extent can worry about. Yes, I suppose the Ganguts, but the Ganguts are really not moving around that much. So, yeah, Vanguard's not enough because you need to have those multiple places covered. Vanguard can only be in one place at a time. What happens if that place is refit? This is why it's so stupid when people go, oh, you have that ship, I have this ship, therefore you're neutralized. Oh, good. Well, I just wait till you send that ship into refit, wait until it's got its engine under crank, and then I come out and cause trouble, don't I? Because it ain't coming out anytime soon. In fact, probably I'll be able to run into range of it and fire guns at it where it's being worked on. Or launch an airstrike or whatever I want to. So this is the trouble. One ship is never a deterrent. This is why one ship is always a white elephant. The French aircraft carrier only really works with a one-ship carrier program. No matter how good the carrier is, doesn't really matter. Only works in the context of NATO when you've got the British carriers, the American carriers, the Italian carriers, all these other carriers added in. And so it's one more added into the mix. Otherwise, it's a case of we have a carrier, and then we don't have a carrier. And then we have a carrier, and then we don't have a carrier. And if you're planning on doing something nasty to the French, you wait till the carrier's in refit. It ain't coming out anytime soon. It can't be rushed out. Especially a nuclear-powered carrier cannot be rushed out of refit in 5 minutes. Because it's kind of a big thing going in there.
In this particular case, could an argument not be made that if the Russians are, for some reason, keeping Royal Sovereign and spending the money to modernize her, rather than building the Stalingrads, but anyway, with that premise in mind, if that is for some reason what they're choosing to do, at that point, you either accept that each nation contributes having a battleship in northern area of operations to oppose her. So, aka whether that's made up of Vanguard, Richelieu, and Jean Bart, or whether the Americans contribute an Iowa to that pool, and you can either do it that way, or the British can go, we will also keep 1 or 2 KGVs around, but that will result in something else giving elsewhere in Royal Navy force structure and build policy in the 50s and 60s.
Fleet, I already said that a couple minutes ago.
I wasn't here. I missed it.
Yeah, that's basically said answered how would need to be retained. And I'd probably said actually an audacious class would have to be another third audacious would have to probably be completed to provide the guaranteed the carrier force that they need. And probably the thing that's lost in that scenario is there's no attempt to refit Victorious and those things.
I mean, I can absolutely see the Audacious's, because that would be Britain being Britain. But I can also see, but being the British government in that period, I reckon they'll keep that whole King George V plan as a backup if they can't convince the French to base one of their battleships in the Atlantic.
Well, no, the French have to deal with the one, and that's why they've also maintained the Giulio Cesare. So in that way, if they have that one in the Black Sea and the Royal Sovereign in the North Atlantic, then the French have to worry about the one in the Mediterranean, don't they?
Well, Novosibirsk, in any actual war scenario, Novosibirsk would basically be confined to the Black Sea unless she's broken out into the Med, as in prior to the outbreak of war. But at that point, she's got nowhere to go if things go south, apart from possibly Soviet Albania.
Yes, but how much damage can she cause in that time?
Realistically, Novosibirsk, ex-Giulio Cesare, in the Med at any point post-1948, not really that much, if we're going to be honest.
You sure?
Yes,
are you
fairly
willing?
confident.
Are you willing to bet your government that nothing upsetting will get destroyed? Nothing that will cause
No,
bad
not at all.
papers and all those things. So
No, of course not.
if you're not willing
What you asked me
if
was-
you're not willing to bet your government, because Fleet again, you're doing the thing which I hear so often is sort of, you're thinking in terms of war fighting, as in military capability of this individual unit. I'm thinking in terms of conflict deterrence and conflict management, and also in terms of, hang on, how I keep my what these nations are going to think for their own needs. In the nicest way, if I'm France, I'm going to think the Mediterranean is mine, and that's what I concentrate. I keep my ships in the Mediterranean, and the British are responsible for the North Atlantic along the Americans. And the Americans aren't going to want to base anything in Britain because that's going to cost them money. And I was not going to get based in Britain. So basically, as far as Britain's going to be concerned, well, the American one might arrive in a few days' time, but we know the hours crossing the rough Atlantic, North Atlantic, might be here, might not. It's going to take a lot longer. It's not really designed for it. So that means the British are left with, they have their options and they're the ones covering for it, and the French are covering the Mediterranean.
Again, it's like I said, it's one of those. It's the most likely outcome. I think you're entirely right in that, but I won't write off a joint NATO response.
Yes,
but I will say that your outcome is by far the more likely.
I think the thing is, you'd like a joint NATO response would make a lot more sense. Which is one of the reasons why I don't think it would happen.
I will the reason that I'm saying that I won't write it off is that we do have examples of where such a thing did happen in relation to Soviet fleet assets at certain points during the Cold War.
During the Cold War, though.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
What-
but Fleet, this is early.
This is
Yeah,
the
but this
beginning
is-
of the Cold War. Not mid-Cold War or late Cold War, by the time they've actually built some faith up and trust NATO and worked together. We're talking early Cold War, where there's people who are honestly accusing Montgomery of being a communist and trying to get him out of position because they think having him in is a challenge to French sovereignty.
good gravy.
You're talking about a very different world. It was an interesting time.
Yeah. Knight, just address something you've said in chat in terms of Archangel Sex Royal Sovereign not having spares. Any form of her being retained by the Russians / being in service basically means that she has to be completely gutted. Mm-hmm. Basically, everything apart from the hull and the main guns are basically ripped out and replaced because that's the only way you're getting her to keep going. And that's not because they haven't maintained her. Like that, I know that. But again, that's not because they haven't tried. It's because of where she's been based.
And
she's been based in Northern Fleet, where there isn't the facilities for her.
Basically, I always point out the reason why she isn't maintained in Northern Fleet and why she's trouble is because they hadn't built the infrastructure yet to maintain anything of that size. And honestly, the person who's responsible for this is Stalin, who demanded it and hadn't built anything to support it.
Yeah.
So it's Stalin's fault, everyone. What happens to the Royal Sovereign is Stalin's fault.
Now, I will point out this rebuild hypothetical scenario that we're talking about would be a perfect excuse for Stalin to do what Stalin do best and say, I want X here in 2 years and I want that ship back in service in 3. And then the Soviet general staff, the Admiralty, and the contractors for civilian side answer, how long do you want it done for? On the way back down after they've jumped.
Yeah. Mark Harkness, there is enough of an overlap of time that probably if they were going to retain it, and they were actually deciding to retain it, they would literally play for time to retain it, and play for time till after Giulio Cesare had been delivered. Because you have to remember, Giulio Cesare is delivered as part of the Italian war reparations. It's a very different agreement to our Royal Sovereign and her operating with them, and that's an Anglo-Soviet agreement. So it's a different thing. And you cannot. Italy can't go, we don't have to pay our war reparations to the Soviet Union because you haven't given Britain back their battleship. Because that sets a precedence which we don't want to get into.
That's not a good thing.
Yeah, so that is the problem.
It's also worth pointing out that even if Royal Sovereign is retained, Italy will still send Giulio Cesare anyway, even if the Russians don't play silly buggers to try and get around it. Because, as we've discussed, whilst them retaining and rebuilding Royal Sovereign does create a new strategic piece on the board that NATO has to deter against, it's not an insurmountable challenge. Heck, it's not even really a hard challenge.
Also,
it just requires altering build strategy and deployments.
And to be fair, both the Italian Navy and the Royal Navy might not be too disappointed. I'm not saying that this would help them in terms of getting funding,
No,
but it would help them in
It
terms of
wouldn't.
getting funding, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I think the bigger I think the bigger thing is going to be, why have they decided to keep a British-built battleship? If
Yeah,
they've
this is
decided that because finally Stalin has successfully de-inertialized the Soviet Union to the point where he can get battleships, and start
well-
building out the Sovietsky Soyuz fleet, then
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
going to see a lot of the end stage battleships in the Western fleets get built.
Yeah, but that also raises the point that if the Russians are really determined to commit to a cost down payment that the rebuild of Royal Sovereign to be even basically competent in the post-war world would entail, at that point, I'm just saying you have plans for an ocean-going blue water navy of your own design. Just build those.
Again, though,
You'll get better ships out of it.
I can actually think of a logical reason for them to do it. Well, not a military logical reason, but a politically logical reason for them to do it. We've converted the
Scaremongering and propaganda.
Yeah, basically, we've converted the greatest symbol of imperialism, a British battleship, into a communist capability. And you have to remember, Britain is a much older, much longer, often considered much worse enemy of Russia and the Soviet Union than America. America's merely been thwarting them for Russia for, like, you know, a couple of 100 years. We've been doing it for a few more centuries than that.
Well, we were doing it before Russia was Russia.
Yes! We're doing it when it's the Empire of the Rus.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that the Royal Navy was being a hipster?
I'm saying that the Royal Navy's been cool since before it was cool to be cool.
Right, Ronan, are you aware of the White Sea fur trade and the Republic of Novgorod?
Do I want to be?
No, you really don't. Oh, good lord. Right.
Let's just say England went back to its Viking roots for a while.
See, don't suggest that the Royal Navy ever lost the desire to do pillaging. Considering their general policy of if something is, you know, not strapped down.
I mean, fair, but we don't like to infringe on the whole Swedes Act. Let the Swedes be Swedes, and the Russians normally the Swedes' domain.
Yeah, but occasionally the Swedes just don't do it the same way we will. They're nicer than we are overall.
Yeah, the Swedes don't bring gas axes. You do.
Oh, you think it's
The
just
Swedes will at least stop at stuff that's been welded to the deck. You bring a gas axe and you know, can't be stuck if it's a liquid.
Ronan, you've never met a Swede, have you?
Eh? Yes, they do carry those, but it's more the fact that the British policy is, oh, it's been concreted down. Can we take the concrete as well? Whereas the Swedes will use the gas axe. We will just take the concrete as well.
Well, the Swedes either use the gas axe or just decide this entire place is mine now.
Yes.
It's not stealing if you live there now, remember that.
You realize there's a whole debate currently going on in the U.S. about squatters' rights?
Yeah,
No, and I don't really care about your politics. I know what you were saying.
It's all fun. It is all
For
fun.
some reason, I just had a flash mental image of Mrs. Clarke dealing with squatters, and I think I just imagined several new war crimes.
Yeah, that probably fits.
Luckily, crimes require evidence, so you know.
Yeah. They do. They do that. They do require evidence. They require so many niceties. Right, next question. What happens if the Italian Navy in World War II tried to capture tankers in the Mediterranean instead of sinking them? Would it affect the missions they could do? Thank you, Foxo, for this question. Would it affect them? I'm not sure if this is Foxo or Black Horse. Black Horse. Thank you.
No, it's Black Horse's question.
Would it affect the Foxo's next question? Black Horse. What happens to the? Would it affect the missions they could do? Honestly, if they tried to capture it, would be interesting. But they've got enough small boats; they could probably try and do it. But trying to get and break into convoys in small boats to capture tankers would be an interesting challenge. There's also the fact that would the British prefer to sink them rather than let the Italians have them? That's quite a high possibility. But if they could manage to capture tankers and get fueled, it would help them. Yeah, it would help them. Unfortunately, there wasn't any ship fuel which the British were sending through the Mediterranean. You didn't need to send ship fuel around the Mediterranean. You could send it through... Sorry, I seem to have got something on my eye. That you could send it round around Africa. The only thing that usually went through in fuel levels through the Mediterranean was aviation fuel from Malta. And if the Italians captured that, they'd find it very useful. But it would be honestly a drop in the bucket compared to the operations they're doing. But it would be useful. Anyone want to add to that?
Not at the moment.
I don't think so. I think it. Yeah. No, I think you pretty basically got it. I can't think of anything else to add to it.
And apparently, for some reason, the patron vote, which I uploaded earlier for November, has decided to not allow multiple votes per person.
No, I should vote in the patron vote because you know I'm a patron, and that's what patrons are supposed to do: is vote in the patron vote. It's also not like I haven't actually submitted anything for a distressingly long amount of time because I keep forgetting to check it. Oops.
Oh, why has it done that?
Because it's patron and it likes to annoy you.
It's even deleted the end date. I do find it annoying. When it does
Sometime
that.
later on in the stream, Bone Meal Boy, just hang tight.
Yeah, it's working now.
Oh, that reminds me.
Desert Foxo. How would a Cold War gone hot in 1991, caused by Soviet hardliner coup, say the hardliners start a war to try and rally the Union Parliament? Both sides think they are the defender. It could be quite interesting. It could also be you could watch the Soviet Union kind of collapse kind of quickly. Because pretty much Poland starts separating, is already well along the route of separation. A lot of the members of the Soviet Union are on the route to separation, i.e. the Warsaw Pact, etc. So anything which has it going hot in 1991 could lead to an absolute disintegration of the Warsaw Pact. It's also a case of both sides think they're the defender. Then the thing is, then it usually leads to a weird scenario where both sides think they're on the defensive. Are we both attacking? Are we both defending? Are we actually shooting at each other? What's happened? How's this working? And
They're both attacking each other, but they both think the other one has started it.
well,
It's
out
what I
of
meant.
the trouble with that is the NATO methodology was not to go offensive until the Americans arrived in Europe. Until the American reinforcements of the NATO wasn't going to go offensive. Until they were just going to basically farm Soviet troops and try and, take out their best units on the defensive. That was always
And
the NATO
honestly,
plan.
you've basically got the, because I looked into this a great deal for, well, funnily enough, the Red Fleet timeline. I did a great deal of analysis, read a great deal around this. The problem you've basically got in 1991 is, well, first of all, one of the major linchpins of Russian strategy at that point is gone, aka there's one Germany, and it's sat right there, rather than there being an East Germany from which to springboard off into the West, which was one of the key factors of Soviet military thinking in regards to how they would fight a war against NATO. Secondly, by 1991, you've basically got a tacit admission by basically most of the Warsaw Pact states and from Moscow that the Warsaw Pact is dissolving and there's very little they can do to get it back. If they try to start this war, they will be doing it without the support of pretty much every member of the Warsaw Pact. So the Poles will
even if they claimed that the others attacked them, the Warsaw Pact members will probably claim neutrality.
Yeah, or more accurately, and if the so that pushes the front line back further, and if the so therefore we've even got to the odd situation that now we're looking at, okay, so how are the Russians and the NATO forces going to come to blows unless they're planning to invade the former Warsaw Pact members, in which case then they immediately switch sides and, oh, now NATO is actually not on the East German border, they're now on the border of Poland, Romania, and Ukraine.
Potentially.
So, yeah, that's the thing. So basically, if this war does start, you're basically looking at a scenario where, best case scenario, the Warsaw Pact declares neutrality, and I can't speak. The hot micing from Dan is just killing me. I can't speak.
Dan,
What?
you're hot micing.
You're hot micing.
No idea why.
Are you using your phone again?
He is.
Yes, I'm on my phone.
That's why.
But there we go. Right, so the best case scenario the hotliners can hope for is that the Warsaw Pact declares neutrality, and the Soviet Union and the declaration of what they will sell to the populace as a defensive war gives the Soviet factions in the SFRs, so Ukraine, Belarus, Karelia, the Steppe, those SFRs, it gives the hardliners, the factions in favor of the Union remaining, enough ammunition to say, for this emergency, we must stand with our Russian brothers. That's the best case scenario they can hope for.
Yeah.
And a Warsaw Pact neutrality. That's the absolute best. The one that will likely happen, however, is the Warsaw Pact will immediately take the opportunity to break from the Soviet Union and perhaps even fight to reclaim territory. Because the Polish will be...
Still garrisoned by Soviet forces, though. So there's still quite a lot of Soviet forces in Poland and Romania, at least.
There are, but not so many that the result for that would basically be a countrywide engagement between the state armed forces of those nations and the Russian garrisons there, which basically ruins any hope for fighting NATO, because you can't even get to fight NATO. You're fighting the Romanian army, you're fighting the Polish army, you're fighting the Hungarian army.
To be fair,
And
under
the
those
Czechoslovakian army-
circumstances, the Germans would finally get to invade somewhere as actually its liberators. They'd finally get to, they turned up everywhere believing they were the liberators. They turned up Crete thinking they were the liberators. Greece, they were the liberators. And every time they were disappointed. Finally, they'd invade Poland again, and they would finally possibly get greeted as liberators.
Yeah, and that's not, and
Possibly.
I haven't even gotten to the worst part. I haven't even gotten to the worst part of this. As soon as the Warsaw Pact states rebel and those troops get bogged down, Ukraine is going, Belarus is going, Baltic states, if they haven't already fully broken with Moscow, will break. The step,
Yeah, but I'm just
the
looking
own,
at this, really. And
the
the
own-
stations they're breaking away have like hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops in them.
yes,
That
they
is insane.
do. They do, but the various SFRs also have their own component parts of the Soviet military. Because yes, the Soviet military is the Soviet military, but there are Belarusian regiments, there are Ukrainian regiments, there is enough firepower that will be loyal to these new independent nations that the Soviet Union will not be able to. And also politely, even if the Russians do somehow gather enough forces to suppress these independence movements, given the scale of them and the size of the movements that we're looking at here, by the time they've done it, either the Soviet Union will have collapsed in on itself, or by the time they're just damping down the fires of that little debacle, Warsaw Pact troops joined with NATO troops will be marching into now reunited Soviet territory.
In 1991, the Soviet forces in Poland numbered 50,000, including their air force, units, their motor, and mostly their ground forces are the 6th Motor Rifle Division based in Bornslov, the 20th Tank Division, the 83rd Separate Air Assault Brigade, and the 114th Operational Tactical Missile Brigade, the 140th Anti-Aircraft Missile Brigade, and then there's the 4th Air Army. And that's
outnumbered by the Polish
and that's
military.
the forces they had in 1989. By 1991, they're actually got less than that. Most of those units have lost some.
Yeah. This is what I mean. I can understand what Foxo's saying, but if you look at the national armies of those states, it's easily enough to basically almost fait accompli it.
The one thing
I
is
don't- I don't-
Assuming that the armies would actively do this.
They also have an issue of having 250 nuclear weapons sitting in Poland, so they have to defend those first and foremost.
Yeah. But yeah, this doesn't end well for the Soviets. The best case scenario is Warsaw Pact neutrality, and they don't do something stupid like trying to force them to join the war.
The problem is also that in terms of it's when it happens in the year, because you have to consider when the intake of conscripts are. Is that the hardliners didn't have enough control; they could delay the release of the previous intake of conscripts. So the odds are, if they're doing it at any point, at any point in the year where they could probably manage to have a situation where there's no guarantee they're gonna actually have the most experienced conference. Because what they do is they bring in the conscripts every 6 months. You do 2 years. So the troops who've been in for 2 years, the 18 months to 2 year mark, they're your most experienced personnel. If you've lost them, anything, if you can retain them, great. You've got a whole lot of extra troops who've been trained for the last 2 years. If you haven't got them in there, you've got trouble, because at least a quarter of your force has got less than 6 months experience.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's the logistics of starting the war are just they can't really.
And they're still in the Soviet model of the instant sergeants. Sergeants chosen for their political reliability and sent to a special school, rather than actually given some training. Rather than being chosen from ranks, which is why junior officers have to do so much of the leadership and the lower level leadership in the Soviet forces.
Honestly, this is one of the reasons why this scenario I can understand why it can come up, but if you look at the outcomes, honestly, the Soviet Union becoming Russia even with all the territory it lost compared to being the Soviet Union, was still in a stronger position militarily and geopolitically than the Soviet Union would have been had it tried this desperate Hail Mary. Significantly better.
Mm-hmm.
And the hardliners also would be aware of that as well. Even still claiming to be the Soviet Union, if that's what they're trying to do, and, watching various parts of the nation break away, they are still in a better position to claim legitimacy and operate geopolitically by not trying to start a war or start crackdowns in Soviet territory. Okay, probably you can get away with that geopolitically, but crackdowns in the Warsaw Pact are probably going to be politically unviable, even for a hardline government.
The trouble is, the trouble is also it's more the fact that the KGB split up. All these states have their own independent services now.
Yep.
And they're interesting. So next question. If in 1814 the Allies had decided to execute Napoleon and chop up France and its empire between them, what areas did they get? How does it affect the Royal Navy bases? Will this help or hinder Spanish Empire?
There goes the balance of power in Europe.
The thing is, the British probably arrange it so that Belgium gets quite a large chunk and the Netherlands get quite a large chunk of France. You probably, if you're chopping up France, maybe Switzerland gets something. Maybe. I'm trying to remember who the Italian city, the northern Italian states maybe get something. Spain gets something. Prussia's going to want something. What they're going to get is going to be a different matter. What's Britain going to want out of mainland France in this period?
Wine?
Possibly Brittany?
Corsica and the shipbuilding areas.
I think honestly, I think Britain will want the French will want to take off the remainder of the French Empire, and
But that's the only empire the French have.
yeah, we don't care, and probably that's the way we get around it. We basically go, okay, yes, you guys can hold, and maybe if you're dividing up France, one of the things that we tempted to have is to go, we'll divide up France and we'll divide up, give a rump of France, create a rump France, which will be a sort of Bourbon France or something like that. That we'll leave to the French, but we'll take off bits. So basically, instead of chopping up France entirely, you leave a rump of France, so you've still got enough France there to be annoying to people, but not enough France to be annoying to you.
So what's something like a British Calais but an independent Brittany kind of thing?
Yeah.
Oh, this is
Strip Alsace-Lorraine out.
Why would you strip Alsace-Lorraine out? Who is it going to?
The
'Cause at
Germans.
that point,
No,
why?
It's majority German speaking.
There is no such thing as Germany.
No, it wouldn't be going to Germany. It'd be going to Prussia.
Possibly.
But it would either be going to Prussia or be split off into its own German prince, essentially.
That might well be what you do. It might well be how you approach it. Yes.
I'm just looking at this and going, oh, the balance of power in
The worst-
and the sheer scale of French revanchism this is going to create.
Well, I mean, it
Because-
wasn't. It was historically.
Yes, it would be significantly. If we are carving off bits of the metropole, it is significantly worse.
I fail to see why this is worse.
Oh, it will be worse, but yes, don't worry. It will be worse, but in a nice way. What it's going to do is, how do I put this politely? It's going to depend on how you approach certain bits. So let's say this. If the British approach Brittany and make it crown lands, okay, so treat it like Jersey, and it gets to become its own independent little state that's part of Britain, but also independent. Honestly, the people of Brittany might actually like that. The rest of France will hate it because it means France will never be one again. Okay? But the people of Brittany might actually like that. Having met a few Britons over the years, I can honestly say the idea of having a system whereby they are theoretically part of something, but are functionally independent, would not displease many of them.
It does. There is also the fact that this is going to, well, if this occurs, this is basically the Allies betraying the French government, given the promises they had made to that government, in this case being the Bourbons, for a restoration in toto.
Yeah.
With status quo antebellum prior to the revolution, which was the promise and the agreement.
Yeah, but frankly, in the nicest way I could, it almost went this way anyway. Because there was a large amount of people who had no faith in the Bourbons actually retaining control of it even after they'd done this. So there was a thing of, do we reduce France's capabilities anyway?
And if you have sufficiently broken Napoleon's whip hand to the point where parsing out bits and pieces of France is on the table and actionable, there's really not much they can do to say no.
It's not so much the immediate they stop this? No, they can't. Realistically, even without Napoleon being more broken than he historically was and all the forces under him. The problem for me comes not in the immediate aftermath, but 10, 20, 30 years down the line, because France will recover. There will be revolutions again, as we historically saw. Bear in mind how many times France goes from absolute monarchy to constitutional monarchy to republic to constitutional monarchy again, back to republic, back to absolute monarchy, and then Napoleon III comes and pulls a funny.
Hey! Oh, just for fun, I actually met someone the other day who was in Cornwall, it's going to sound strange, I met them and was going, I know you! Yes, I taught to you! And they went, oh yeah, hi, Dr. Clarke, all these things. Anyway, they currently work as I think for the equivalent of MP, they work as their chief of staff. And one of the candidates they beat in the last election was a representative of a party which actually believes in restoring constitutional monarchy to France.
I mean, okay.
And I just went, please tell me they didn't poll that much. And their response was, they polled more than you would like to hear them. And I went, oh, great.
Well, I mean, it's like they say, the best form of government is benevolent dictatorship. The problem is the benevolent part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, democracy is brutal, self-defeating, contradictory, but it's also brutal, self-defeating, and contradictory for the evil people as well.
Yes,
so, therefore...
The thing is, though, if France suddenly goes constitutional monarchy again, just suddenly in the next 10 years goes constitutional monarchy again because they feel like it's revolution time again, we should have a change. Just what happens to the European Union? How does it work in that scenario?
You mean nowadays?
Yeah. Because you think about it, the European Union has enough trouble dealing with France as they currently are. France is a constitutional
monarchy?
Well, the friggin' do they go back to the Bourbons?
No, which one? Yeah, do they go back to the Bourbons? Do they go back to any of the two dynasties that ruled the because the Bourbons ruled absolutely whenever they were in power?
They might
go back to any of the
Napoleon III, maybe.
Bring back the Bonapartes in this day and age.
I think from again we literally had a 10-minute conversation, but I think yes, it was the people they want to bring back are the Bonapartes.
So this sounds like a Mafa party, but also
no, they are not.
One of France's
they are not one of the more extreme parties. That was the worrying part.
One of France's post-Napoleonic problems seemed to have been weak, indecisive, and impotent leadership. I don't know. There might be a chance that somebody with a scepter and a crown might be less weak, indecisive, and impotent. It's possible.
I mean,
Not
the
exactly
funny thing,
the highest
Sorry.
bar to clear either.
the funny thing with France is, given the way their legislature is laid out, theirs would be one of the easiest nations to transition from republic to monarchy.
Yes.
Given the way they have their bi-party legislature and a president and a prime minister, you would just replace one of the above with an emperor or a king. Which is funnily enough, literally what Napoleon III did.
Oh,
He literally said, "I'm not stepping down after my term limit. I'm now emperor." Fight me.
Birmingham Boy has actually done better than me because Birmingham Boy has said Louis Philippe was the guy for constitutional monarchy.
Yeah.
But still, it could be the French. The French could bring back the Bonapartes again for a constitutional monarchy.
Hey.
And to answer the original question,
Yes.
so I've just checked, and this would happen towards the beginning of France's cultural homogeneization,
Modernization. Right.
where they got rid of a lot of their more localized cultures.
Mhm.
And quite specifically, it's where you see the heavy decline of the Southern French cultures and a lot of their national identities,
Mhm.
which did exist. So
Yeah.
the interesting thing would be, you cripple the central government and you effectively devolve France.
Yeah.
Do those survive? And do they become a pain for the French government? Sort of like how Scotland is the UK.
Yeah.
You've got a much larger, we have much larger senior partner, but the junior partner really doesn't like the senior partner.
But can't function without
No,
them.
no,
Oh.
No. What a horrible thought. Good
Yeah.
lord.
And also,
Breaking
next week,
France?
Are you telling me that you don't want more Scotlands?
Yes! That's exactly what I'm saying.
France will be composed of like 10 Scotlands. 10 Scotlands. And yeah, you know, it would just be brilliant.
Listen, what is wrong with having a multiplicity of Scotlands?
One Scotland is probably already more than the world can take.
No, what I'm going to say is, England has Scotland, Germany has Bavaria, France needs its own.
France,
No, it doesn't.
in actual fact, France already has Brittany. Have a look at the politics of Brittany. They'd actually probably be happy if
hello?
we took them. Hello?
Hello? Are we forgetting the elephant in the room here? Corsica's sat there waving at you?
Yeah, in a
And then
nice...
Spain has.
Corsica doesn't cause anywhere near as much trouble as Brittany does. Because Brittany does...
what's that?
No, Brittany... No, Fleet. Brittany oscillates between absolutely ignoring the French government and malicious compliance.
What is that? I think it starts with a C. What is that state or province of Spain that's off to the south?
Catalonia.
Southeast? Yeah.
Well, you've got Catalonia in the northwest, and you've also got Andalusia in the south. Both don't want to be a part of Spain. Then again, neither does Galicia, which is in the northeast.
Most of Spain
A
doesn't
lot of
want
Spain doesn't want to be Spain.
Let's move on to the next question. If Fisher only served one term as First Sea Lord and Beresford served the following term, what impact would that mean? That would mean Beresford being in charge 1907 till 1910. Roughly. What do we think?
Well,
what do you think Beresford does to change things?
Sorry, when was it?
1907 to 1910.
We possibly get less of the not very good early battle cruisers.
Possibly don't get any of them. I'm just thinking about it. Possibly still get the Invincibles, but yeah, probably don't get the Indefatigables. Beresford's very much a
Which-
battleship man. He's not a cruiser man. He ain't gonna like that idea at all.
But being brutal, they weren't very good.
No.
And what would you say if you were trying to be kind?
They tried hard.
Ouch.
Yeah. They were not designed with the future in mind. I mean, it's a criticism of the people who ordered them, not the ships.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Or their crews.
In simple terms, Fisher has this idea that speed equals armor. Speed has never
But has
equaled
failed
armor.
to
Speed
think how
equals
quickly-
speed.
But also speed. He didn't think far enough ahead about what would happen with speed when how quickly that would go up versus how much faster than other types of ships he made them.
Yeah.
That was the failure. If they'd been rocking along at 35 knots in the first generation and then going up to 40 plus knots by the second, yeah, that would work. But they didn't.
That would also be a nightmare to try and build in that period. I mean, you're talking about something. You're talking about something with the length of hood and the width of my forearm to try and get it up to that speed in that period. Maybe a little bit fatter. You need to be fat enough to stick a single boiler in. No, Michael Cooch. Beresford was no more in favour of proper staff than Fisher. No Royal Navy Admiral was a senior admiral at that point was really in favour of a proper staff.
Because a staff means paperwork.
No, a staff means it's a threat to your ability to decide what you want to do when you want to do it. A staff means you have to work with other people. And a staff means you acknowledge other people who are part of it. Whereas the Naval Intelligence Division, the good thing about using them for the staff work is they're an intelligence division, so they keep things quiet. And they don't speak to anyone. As I mentioned, in the nicest way, it's wrong to presume the Royal Navy doesn't have a staff structure. It does have a staff structure. It's just they've called them, instead of calling them a staff, they've put it all the functions in the Intelligence Division. Which means it's run by people who are acting as intelligence officers who do not share information and do not want to go and tell anyone, especially politicians, what they want to do or why they want to do it. They just want them to take it on faith. They don't want to share anything because they're intelligence officers. They're security freaks. They're paranoid. They're supposed to be. That's their job. But that makes them very bad as being a political staff, like a First Sea Lord staff need to be.
Dear me.
I do love the way Seneca Nero is not only posting stuff in the chat. Steve is pointing out to Seneca that Seneca is a mod and could just get round to this instead of trying to be honest and posting when the questions are closed into the chat.
Yes, but Seneca is trying to play by the rules, as am I, because I have a couple of questions that I would like to ask the panelists here, mainly because I don't know what to do with the information that I have come into possession of.
Okay. Colin Cameron, if the UK had been able to sabotage Louisiana Purchase, how does this lack of funds affect the build-up of Napoleon's navy? And do the UK invade the French territory from Canada during the war? If they're going to invade Louisiana, they'd invade it from the Caribbean, not Canada. I'm just going to make that quick change because you would invade it from. You wouldn't try and invade it from Canada. You invade it from the Caribbean. And
no infrastructure there at all.
You also have to remember that it was British banks which supplied the money to the Americans to make the purchase of Louisiana. To an extent, the British bankrolled it. Now, the thing is, the British are more likely to do what they're more likely to try and do, and this is what there is an argument that they weren't actually considering doing this, would have been to bankroll the money going to the Americans, have the Americans then purchase the land, and then capture the money on its way back to the UK, on its way to France, so that the French don't get the money, and have the Americans still in debt to them.
Yep.
Because that's more likely what the British want to do. That way you solve both problems.
Here's the thing: the Louisiana Purchase is a good deal for basically all three of the parties involved, and the reasoning for this is thus: yes, because Napoleon does have other avenues he can go to raise funds. It will mean squeezing his brothers, cousins, and the network of family members he's put in charge of various nations. It will mean squeezing them more and earlier, even more than he already has done, to do it that way. But he can do it.
Yes.
To make up for the loss of credit that way. By letting this happen, the British basically gain a line of credit to help offset their own costs. Basically. So, yes, Napoleon gets something, but so do the British.
I mean, if the British do take it, I can see them selling most of it to America and just keeping New Orleans for themselves. Just because they'll be able to control the Mississippi through there, maybe?
I mean, there is always the cursed option of because it's technically French territory, de jure, the British could, and it's not really connected to in any way that would threaten British territories in North America, they could set up a government in exile under the Bourbon monarchy so it can get its feet under itself, even if France, the metropole, is Napoleonic.
Okay, I'm just going to say this now because they've just messaged me to say they're watching. Hi, Andrew. Hi, Prof.
Hi.
Hide.
Why hide? You're gonna sneak away like a thief in the night?
Well, I would be living up. I would be living up to certain recently released or semi-recently released Department of Defense memos.
There are quite literally 4 professors watching this, and I've just been messaged by one of them to tell me that all 4 of them watching this because they're all chatting about it. So they're watching.
Wait a minute, hang on, Andrew. Andrew was in that Andrew. The
Yes.
Andrew that I'm thinking of.
Yes.
That one.
Yes.
Oh, jolly good. Jolly good.
Hi.
Yeah.
I twist the sparky wires and I'm looking for a work visa.
Oh. Actually, make it 5, judging by the fact of the message I just got from another one. So, there are 5 profs watching. It's
I
fun.
don't know who I am.
What's the collective noun for professors?
Professors.
I think you just said it.
Professorii.
A debate of professors.
Leslie's just put the group of professors is called Killers. Let's put it this way. I have given a presentation before in front of that panel. It was an experience, I will tell you. And I survived. And the fact I survived actually is, in a nice way, it's one of the things I get asked about in my various, when I've ever gone for some of my interviews, was how was it like to be cross-examined by that particular group? Because it gave me a bit of notoriety and cachet amongst my colleagues for a while.
So what you're saying is no pressure and or run.
What I'm saying is, don't try running. You can't hide. There's no point. Chandler, had Italy converted one of the Caracolas in the 20s or built a carrier based on the Littorio's hull, would the C200 and C202 have been good options for carrier ops. Let me just check their legs up.
The C200 is not a bad fighter. It's fast and maneuverable. The thing with the C200 and the 202 was basically the thing the Italians traded for speed and maneuverability wasn't protection and survivability like a lot of other nations did. It was firepower. The C200 only had a single pair of. Admittedly, they were 12.7mm machine guns, so they weren't rifle caliber.
Fleet,
so they didn't have that going for them.
Before you get into any of this, and I can understand why you're going on debate, you see, the thing is, I heard the discussion, and I was immediately going, yes, their firepower's not great. But hang on, I'm remembering something also as well. Yeah, their leg structure and their airframe structure are sufficiently widespread and sufficiently spindly that that's a good way to kill your aircrew. So you'd have to do a significant redesign of them.
That was going to be my next bit, but as usual, we've both come to the same conclusion. But I've been talking for.
Yeah, and you were also, so you were going for all the nice bits, going that you were giving all the audience false hope, and I was going, no, there's no false hope here. They'd be fine on the face of it. You can deal them as your fighters on everything other than their airframe and their legs, because when they hit a flight deck, you're losing them.
I mean, the cursed thing about this whole scenario is it's not C200 and 202 that are going to get the. That are going to be what's chosen. It's going to be CR42 and RA2000 in that order. Because they did serve the board ship. Admittedly, as catapult launched, well, 42 didn't, but RA2000 was the aircraft considered for high-performance seaplane roles on the cruiser they were thinking of converting into a quasi-carrier, but it's not really a carrier, it's a seaplane carrier, but it was going to act more like a carrier. That weird Italian program they never quite got round to. Anyway.
Okay, you just said weird Italian program. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Yes, I'm aware.
This happens. Right.
I think the only way it could be worse is if you said that weird British or that weird German.
But anyway. But,
no. The way to ask is that program from Britain that came out of a shed?
Oh, I feel
One day I will have my shed video.
Yeah,
it will happen.
It will be a joint. It's already been decided. If we ever do that video, it's going to be a joint Drac and me video with possibly Sal as extra.
Why are you doing that to Sal?
Because Sal told us that he could.
But
with the greatest respect to Professor Murcielago, hopefully I said his name right.
Keeps trying to start off, but
I think he might be biting off more than he can chew. Drac at least has the excuse of reinventing Greek fire. Go ahead, Fleet. Sorry.
So very quickly, just to round off the aviation side, if the Italians have built either a Caracuello based or rebuild form, either it's a carrier that has the hull as the starting point, keel up, or it's based on Caracuello's hull that somehow has been retained into the 20s and 30s, or they build a CV hull based on the Littorios. Probably a rebuild of Caracuello is the one that is the most feasible, given that the Littorios will be needed to become the Littorios. The Italian aviation industry will have no problem providing aircraft for that carrier. Whether they convert something or its frame up designs, the Italian aviation industry will have no problem providing an air wing for that carrier.
I can almost guarantee now it would go to Imam. I can almost guarantee it would go to Imam out of all the companies.
Caproni will want an in, given they have a lot of assets.
Caproni will probably get the fighter, but the torpedo bomber and attack aircraft will go to Imam.
Yeah. Probably. But basically, with that in mind, to get to the second part of the question, how would the carrier affect the Mediterranean theatre? If it's at Taranto, it dies at Taranto. Basically.
In a nice way, if it's at Taranto, then the whole British doing a distraction with Ark Royal doesn't happen. And the whole scenario of let me put it this way. Especially if what's happened historically to Eagle has happened, but also the whole scenario of pausing carrier construction is also probably far less likely. In terms of if the Italians have a carrier, that's going to change some of the analysis, because the British are going to look at the burn, they're going to look at the Italian carrier, let's call it the Caracciola, and they're going to look at the Caracciola and they're going to go, okay, you actually count. Look at the burn. You don't discount that. Oh, frigate.
No, you don't. Yeah, because bear in mind, a Caracciola...
that might actually mean that, in the nicest way, Glorious is never withdrawn from the Mediterranean to support Norway or for the operations which happened up in the North Atlantic. She might have been left in the Mediterranean. Yeah. In which case, you might have Glorious, Ark Royal, Illustrious, and probably Eagle at that point. All four of them taking part in the Taranto operation, and Lord help anything in Taranto at that point.
Yeah, it's also worth bearing in mind to set people's perception of what this carrier is. We're not talking about something that's equivalent to something like Courageous, Furious, and Glorious. Given the sheer hull volume and size of a Caracciola, if the Italians do the job right, you're looking at something that's more in line with the big conversions. A Cargi, Karga, and God forbid if they do it right, the Lexingtons. Mm-hmm. That's the sort of scale of carrier platform we're talking here. So that absolutely would demand we're not doing half measures here. We're dealing with this properly.
Yeah. And it would be a case of everything the British have got would be sent to Taranto. If it's not at Taranto, if it's operating elsewhere, then it's going to change the Italian operations completely, because suddenly their force is going to have independent reconnaissance, which is going to be able to land back with them. Are going to retain the control. It's going to be led to probably there will be a fight at some point between the Navy and the Air Ministry over who controls the aircraft on the carrier. And I think the Navy might have won that fight.
Even if the Navy didn't win that fight, the fact is still that it's aircraft that are with the fleet, that sortie probably with the fleet. Because that's all that matters here. It doesn't matter if they're Rage Aeronautica, Rage Marina. It's the fact that they are aircraft releasable at the Admiral's discretion. That are under his chain of command.
Well, that's the trouble.
Technically.
The Rage Aeronautica maintained that once the aircraft were airborne, even from the cruisers, if they were flown by their crews, they would no longer belong to the Navy chain of command.
Yes.
So you see, that is the issue, especially if you're talking about a carrier air group in the Mediterranean. If the fighters, let's put it this way: let's say you have a damaged aircraft and it goes and lands on an airbase, right? The Navy would expect an aircraft to be repaired and returned to the carrier, right? Not have 3 months fighting over who pays for the spares, 3 months fighting over where it's repaired, 3 months fighting over getting it back once it's repaired, and then maybe getting the aircraft back after 12 months.
Well, yes, okay, I understand that bit, and I'm not disagreeing. That is a massive problem.
That is the situation. You said for a carrier air group, that's even worse than for a cruiser reconnaissance aircraft.
Oh, yes, completely, I understand, but I'm more talking about when the sharp bit's being used.
The trouble
Please don't tell me that if they launch that aircraft from the carrier, that they'd then be in a land-based control.
It did happen, yes.
That would be...
There were sometimes aircraft which developed radio trouble so they could carry out the mission the Navy had requested them, because they were getting conflicting orders from the land-based.
Well, assuming that those workarounds will still be expedited in wartime, despite the hiccups that Alex quite clearly and validly listed about the whole mix. I'll give the worst case scenario, and then we'll move on to the best, obviously, which is where there's an independent naval air arm. If the Rage Aeronautica is
they have something.
They have a force that, while it is technically one's airborne Regia Aeronautica, the release authority and targeting authority for that force prior to launch is Regia Marina, and that's a huge upgrade from calling in land-based aircraft, because those land-based aircraft go. The Navy has told us something is here, but the Regia Aeronautica could and did say, but we think it's here. Whereas in this case, the Reggio Nautica parts will be told, "You're going here. That's where we want you to go."
Yeah.
There's no translation problems. If it's if it's a full Regia Mariner air group, that's even better, because at that point, then they can radio up and go, "We've changed our mind. We think they're there. Change course." Whereas if it's Regia Nautica, they might not be able to do that.
Alternatively, you'd have a two-way, because you see, the moment because of some of the way they worked, some even okay, not even all the long, some of the way they worked. All the cruiser reconnaissance aircraft had the right radios fitted that they could communicate directly with the ships. This is some of the fun they had in the beginning of World War II. And thank you for the stretch and the hydrate and the phosphor check. And what they would do, even the cruiser aircraft, when they were doing reconnaissance, if they were beyond a certain range, if they had to do long range communications back with their ship, they'd have to radio land which would then pass all the information up to the Air Ministry, which would then hand deliver it to the Navy Ministry, which would then send it back to the commands, back to the ship. Every time I look more into this, the more I feel that the Regia Marina is the most undervalued service in World War II, with what they managed to achieve given the situation they were in.
Yep.
All right. I know that a lot of this is due to the whole totalitarian dictatorship thing of trying to make sure that nobody from under you can depose you. But why does it seem like the Axis read a very detailed how to communicate effectively in wartime book and then said, all right, good, we have these lessons on board. We're now going to do the precise and exact opposite of everything in this book?
Oh, don't worry. The Allies have occasionally tried it as well, but usually something. It's a classic example of how did the whole channel dash actually work. It's because there was a similar level of communications happening between the Coastal Command and the Navy, and that's what led to some of these issues. Because Coastal Command reported back to the Air Ministry they were having trouble maintaining the patrols. The Air Ministry decided it was a operational, not a mission thing, so they didn't need to inform the Admiralty. So the Admiralty presumed the aircraft was still covering those ports, and they weren't. Because someone in the Air Ministry, and I'm not sure who, but I'm fairly certain their boss, certain their boss in charge of them actually probably tried to commit murder afterwards when they found out, decided that it was an operational, not a mission issue. So the Admiralty didn't need to be informed.
Was that individual looking for new work very shortly? Twitch has gone down.
Twitch has gone down?
Apparently your Twitch stream has dropped. And you have lost my chat.
It's live according to me. I'm watching it now.
Twitch does not show you as live unless it's unfollowed me, which is not impossible, but is highly unlikely.
It's literally following my live face expressions. I stick my tongue out, it's working.
Why are you like this, Twitch?
It had a hiccup and it broke the chat, but that was about 2.5 minutes ago.
You are not live.
I am live.
When I search you, the only thing that involves your name and being live is my stream.
I'm still streaming together.
You might need to reboot.
Oh, now you're back. There you go. Twitch finally got it.
Got its act together.
Okay, so I'll re-invite you to the stream together.
I never left the stream together. It's still working as far as I can see.
Yeah, it gave me the warning that you weren't yet live, which is interesting.
But it's never stopped for me.
Anyway, we've reestablished connections now. Don't worry. The good doctor is not dead. I am still concerned that we have 5 esteemed professors watching us.
Make that 6.
Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Who made you this way?
I'm on an academic WhatsApp group, and it's flashing up in front of me exactly who's watching, and they're now doing all the academic version of checking in, going, "Yeah, I'm watching it too. This is fun."
Why are you like this?
Hey, look, there is one very much older gentleman who has written a lot of very interesting books, who's apparently watching with popcorn. So we'll leave that to one side.
That doesn't help my blood pressure.
Paul
Look,
Ames.
the one thing I've learned about this is to not take it too seriously when people of such distinction get involved. Just carry on as normal.
Well, duh.
Yes, but I don't need to know more interesting people.
I know,
Yes, you
mate. Yes, you do. We always need to know interesting people, and Paul Foxo is currently off trying to find pizza to reassure herself.
No, she's probably in hiding.
Good. Can I join her?
No.
What would happen if Admiral Lee, this is from Timothy, what would happen if Admiral Lee had ignored orders from Halsey when he heard the call for help from Kincaid and turned around and headed the direction of the 7th Fleet flank speed? Now, I'm just going to check something because I think I have a video coming up which is that exact topic.
I don't drink, Stafford. That's the problem. The strongest thing I have in this house is Iron Brew.
So, I think...
Oh, speaking of which, let me go check on my print.
No, it doesn't seem to have survived. It doesn't seem to have actually won a vote. I was sure it did. Oh no, it did. Timu Loka, it is. I've got a whole video coming up which is about that. So I'm going to keep quiet on this question, and I'm going to hand it over to my colleagues because I've got an entire video. Your vote did make the call, Timu. You got 8 votes in the September-October vote. Oh, I'm not skipping. My colleagues get into wade in. I'm going to give a whole video on this. Now I get to let Fleet and Foxo and Dragon opine on it. It's brilliant fun. I can see it for Corky TV.
Well, difficulties with disobeying direct orders and breaking chain of command aside, which would cause a massive hullabaloo at the best of times, but in this particular case, would be difficult to justify. Even if Center Force does appear, it's difficult for Lee to justify breaking from orders. It just he's just not that sort of officer.
I guess the way I'm looking at it is that if Lee is able to deliver a one-sided victory over Center Force, then there will be some messages which are conveniently not in the logs, and at worst, Lee is given a lot of bond selling tours in the continental U.S.
I'd say,
but if he squares up on Center Force and gets schnookered, then people thought the Congress was being mean to Kimmel. Oh boy!
Yeah. Basically, if Lee wins, it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful thing for him. If not, well, that's it. But that's the way it always happens, isn't it? That's always the scenario in these things.
Hey, isn't that literally, if you win, you get celebrated. If you lose, you get basically laughed at.
Yeah.
Unless it's Jutland, and then even if you technically win, yeah.
How would the battle end, though? That's an interesting thing.
Mm.
Would Lee have the last major engagement from between battleships? Probably would be the last major engagement because I can't think of any other engagement that's going to happen in the war which is going to involve multiple battleships after that. There are engagements which could involve single battleships, but not multiple. And it would be multiple. Would Kurita try to escape? It depends at what point does he realise the fast battleships are upon him. And probably it's going to be when they start firing at him. Because Kurita doesn't have that much reconnaissance either going for him. So, yeah, the problem, the moment he starts to realise that is when he's being hit. But yeah, he'd fight. He'd fight it. How well he'd fight it, it completely different matter. But he'd fight it, and the results, well, mathematically, you've got to say it's probably on the side of the Americans in that fight. Mathematically, but the Japanese are very good, and if it's daylight, they definitely don't know. They definitely have a chance. It's nothing you can really count out, if you know what I mean. You can't go, it's definitely going to go one way or the other.
I would say that Lee can, if Lee gets anything more than damage to capital units, i.e. he actually loses capital units, it could cause problems. But as long as the ships can get back to Ulithi, you can massage damage in the press. Damage can mean oh so many things, and it can be left open in the press releases for the battle. Sunk is a lot harder to massage in reports of various natures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Again, it's basically down to if you win, great. If you lose, not so good.
Yeah. Now, Hendrik Bopa. At full load, how high above the waterline is the top belt of the battleship Rickaloo? Is the armor layout something in between the turtleback and All or Nothing? Underrated 170mm deck. The Rickaloo. This is not a what-if question. So, here's the thing. Always good to note that I have notes. I have notes sitting here, not far away from me. And, well, whilst it does have the main deck is 6.7 inches, in terms of armor, I think, well, considering the way the Rickaloo is built, its armor is far more of a, we've got this area coverage, we're covering an armored box, it's an all or nothing more scenario than a turtleback. This is the people usually get confused because it's got an armor deck going quite a long way along the hull of the ship. But broadly speaking, it's all or nothing. The reason it's got the armor deck it has is to provide more stability and more survivability. But the armor deck is actually inside the ship. It's not on top of the ship. So it's one of the things of you have to get a few compartments down and then you hit the deck and then you go, ooh, shall I get through or not? It's all or nothing. It's an all or nothing armor scheme, realistically. It has got the thing is, it's got that full deck, which is why some people think it's turtleback, but it's all or nothing. It's just they're trying to defend they're trying to provide themselves as much buoyancy as they possibly can. And they have multiple armor decks as well, so you know they have it's a fun system. Black Horse. What happens if the Italian Navy had the fuel? I'm guessing not full fuel needed to leave port when the Allied landings were taking place at Solano. I think they did. I think from memory they did have the fuel.
Yeah, it was just. Of course, bear in mind, if Salerno is taking place, bear in mind, Italy is at this point in the convulsions of the aftermath of the vote of no confidence, which is splitting the armed forces and the government right down the middle.
That's the trouble. It's more you need to have a politically cohesive Italy for them to leave harbour, rather than they don't have the fuel. They have the fuel.
Yeah, Italian political cohesion is by the beginning of Sicily, cohesion is shaky. By the end of Sicily, it's already unraveling. You're getting the events that lead up to the vote of no confidence and the deposal of Mussolini.
The main problem with all this, though, is that means when you give this assessment, and this is both me and Fleet when we're talking about it, but everyone is talking about it, is it does give the idea that Italy was ever as cohesive a structure in terms of politics as other dictatorships were. Italy was never that. Italy is the dictatorship where people regularly stand up in parliament and call the dictator a bumbling nincompoop. Yes. And use worse words than that. Words that I wouldn't use in front of my little cousins. And those people then go home, after they've been in parliament for the day, they go out and have a nice meal, they sleep sound in their beds, they wake up, they get up the next morning, they go back into parliament, and they do the same thing again. And at no point did they get arrested. At no point did they get picked up. This is the point about Italy being a bit of a weird on the dictatorship scale. It's a weird parliament. This is why there's a question this week which has made it into the votes and Patreon, which is what happens if the fascist dictatorship, fascist takeover of Italy fails? Well, that makes things very different. It might mean Italy's subject to a communist dictator takeover, but it might not. It probably won't. It's a really interesting scenario to get into. What happens if the original fascist dictatorship fails to become a fascist dictatorship?
Western neighbors.
Yeah.
Apologies for my disappearance. When a resin printer fails, it does not fail gracefully.
No, it doesn't. But if the Italian Navy do leave port to try and attack the Allied landings, they find there are significant Allied naval task forces between them and the amphibious forces, and it's not going to go well for them. There's a lot of submarines, and there's a lot of fleet carriers, and there's even some fairly large battleships from the Allied corps waiting to go, hello. How are you doing? We're here to say hi. And we're talking a joint Anglo-American task force, and the battle then becomes probably one of the most famous battles in World War II, because, let's be honest, how many battles are you going to have where you're going to be able to have that kind of makeup of? We're going to have an aircraft carrier fight, we're going to have land-based aircraft attacking, we're going to have an amphibious assault, we're going to have battleships fighting. I mean, every Hollywood director ever known is going to want to direct their version of that battle.
Just to point out that HMS Formidable would like to be included in the list of things, and is very happy to take on anything, with the possible exception of Graf Zeppelin, until Graf Zeppelin's guns are removed to shore positions in Norway and stuff, because it's cheating to have bigger guns.
Wait, are you implying that ever factored in a gun-armed Royal Navy carrier's mind?
No, it didn't. Let's be honest, she was engaging cruisers which had 8-inch guns.
Yeah, I was going to say Unicorn was engaging, 5 and 6-inch ground and terrestrial installations.
Mm-hmm. With 4-inch guns.
There's something wrong. There is something wrong with Royal Navy carriers. I don't know what it is, but I really don't want it to infect U.S. carriers.
Just imagine the U.S. carrier looking at the Royal Navy carriers going, what are we all doing? We're going to fight. Why am I going anywhere near to fight? I'm not designed for this. I'm Ranger.
Meanwhile, the
No.
Lexington and Saratoga are going, fight, 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 fight.
They're also going, I want my 8-inch guns back.
I would not put it past Lexington or Saratoga to fashion 8-inch guns out of warp stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing that was just occurring to me with this is like, I think the Royal Navy carriers were just getting kind of future echoes from when Vian gets appointed to command the carrier squadron for the British Pacific Fleet. You know, it's one of those, it's such an epoch moment that it actually sends ripples back through time. I may or may not have watched the truly terrible Flash film last night on...
You know how little that narrows it down?
Okay.
There's really, everything else is a cartoon. There's really only been the one live action movie in recent years.
Yeah. It could have been Flash Gordon, though, because Dan's British.
No.
Oh,
No.
I was hoping for you. Anyway, Richard Goss. World War I ends, and the Royal Navy dump capital ships for cruisers and super cruisers with 9.2-inch guns. How do the Japanese and Americans react?
Well,
My exact reaction. What?
Yeah, first of all, there's a what, then the Japanese Americans go, oh, okay, so the British have given up on the battleship. Right, okay.
Yeah, and then they just, essentially, you just have a two-party... Yeah, you just have a two-party... Well, no, it probably reinforces the qualitative race between the U.S., Japan, and Italy.
And France.
No, France was never part of the qualitative race, even in their dreams, okay? They just hadn't got there yet.
Before we dunk on the cheese eaters here, if any, you never see treaties, because at least for Washington, there are factions of the Japanese government who can pretend that maybe the UK can come riding over the horizon to help out in a USA-Japanese war. If the UK decides to scrap all of their capital ships, cool, you showed up with 9.2-inch super cruisers. Looks at Colorado's and untreaty limited Colorado successors. I'm so happy.
Now, you say that, and you are right to an extent, but there's also a problem for the Americans.
They now have to provide capital ship support to both the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans.
And they have to try and... and also, there's the fact is they've got to work out how they're going to deal with the numbers of cruisers, because there's British are dumping capital ships to build cruisers and what we're calling super cruisers with 9.2-inch guns, so just probably large cruisers with 9.2-inch guns, and building enough of them to replace their capital ship tonnage. We're talking 60 to 100 9.2-inch gun cruisers.
I think the biggest part.
If you want to fight a battle, if you're going to fight a battle, yes, you'll win if it's a battle. But if your one ship is caught on its own by a pack of Royal Navy cruisers, yes, it'll cause trouble, but you'll lose a battleship to a pack of Royal Navy cruisers.
I also have another thought.
I think the question which has to be answered for this,
yeah,
is why.
If the British are doing this, the only reason I could see the British doing this is because they have somehow managed to make a railgun work. And therefore they've now got a 9.2-inch gun which can go long enough to pierce these things, and they've got the power system to work with it.
Yeah, because like if Britain has made such a qualitative leap in their guns and targeting systems,
Yeah.
then as to render a standard type battleship obsolete, just using that broadly, where it has proven Fisher's opinion of speed is the only armor which matters, then you're going to have these other nations go to full brown alert and try and you either see these massive
I think it is actually be
lumbering
full.
leviathans.
I think this would actually be full mustard brown alert.
Yeah, it is a it is an issue of why, because the why matters so much. If it's just Parliament losing its mind and deciding it no longer wants to support capital assets for whatever reason, then there's much more status quo than if suddenly the Vickers 14-inch salesman becomes the Vickers 9.2-inch salesman and has hypervelocity 9.2s.
Yeah.
There's also the problem here is you've now got two different styles of nation. As in navy, you've got the traditional fleet with the battleship, the battle cruiser, and the carrier as its chief paradigm, and then you've got the Royal Navy with the
they didn't
cruiser,
say
the
they
super
didn't say
cruiser.
they never said anything about the carriers, so the carriers are still there.
No. That's what I was going to say before you. Okay, and then you've got the Royal Navy, which has focused in on the cruiser, the super cruiser, and the carrier. So on the one hand, you've got the traditional 6-inch and 8-inch cruiser. Although then again, you probably won't have the heavy cruiser will have to be 9.2-inch to give that extra. So basically, you've got the traditional 6-inch cruiser, the 9.2-inch cruiser, and then the battleship and the battle cruiser. Although, given the build out, did the Royal Navy even? Well, the Royal Navy join Washington. That's going to be interesting for them because they're not going to have battleships.
There's going to be no Washington Naval Treaty. There will be.
In that case, then you.
I do agree. I do agree that there's going to be no Washington Naval Treaty in this scenario because the Japanese are just not going to want it, and also the Americans are going to think they need it because the reason they were building battleships was to counter the British. The British are no longer building battleships.
So I can see some other interesting factors for this. If the reason that the Royal Navy gives up is because, let's say there were the U-boats that Jellicoe was worried about on the night after, or night of Jutland, and they lost some ships, and then the British managed to develop a long-range, high-speed, kind of guided torpedo, and go, we can now take out any capital ship, and if it takes a few of these, fine, we can do it. So we don't need our capital ships. The others may not know about the torpedo technology, although the Americans will. The big problem the Americans then have, and this will be a gigantic problem for them, is how do you convince Congress to build any new capital ships if you don't have the Royal Navy to go up against?
Japan.
They've only got a couple of them.
Yeah, but on this paradigm, there's no one in Japan who can think. Essentially, no one in Japan at this point is going to be able to think we might be able to pull in a peer or near peer ally to the Americans. That theory no longer stands because Britain has gotten, at least in the eyes of the untrained civilian leadership, insofar as Japan has one, because they're going to look at this and just see, well, U.S. have battleships. Britain not have battleships. We must have many battleships.
Yeah, and funnily enough, Japan is actually on the right side of the construction in this particular case. Less armor, but heavy firepower and speed. That paradigm is actually the right one for this world that's being created. And also, Dan, while I understand where you're coming from, the Americans will still want to have more battleships anyway, because yes, while on the one hand, not you say, oh yes, well we don't need more battleships. We only need battleships to have supremacy over Japan. That is true as well, but there's also the fact that if the Royal Navy is sticking to this doctrine like glue and not adapting, which is the premise of the question, they're sticking with cruisers and super cruisers in toto in perpetuity. Then there's an argument for both the Americans and the Japanese to new capital ships need to be either they're either hang on, brain work, words in order, right? They are either one tranche of capital ships or two. There are the battleships that both sides build for a fight they both expect to have in the Pacific. So the traditional battleship, as we understand it, Washington cherry trees and so on. 16, 18, possibly 20-inch guns, armoured to match, speeds climbing through the 20s of knots up towards 30, as we would have expected to see without Washington. You will still see those built by both sides, I suspect. But what you'll probably also see is a revival of a line out from the Congos for the US, and in this case, funnily enough, the Lexingtons are basically perfect for countering the British. And you have, like, considering their armor thickness, the way it's arranged, their speed. Yes.
No.
Uh,
No. Sorry.
No.
The Lexingtons
These
are
ships are
possibly
perfect
the
to
only
counter the Lexington.
The Lexingtons are possibly the only new build battle cruiser at this point whose armor can be penetrated reliably by a regular 9.2-inch gun.
Yeah, like, these cruisers are probably actually perfect of killing Lexingtons.
Yes, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be a scenario for them. It's going to be bye. Sorry, there's a video coming out soon where me and Drac discuss Lexington class, a lot. We don't spend a lot of time crushing on them, but we do feel their designers were kind of deciding for something which no longer existed. And we also feel that their designers had, for some reason, decided that the Invincible class was the model of ship they wanted to build on. Especially once you look at the subdivision internally, as well as the armor. They seem to have decided the Invincible class were the model ships. So, next question. YouTube Minecraft watcher. What if you and the panel were sent to Hawaii on December 7th, 1941 with any plane of your choice? Which would you choose to fly to fight the IJN? Unlimited parts and fuel.
Right,
Any plane of our choice?
Any plane
I
of your
mentioned
choice.
this is going to be very.
Oh, goody gumdrops.
Now, are we
Right,
going on
Eagle.
planes that actually existed, I presume?
You're allowed to have any planes that have existed. They're up to the current day that are actually in service.
Does it have to be a plane?
Yes, it
Yes.
explicitly specifies
Plane
plane.
of your
Can it
choice.
not be anything that flies?
No, because it explicitly specifies plane.
Oh, that
You must have a heavier than air fixed wing aircraft.
That
Yes.
is no fun.
We are
Yes,
not
it's
letting,
plenty of
we
fun.
are not letting you go over it in a blimp, okay? Not happening.
How dare you assume I would use a non-rigid?
Question: is the aircraft that historically exist?
It
Yes,
has to have
okay.
existed, yes. But it could exist up to the
Otherwise-
present
I
day.
can't choose- So I can't choose an Ace Combat 7 Arsenal bed.
No.
I wouldn't have chosen Arsenal, but technically that's not a plane, that's a drone mothership, but they do point out. And besides, no, you choose ADF XO2 Morgan, in that case Foxo, because a single missile wipes out the entire fleet, because burst missiles go burr. No, personally, Buccaneer.
No,
I'm going to let you all
Seneca,
go
you don't
first.
really want.
So, okay, come on. I'm going to let you all go first. So we've got Buccaneer from
You
from
don't
Dragon.
want. You don't. Well,
Yeah.
fair, but
Okay, who's next? Alright.
Foxo, I think.
Yeah,
wouldn't it be dragon?
I just said.
Dragon's done it.
Oh,
Tornado GR4,
Okay.
specifically from Get It with its spicy ordnance.
Okay. Fleet.
So boring just to nuke them.
Fleet.
More time needed.
Okay.
It's a simple question.
Runon.
It is, but
I would like a Strike Eagle.
Okay. Dan.
F-14D with the full Bombcat mods.
Cute. Okay. Fleet.
you first.
You're out of time.
No, you're first.
If Fleet doesn't have an answer, I wanna bark back at chat because chat keeps saying the F-22, and I believe them to be wrong.
Okay.
I'm not
Fleet.
done
Can I
yet.
change my answer quick?
I've narrowed it. Yes.
Go on, Foster.
The YB-71, also known as the armed version of the SR-71 Blackbird.
Wasn't that mostly air-to-air?
Okay. All right. No, Fleet, you're out of time. You're
Okay. All right. Okay. I was trying to narrow it down.
More Defiant with malfunctioning machine guns.
No.
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 That's not. You don't get to pick for me.
The Blackburn.
My choice was either between a B-52 with a mixed load of iron bombs and B-61 nuclear ordnance, and a Spitfire Mark 9.
Can I just tell you something? You were all wrong.
Why?
Why would you take a Spitfire to fight the Japanese Navy?
Why would you take a B-52 with
You are all wrong. There is one answer of what
Go
you
on.
take back to annihilate the entire Japanese fleet and all the aircraft. AC-130J. Spectre gunship.
Perhaps, but can you imagine what? Yeah, but can you imagine Buccaneer low altitude bomb running
You will run out
with
of
the armor
ammunition.
piercing 1,000-pound
In the
bomb?
nicest way, with my 105 millimeter gun,
And?
I will take out every single ship in that fleet. And with
No,
my
you won't.
chain
You
gun,
don't
I
even
will
have
annihilate
melee
all the
munitions.
aircraft.
I can take out every
don't-
carrier, which is what which will nuke them enough.
The only person who has enough ordnance to do the job is me in my B-52.
No, you
They
don't.
The
don't.
mixed load of iron bombs and nukes.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Why?
Yes, I do.
Okay, again, why the B-52 is cruise missile capable now?
Also,
Why are you taking dumb bombs?
Because I
Fox
don't-
also
because I
mentioned
don't-
using nuclear bombs, so
Because I don't have the infrastructure to support the missile guidance systems.
I know
unless I'm
you
using
did,
Harpoon.
Seneca. I didn't want to spoil the fun. You were right. You know, the only two people who got it right were me and you, Seneca, about what you need to take back.
You don't have enough
No,
munitions, and the
okay.
105 doesn't have the AP penetration to deal with some of the carriers and battleships in the force.
Oh, it does.
Right,
Right.
Doctor, I just want to correct
You,
something.
you forget the Japanese
primary
fuel
armament-
management system.
The primary armament for the YB-71 would have been Havoc air-to-air nukes.
yeah, but
Yes.
that's still an anti-air ordnance.
Yeah.
Fleet.
no.
I'm pretty sure you can change the
Fleet.
detonation altitude so it detonates in the center of a
But-
fleet.
But it still is a much lower yield, though, versus what you'll want for this sort of thing, really.
Right. Next question. Next question.
No, hang on. Fleet, there is an anti-shipping version that is self-guiding of the Tomahawk cruise missile.
Again,
You have a B-52.
you don't need that much firepower when you're dealing with fuel management
Take
systems and oxygen torpedoes on decks. You really don't need that much firepower.
There is no kill.
Preparation.
There is no kill like overkill. I want to
You
do the
still
job.
have to hit them.
Also, to be fair,
Okay, moving on.
the Buccaneer
Next
can be
question.
rearmed. Yeah.
Next question. Chandler, this is from Sir Cravden. What if the F-14 prototypes engines were switched to the TF-30s, from the TF-30s to the F-135 engines, and this change had also occurred on the production line with no one the wiser until its first flight? Then there are some very, very happy people. Because, if I'm not mistaken, the F-135 engine is the one which is for the F-35. And, how do I put this politely? That delivers some very nice thrust-to-weight ratio. A very nice thrust-to-weight ratio. You have that instead of the, and I'm just checking the exact figures for the thrust to weight ratios.
The F1, the F-135 is the power plant for the F-22, and it produces 28,000 pound-feet of thrust and 43,000 with full afterburner.
Yes. Whereas the F-110 produces 16,000 pounds of thrust on dry and 26,000 pounds of thrust, well, 27,000 pounds of thrust with the afterburner on. So you have gained an extra, what's it? Well, you've in terms of your normal flying operations, you have gained an extra 22,000 pounds of thrust across the two engines. And in terms of your afterburner operations, you have gained an extra 26,000 pounds worth of thrust. Which is nice. That's nice. That will help. There might be a fair number of people wondering why the F-14 can now do. How do I put this politely? Can now, instead of doing Mach 2.3, can do Mach I'm tearing my airframe apart.
Well, that complicates.
So Mach 2.5. It's Mach 2.5.
So
Yeah,
that
a little bit
complicates things.
faster than that to start tearing the Tomcat's airframe apart, but not much faster than that. Anything go for Mach 3, probably you're probably starting to deal with spontaneous disassembly.
The real benefit of this isn't the flat out top speed; it's cruising speed.
Oh yes,
You may actually have genuinely created an F-14 that can super cruise.
Oh, you will have done. You will have done, because let's be honest,
And that is huge. That is actually huge for a fleet air defense fighter. That's massive.
Yeah, you know, it's super cruise. It's really, really scary. Because if you consider that the regular to get to the with full afterburner, they are producing 54,000. Let's 50. It's actually 53,900 pounds of thrust, but yeah, for 54,900 54,000. If you consider the other the F135 engines dry, the two of them will be producing 54,000 pounds of thrust dry. So yeah. Basically, you're replacing the Tomcat's engine with an engine that can achieve dry more thrust than Tomcat's engine could achieve in afterburner. By about 50 pounds of thrust. So it's near enough, makes no difference. But that does mean you're probably going maximum speed in. You probably are able to go Mach 2.4 without turning on your afterburners. Can we all say a small prayer for the poor Soviet aircraft which end up trying to fly nearby any American carrier battle group while that aircraft is in service?
That complicates the backfire raids, but
complicates them. In the nicest way, suddenly your operating range of the Tomcat fighter air group is about 50% further out towards you.
You also get a funeral song for any of the maintenance personnel for those Tomcats. Because the Tomcat airframe was a nightmare.
Yeah.
Going Mach 2.3. You're trying to make it faster. Variable geometry faster. Those poor mechanics.
Yes, but suddenly it's becoming, in the nicest way, the value of that aircraft in terms of what it's going to be able to achieve is going to make that so worthwhile. The US Navy is going to basically go, here's a blank check, maintain our fleet.
yes.
Still, it's going to have like single-digit readiness rates.
They will probably quickly find a way to improve upon that, but yeah.
Next question's a good one, it looks like.
Yes. Shamble, from using the Caracciolla's full displacement, I calculated Italy could keep 2 Cavors and 2 Dories, as well as 3 Francesco Caracciollas, while converting the 4th into a 30,000-ton carrier and building a pair of 15,000-ton light carriers. How feasible is this, and how does it affect the Franco-Italian rivalry and naval treaties? If Italy's operating 3 carriers, then then France is going to be worried, and if they're operating those 7 capital ships, they're also slightly worried. And if
French have to build 3 replies
yes,
post World War One, basically immediately.
They have to build 3 replies. Also, a nice way to burn is at no point going to keep up with. Because the Italians are the way they work with the British, the Italians have probably gone with a conversion based on the Eagle.
Yep. Well, thing is, you don't see Bern as Bern.
So the Italians have a 30,000-ton version of Eagle based on the Caracciolo designs. And
the most feasible, thing is, you don't see Bern as Bern because the most feasible way to get 3 semi-modern post-World War One capital ships is to try and scrape together the funds to complete either Normandy's as designed or some form of redesign based on the whole sections you've already built.
Oh, please, God, let them not carry on with the whole VTE turbine combined power system. Please.
That is the one thing I can see. If they're trying to match the Caracciollos, that is the one thing I can see them actually changing of the ships. Considering the state they are in, it would be fairly easy to do.
We could always... Well, that's all the thing that always disturbed me about the burn. They literally took out her set of turbines to replace them with virtual triple expansion engines. Because that was the internally politically agreed thing to do. Despite it was considered a bad design, and her naval architect in charge of her threatened to resign if they did it. And I think did resign over it. Not sure.
Yeah, but you'll get 3 Normandies probably, and which while they're not a match to the Caracciollos in terms of speed or armor protection. Well, actually, in armor protection, the Normandies are... They're within shouting distance of the Francesco Caracciolo.
Distance, but let's be honest, in terms of firepower, I would much prefer to be on a Caracciolo than a Normandy.
Yeah, they've got 8 guns, and they're in a more reliable turret arrangement that's less likely to have teething problems. Whereas the Normandies, despite having 12 guns, are going to have teething problems because it's the first time the French will have operated a quad turret in service. Unlike the first time any navy operates any form of new turret, there will be teething problems.
Plus, there's the way they're laid out.
Yep.
Which I will never understand for the life of me why they couldn't manage to make them sit. They couldn't keep any on the same level at all. Not a single. Every single one of those guns is on a different height above the water.
The interesting thing about this scenario is that technically, under the terms of the treaty, the Caracciollos and the Normandies, if the French and Italians are quick enough, technically wouldn't count as them using their early build slots, because technically the ships were laid down prior to the outbreak of the First World War for both nations. So technically, if they squint at it and squeeze themselves, they could have options for ships to replace their oldest capital ships. In this case, the Cavours for the Italians and the Corbeils for the French. And I reckon both nations would, if there's been as much investment as would be required to finish the ships on both sides that we're talking about, including probably a pair of hypothetical French carriers as well, then the costs to build and maturity of infrastructure would be such that that it would be both advantageous and cost effective to do so. To use up those early build slots allowed in Washington to build a proper 35,000-ton, 16-inch armed, or whatever gun they choose to go for, capital ship. If I put my foot in it, the silence makes me think I put my foot in it. Anybody? Say something.
Don't worry, you are alive. For now.
For better or worse, you are alive.
Okay. So I can hear you. Sorry, you couldn't hear me. I was talking away and my voice wasn't coming through. And I'd turned my.
Sorry, I like the comments.
I'd muted my mic because I had to blow my nose quickly.
You made me worry that because like I left the gap waiting for you to come in as you usually. I was like, he's not talking. What have I done?
Yeah, I was talking. The problem you've actually left with this one is that if the Italians have built that and the French responded, even if they've got it through early, that's going to cause sufficient trouble that it's going to completely change the treaties from then on.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they do get this through without, I'd honestly say if they try doing this were on the Washington Naval Treaty, that the Washington Naval Treaty might fundamentally change in that not just Britain demands construction, but the Americans and the Japanese do as well.
Yeah, the building holiday is just not renewed or extended.
You either end up with a treaty system whereby everyone's building, the building. It's a case of no one's allowed to lay down more than their proportion of tonnage in any 5-year period. In which case, everyone's building, but it's a negotiated building. Britain's allowed to build 5 a year, 5 over for 5 years. The Americans are allowed to build 5 in any 5-year period, and that sort of thing. Which actually is interesting, and I think would be a better system. And
yeah, it would make. Yeah. Or
it breaks down completely, because if you've got these being rapidly finished, then the British are going to want to respond, because the British aren't going to. Nice to wait, the Caracholas, 3 of them plus carriers in the Mediterranean this early on, the British are going to worry about that and want to respond to that, because that's a threat to their Mediterranean force. Because either Britain now needs to put a significant portion of its Mediterranean force in the Mediterranean to make sure that the French can. Because it's got to think about it, the French are going to secure the Western Mediterranean, yes. But the British have to secure the Eastern Mediterranean. And if the Italians have that, and that causes the British to have to think about what their forces they're deploying elsewhere in the world. If the British then have to respond to that, then the Americans are going to want to respond, and then the Japanese are going to want to respond, and everyone's going to be responding. Yeah, probably, Mosh, you'll probably be about another hour before we get through these questions. But we're getting through them quite quickly. We've only got...
We're doing all right for us. We're doing okay for us.
We're going as reasonably moderately fast as we can.
Yes, I'm trying to keep them to a certain pace. I
keep trying to derail.
Black Horse, what happens if the convoy pedestal was not able to make it to Malta? Then the British launched another convoy.
Yeah, like the thing is, Malta is not really at risk of falling, even if the air attacks increase and the ability to stop them decreases. There's never a point where the Axis bring together the preponderance of forces, availability of fuel, and operational planning staff for either the Italians, the Germans, or both combined to make an invasion of Malta possible. The unfortunate circumstance of Pedestal not getting through is more ships lost, more of Malta gets bombed, and sadly more Maltese get killed. But not really.
I've got a video coming up, but sorry to speak over you, Fox, I'll just quickly, which is all about what happens if Crete doesn't fall, if they fortify Crete, Fortress Crete. It's coming up and it's on the 26th of July. So it's, next Saturday, I think. Yeah, next Saturday. And pretty much, even that, I was put in the reason, if Crete was in any way fortified to the level which the Greeks honestly could do without much effort, then it suddenly becomes requiring a combined Regia Marina and German operation, and probably and also the army as well, Italian army as well. In which case, you have to have a combined operations command. You have to work together. You have to get those forces to actually cooperate to launch an amphibious operation, an amphibious assault, a combined assault. Not like what traditionally happened in Crete, but a combined actual initial assault. It's it's not good. It's not a high likelihood of success or a high likelihood of actually happening.
No,
Because-
it's not. But I will point. And while I do
that's
agree with
Crete.
Alex on most,
That's Crete.
Yeah.
A nice way doing that on Malta would require even more effort.
yeah,
Because
And you'd
Crete
have
is
to have an
actually
even
bigger,
bigger-
and you have more space to land on Crete than you do Malta.
yep. Malta's basically an amphibious operation with the airborne providing reinforcements into secure and very clearly marked zones because it's quicker to do it that way than to bring in more amphibious reinforcements. And you have to, and basically the reason you have to do it the reverse is because you have the troops ashore amphibiously to literally bulldoze flat areas for paratroopers to land so they don't break their ankles.
And an X.
Wait,
Basically,
paratroopers need intact ankles?
look in a nicest
No, just
way.
propaganda.
If you try an airborne assault on Malta, you're going to suffer so many casualties in the actual landing of your paratroopers if you do the airborne assault that the people that instead of having to fight you, all they have to do is set up a medical tent and say they will do medical treatment on you and give you painkillers and sort you out. In return, you put your guns outside. The odds are there'll be more people running around with stretchers picking up people who have damaged their backs, fractured their spines, and have broken their ankles than people actually having to fight them.
Yeah.
Basically,
So,
the
I think
amphibious assault, the important thing on the amphibious assault is going to be landing the bulldozers,
Yep.
as Fleet said. But I cannot emphasize again, we're talking not just one or two, we're talking a whole mass of them. And all the Allies, all the British need to do to prevent you taking Malta is to just take out those bulldozers.
Yes.
But so the problem isn't Axis forces taking Malta, is Malta able to functionally survive? And their issue is that they're running short of just about everything. Now, that doesn't mean that you can invade, but a population that's starved to death is pretty unpalatable as well.
Yes, but the thing is, they weren't going to starve to death. They were running out of fuel, but they weren't starving to death. You have to consider the fact that while we worry about Pedestal, because Pedestal is putting a rapid convoy across the across the Western Mediterranean basin to get to Malta, right? It's the quickest way to get from the UK. What people also forget about the Malta convoys is there's also convoys coming from Alexandria. And whilst they don't tend to bring fuel, because you don't have access to all the fuel supplies you need to bring it back from Alexandria, so they don't usually bring fuel from there, they often do run food and other things from Alexandria.
Yeah.
So one of the problems you get in the discourse of Malta, and I have this fun is the fact that people forget the Eastern Basin convoys and how many of them run through.
Yes.
And they look at the fuel supplies and they transfer it across to all the other supplies. And whilst there is, I'm not saying there weren't issues to the other supplies, there were. I'm just saying that when it came to the other supplies, there were other options. And at the same time as Pedestal's going on, there's also another convoy coming from the west. From the east, I mean.
No, the issue, I mean, they need the fuel so that they can actually make the food, because a lot of it you can't have raw.
No, that's not what they're using the fuel for.
At least some of it.
Not really. Not in
No.
that period. You'd be cooking fuel with either coal gas or a traditional open flame. Not.
Which you're burning with flame needs something
Wood.
to burn.
Coal works. Wooden coal, that works.
They don't have much wood there.
They don't after World War II. They didn't have much then. But to be fair, but the thing is, you have it's going to the fuel tankers which are going into Malta, which are important to delivering fuel tanks, are delivering aviation fuel. Or higher, etc., are delivering aviation fuel. The fuel they're getting from the other ways, well, they've got a fair number of damaged Royal Navy ships in the harbour and various other things which they also get fuel out of.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
again,
this is the thing. They could have used naval fuel oil, I guess.
there's all sorts of there's other options they can use, and there's other things which are brought across, and there's other things which get there. It's like why? How is it that when we're talking about HMS, we talk about HMS Illustrious before Taranto, the fact is that the crews who flew their Swordfish back with with the latest intel update from Malta to take it back to Illustrious before they launched the Taranto attack, everyone which came back with a whole load of potatoes because they had so much food they were actually getting rid of it and giving it off to the fleet air and to fly back to the carrier and the aircraft because it was otherwise going to spoil. Malta is an interesting bit of history. It is, because in some ways they were very prepared for World War II.
Yes.
In some ways.
And in other ways, very not.
Yeah, Twitch is seeming to have some issues this evening, but not too many. I'm not sure what's up with Twitch this evening. While I go and grab a 1901, this is from Paul Emmis. This is courtesy of Paul Emmis, and this is from Lions. What if you exchanged the Royal Navy and US Navy High Command a week before the attack on Pearl Harbor? How does the rest of the war go?
What about Knight's question?
Oh, sorry, I did skip past that. We'll do that after we've done this one, because this one I think we can do while you all can start off while I'm going and grabbing an Iron Brew. Whereas Knight, I wanted to be there from the beginning. I knew there was a reason why I skipped it. Remember, you answer law and order. Mine, I sometimes chop and choose around to suit my needs of grabbing Iron Brew.
Fleet jumps around a lot.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do, fam.
No, I don't. Since when? Name one.
Answer the
Only have to name
question.
one.
Answer the question.
Remind how many times I had to tell you missed one?
Shush.
Or two?
Answer.
Or four?
Answer the question.
Yeah.
You exchanged the Royal and US Navies, the High Command, a week before the attack on Pearl Harbor. How does the rest of the war go? That's
I think it involves a lot of people making very weird flights. Going, hello, I don't know why I was here.
Yeah, that's the main thing, isn't it? If you change those two,
Assuming that's gone allowed.
The main.
So we can establish that the outcome of the war will be the same.
Yes.
Japan cannot win that war.
No.
nor can Germany.
The one thing you do get slightly different is you suddenly get a very load of senior officers in terms of the in charge of the US who are already in war fighting mode, war levels of paranoia. And that means if you're changing the high command, that means you no longer have Turner with his... Well, if it's a 50-50 chance, I don't believe they'd attack Pearl... I don't believe they'd attack Pearl Harbor. I might think it's a 50-50 chance, but I don't think it's so I'll tell them no. No head of the British operations or intelligence would ever, in their entire life at this point, by this many years into World War II, would say, if it's a 50-50 chance... I'm going to say it's a no to what the command to the other command. I'm going to tell them both there has a high likelihood of them getting attacked and be on full alert.
I'm sort of assuming you're putting Cunningham in charge of the US kind of Pacific Fleet, and who was commanding the home fleet at that point? Or maybe it's Somerville's probably in swapping with Ernest King.
No. Somerville's swapping with Halsey.
Okay.
I'm
just trying to remember who.
The British have home fleet's commander. at this point, I don't think it was Fraser yet. You have at this point you have Tovey in charge.
Okay, I mean he's good.
Yeah, Tovey in charge of the U.S. Atlantic Fleet. That's fine. You have as their second in command. He has at this point would have Sir Alban Curtis, who's also pretty good.
No, you see, I think they'd be on the Atlantic side.
They would be on the Atlantic side. So the Mediterranean Fleet, well, yeah.
Med Fleet would swap with the Pacific Fleet because it's the one that's more actively engaged in that kind of operation at that point.
Yeah.
Problem is, if you switched over the. I've just been silent for the last few minutes trying to think about this, and I'm just thinking, shifting the high commands over. You've taken men who know their navies like the back of their own hand, know exactly what they've got and what they can deal with, and put them in command of a fleet that isn't the case for. They're skilled men, probably the best in their fields on both sides, but the organizational culture will be different. The chain of command won't flow in the way they're familiar with.
I'd say the one who has the
It
most...
won't be...
The ones who are going to have the most difficulty are going to be the Americans going into the British rather than the British into the Americans, because the British have been on a war footing where they've kept having changes of results, and they've got a few days before war begins. So they've got... as the question is, they exchanged a week before the attack on Pearl Harbor, so they have a week to try and familiarize themselves with everything. Whereas the Americans are struck straight into wartime operations.
Oh, that's gonna.
However,
so before people say take that as what I just said as the British are better than the Americans, that's not what I said. What I said is the Americans jump in and war's already happening. The British have a week.
However, there is you do have all the subordinate officers who are used to the war fighting that can, if the American officers are willing to listen to their subordinates, get them spooled up quicker.
Yes.
So
it could just mean that the Allies win that little bit harder.
I'm just imagining Halsey dealing with Vian.
Why are you doing that to Vian?
Why are you doing it to Halsey?
No, the problem is I actually like Halsey.
I'm not such a huge fan.
Excuse me, I actually like Vian. Sorry, did I say Vian or did I say Halsey?
You said Halsey.
Okay, no, whoops. I mean, I kind of like Halsey too, but I prefer Vian.
Halsey's not a bad person, but he doesn't change and doesn't seem to know his own limitations and things. But you know, look, no one can really be prepared for that sort of level of what's the right word? No one can really be ready for that level of command. You can't prepare and test somebody to see if they're going to work or not. But the I think the British style of Fabian strategy and paranoia will do well in the Pacific and things against the Japanese who are coming to try and provide an out of context problem. So that I think would work quite well. The American preference doctrinally at that stage as well for big hits, you know, the kind of the full carrier strike you know, that I think would be harder to
So the British do that as
have
well.
work. They do, but it's can't. I think it would struggle in the Mediterranean against that.
Oh,
Against the kind
the Americans are going to have to adapt because the Americans only, realistically, at this point, only think in terms of their senior officers in terms of the Alpha Strike. Whereas that doesn't work against land installations. But as it said High Command, I presumed everyone, it would sort of be everyone, it wouldn't be anyone who's captain or below, captain or below wouldn't get moved, and I presumed, you know, rear admirals, etc. Anyone as admiral gets moved, so commodores I left in place as well.
I'm presuming that the staff assigned to the Pentagon and Whitehall, as they exist in the 40s, swap.
You know, it must be fun though for the fact the staff as well could swap, yes, from the high commands, etc. But it'll be solvable. It'll all be interesting. It'd be a nightmare, but it'd be interesting.
Doc, I don't like it when you say things will be interesting. It usually means that they'll be terrifying.
Look, in the nicest way, the question becomes when you have a whole load of fact that some of the British senior officers will be turning around to the American sailors and American aviators going, so why haven't you lot been doing night practice? Because we don't get the budget from Congress to do the night exercises. Do the night exercises and call me out and do the training. Don't worry about it. We'll sort out the budget. And then they'd have them doing it, and then they'd phone up the Congress and go, we've run out of fuel. You need to buy some, otherwise we're going to announce to the press that we can't do any training.
That has a very interesting impact on what happens post-war and how what will become the Pentagon interacts with the press and DC. I like it.
Yes. But you see, that comes straight out of the Royal Navy's playbook from that period, which is literally, yeah, we need to do this training. We don't have the fuel budget to do this training and do our job afterwards. Do the training, don't worry. Then it's a conversation with the Treasury afterwards going, with the government going, yeah, you know you authorised us to do all that training? Yeah. We use this fuel. We now need to buy more fuel for our operations allowance for the rest of the year. At which point the Treasury goes, well, why don't you use the strategic reserve? You want us to use the war reserve fuel. Well, if we use that, we'll then need to restock it. And we don't have enough of that as it is. And this is the thing the Treasury kept finding. And they kept wondering, during the 1920s and 30s, the Royal Navy's estimates for its fuel usage in wartime kept going up and up and up, and they kept having to buy more and more fuel. Then they go through World War II. It was only after World War II that they realised that the total fuel usage of the Royal Navy during World War II was actually less than the fuel they'd bought for war. At no point is did the Royal Navy ever. The Royal Navy was supposed to be budgeting on having enough fuel for a 2-year war. They went through 6 years and they never ran out.
Okay, and did you want them to run out?
No,
it's just
the Treasury just complain about the budgeting here at this point.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? On this point, we've been taken for a ride. But you know what? In this particular one and only case, we'll let it slide.
We'll never trust your figures ever again under any circumstance. But okay.
Yeah.
Can I just check how much fuel did they have left over, and how much did that make them then worry that they needed to expand their fuel reserves to be even bigger, so they didn't get that close to kind of having to actually restock?
Well, they did restock it throughout the war as well, which is even worse. Because they actually ended it, and they still technically had more in stock at the end of World War II than they had at the beginning.
So, what I'm hearing is that the plan for the home army to light the channel on fire is actually not unrealistic.
No, it's not unrealistic,
No,
and I swear that didn't even require using any of the Navy stocks. That was using some of the Army's reserve stocks. Britain basically was one large fuel depot by the end of the 1930s. The only thing we were short of was aviation fuel. And you have no idea how much stuff how much of a absolute, how do I put this, joke meme that became in the armed forces for a while for the poor RAF, and they were just going, that wasn't our fault, that was the Air Ministry. The Air Ministry ones handling the calculations. Yeah. The one area where they decided to be honest was in their fuel calculations.
Yeah. Whoops.
Why would you be honest when asking your government for money?
Yeah.
They were probably just a bit naive.
All right. Here's the question. If Blucher survives the Norway campaign severely damaged, how long would it take him to repair the damage caused by the fire, shells, torpedoes, and flooding? She'd have never been repaired.
Well,
no, she wouldn't have been. Let's be honest. And let's just wait. At what point are they going to allocate her the resources to repair her?
Well, bearing in mind they didn't complete some of their ships. They didn't complete the repairs to quite a few others. Yeah.
Now, normally I would agree, but there's one specific thing that's been niggling on my mind since I saw that question that is making me go, well, I'm not saying that she wouldn't be repaired, I'm just saying that she wouldn't re-enter service. Because a very specific scenario was entered my head where the Germans would get a replacement for Blucher, but they wouldn't lose Blucher herself. I'm sure you're aware, Alex, that when it came down to the Germans' decisions to pick a candidate for the carrier conversion that Hitler decided he wanted, they picked the almost complete Seydlitz.
Mm-hmm.
Now, despite Blucher's state in the aftermath of the Norwegian campaign, despite how heavily damaged she is, the option to basically gut and repair her as a carrier, given the work it will take, is more attractive than basically tearing down a nearly complete replacement for her to do the same thing to it. So maybe Blucher...
In what world?
You see, the trouble is, actually, in the nicest way, we're talking about a ship which has had fire damage, shell damage, torpedoes, and flooding damage. There is no scenario where repairing this ship is anything short of we are repairing this basically this is the repaired ship. Yes. What is there from the old ship? The nameplate and the anchor.
Well, yes, that is true, but let's be honest here, while that is the case, and I agree, it would at least give the German Navy a chance to design another keel-up carrier based on a Hipper hull, rather than having to take Seydlitz away from them when they desperately need another heavy cruiser in the fleet. And she's basically nearly done.
So, let me get this straight, Fleet. Your suggestion is, instead of taking the one that's intact and functioning, relatively, and doing the same work to turn her into a carrier, to the ship that's got fire damage, flooding damage, holes, damage across the ship.
That's not what I'm suggesting at all. What I'm suggesting is you use... What I'm suggesting, if you had listened to what I said just a second ago, I said that, as Alex said, you say it's a repair, when in actuality it is not a repair. It's a totally honest gov, this is the same ship. In that particular case...
No. Sorry, Fleet, you've literally just confirmed what I was asking there, though.
Yes, but I said that literally... I said that literally a second before you asked it.
No, you didn't.
I did. Yes, I did. If you weren't listening, that's not my fault.
Fleet, let him speak. let you speak enough, and you've been speaking over me the entire night. So let him speak.
And also, you
Okay.
did say, Fleet, that's not what you were saying. That is a statement that was just made. You are, what I've heard was correct, you are proposing instead to basically tear her down and rebuild her into a new carrier, and basically rip everything out.
It would depend entirely on her condition, but the decision I would have would either be you either do that, or if it's not practical, you say you're going to do that and build a carrier from the keel up based on the hipper hull.
I think.
Why?
I think.
Why?
I think whatever you're doing, it would be called a great refit in Royal Navy terms. But leaving that
Yes,
to one side,
yes.
I'm not even sure it'd be called a great. I'm not even sure it'd be called a great refit.
Oh, you'd be
Because
amazed.
because
You'd be amazed at what the Royal Navy called a great refit. But let's move on to the next question.
because
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This wouldn't be a great refit. This was fleets getting sent to a camp.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Why
Right.
you
No.
think-
Right. Let's just move. I know
Yeah.
what we were saying, Fox, but just Clarke said move on. Let's try and move on.
Let's move on.
This is a. Yeah.
Yeah. Black Horse, what would happen if the shell that hit HMS Hood did not cause a magazine explosion? Maybe just destroying her engine spaces. What happens to her? She slows down and falls out of line. And then Prince of Wales covers her withdrawal, as do the cruisers. And there's a whole discussion, probably in history, about how Bismarck was how the people of Bismarck were nice in not following them.
How the merciful Germans let their wounded honorable combatant sail away so that they may reduce the human suffering of their erstwhile opponents, but fellow human beings and comrades in arms against the great big sea.
At the pace that everyone was going at that point, you'd be surprised at how quickly such a sudden change in speed would cause divergence in terms of distance and ranging. I would also say that even then, even if Hood survives, she goes in for the Great Refit, so she gets a whole Vanguard style sort of refit scenario. But Bismarck still hunted the same way. Bismarck has wounded Hood, not sunk Hood. I think you still have people like Vian charging across the Atlantic and leaving their convoy with a C-class cruiser as escort and taking all their 5 destroyers across the Atlantic to engage her. I still think you end up with the big hunt. It's actually almost in a way it's almost more motivated because of that. The interesting thing is going to be, where does Hood get her major refit done? It's either going to be in Scotland, or it could be done in America. But the thing is, it might be done in Scotland, mainly because it's sort of easier for the British to do it when you deal about Hood. It's sending Rodney across to do a refit in America was kind of acceptable because of what needed to be done. Hood's a bit too high status for it, in some regards.
is there a yard free for her in the UK?
Yeah, there would be a yard which would make space for her.
That's good.
It's quite
You
simple.
can make space.
Yeah, basically, you've heard of this yard called John Brown on the Clydebank, which built her. That's where she'd be sent. That's the nearest yard to if she's at which could deal with her issues and deal with her size and everything. So she'd be sent to John Brown. I do love the fact that the number of people who ran John Browns, who were A, not called Brown, and B, were noted as industrialists and horticulturalists.
Well, they got to take life on one side of the spectrum and do it on another one.
I know. Castaner, how does the South American naval naval?
Naval race.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with naval race. Metric
Yeah, I thought I'd just
naval
jump
race
in there.
comparison change if they go for 8-inch cruisers instead of dreadnoughts. No one would go for 8-inch cruisers in the 1900s.
Yeah.
No
Well,
one's
a lot of the nations involved already have armored cruisers
they
with
already
guns
have
equal to or larger than that size.
Yes, 8. Nice way. 8-inch cruisers are entirely a product of the treaty system. No one in their right mind likes an 8-inch gun. No one at this point. Because you either like a 6-inch for speed of fire, rate of fire, or you go for a 9.2-inch for impact. The 8-inch sits in the middle. And there are some nations who are trying to make the 8-inch into a thing. But let's be honest, it's kind of like the British with a 7.5-inch. It's trying to achieve the speed of the 6-inch and the hitting power of the 9.2-inch. And failing dramatically in both.
The 8-inch gun or thereabouts, either 7.9 to 8.1 or right down that range, was the standard armored cruiser caliber for ships for armored cruisers carrying guns larger than 6 inches outside Britain. Russia, Italy, the US, Japan, the French with their quasi-weird 7.6-inch pizzazz they decided to go with just to be French. You are correct. The 9.2 or 9-inch would probably have been a better choice for these nations, but I just wanted to correct and say the 8-inch was the commonplace, larger than 6-inch armored cruiser caliber for the majority of the major navies outside of the UK.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I am actually sure about that. Considering the tranche of ships built around the 1890s to 1900s with that caliber built in Italy, the US, built for Japan, built in Russia. Then you got the French with their 7.6s.
Well, I was just going to say, you'll actually find the 10-inch is more common in the Italians than the 8-inch. Just going by memory of the Garibaldi class, the San Giorgio class, and I think the Pisa class, the 10-inch is more common for them. They've got 7.5. They've got 7.5-inch secondaries. I think on the Pisas and possibly the San Giorgios. But they're 10 inches, their primaries.
It depends with the Italian.
Oh no!
It depends with the Garibaldis whether you get whether you get the 10-inch or the 8-inch. But yes, there were some 10-inch cruisers for them.
Some that's the majority. The majority of their fleet were 10-inch guns.
I'm not sure on that. They certainly did take in a good number of the 8-inch variant of the Garibaldis. As far as I'm aware. Because I'm not sure whether they actually... I can't tell if these are the 10-inch and which of these are 8-inch. It doesn't tell you at a glance. Right, that does it. I'm doing something I don't normally do. I'm getting the Conways.
Stream broke again.
I'm getting the Conways.
It's not broke for me.
It's apparently broken for Lions, and the joint stream apparatus has stopped jointly the streaming.
Yeah, it's stopped joint streaming, but it's back.
You are according to
I'm streaming
Twitch,
together with
you are
Runon.
not live.
According to Twitch, I am streaming together with Runon, and I have been live 15 seconds. And honestly, the thing is, the video was still moving for me on my section when I look at it before that. So I have no idea what is going on with Twitch this evening. And the thing is,
I'm going to blame
BT. You can't even blame BT because remember, I'm streaming to Restream, who then stream it from Restream to Twitch.
No, we're blaming BT, as in the Admiral.
and it's fine for me on my on the section, and it's streaming to YouTube fine. And I've even downgraded to 6,000 kilobytes to work with YouTube, work with Twitch and YouTube at the same time.
That's the funniest outcome there could have been. Oh my lord, no way. I'm sorry, Alex, I'm not laughing at the troubles you're having. I'm looking. The Garibaldis had a single 10-inch and a twin 8-inch. They had both.
Yes.
That's the.
Told you.
No, it's more the fact they carried.
Yeah, in the nicest way. The point is when you were sort of going for the 8-inch. I was sitting there going, I know.
That's why I can remember. That's why I can remember 8-inch cruisers in the Italian Navy, because the Italians didn't go for the two twins; they went for the one of each.
Yes. And it's sort of going, I was listening to you saying it and going, Flea, that's not quite right. You partially there, but
remember.
It's not. Yeah. And
I forgot about the mixed variant. I knew there was the two 10s and I knew there was the two twin 8s. I forgot the Italians decided we're going to be funny and get the one that had one of each.
And it's like, then you go to the Japanese and, well, they're just even more worse.
The the Japanese are just, we'll buy an armored cruiser from you and from you and from you and from you and from you.
And every single class has a different gun.
Yeah.
Much, and a different type of gun. And some of them even some of them even have 12-inch guns. So, yeah. The 8-inch gun was... there were a lot of issues... how do I put this politely about the 8-inch gun? The fact that some people thought that that twin 8-inch was interchangeable with a single 10-inch tells you all you need to know about both those gun varieties in that period.
Yeah.
This was an era with much hope over hope over probable realities had they actually tried exchanging shots.
And the thing is, the people who hated the 8-inch gun the most in this period are the people who had any familiarity with the 8-inch guns.
Yeah. The funniest thing to me is that the Japanese keep ordering 8-inch cruisers up until they order the Garibaldi derivatives, the Kasugas.
Yeah.
Which I do find is weird. If you don't like it, why are you ordering?
That's the funny thing. They're ordering it. They're ordering it from Ellswick and every Vickers, and every time they order it from Vickers, they go. You see on the order notes, they go, "We'd like a 9.2-inch gun cruiser." Sorry, that will cost this much money. Okay, we'll settle for an 8-inch.
I mean, to be fair, they do reasonably well during the Russo-Japanese War, so
they do.
They're not completely terrible ships.
But if they'd had the 9.2-inch gun, they'd have been
better.
Yes. Okay. So, Hendrik Bofa, if all three Panzer chiefs had two light cruisers with 6 or 8 6-inch guns, how does the Royal Navy hunting groups change?
They add in a couple of extra cruisers.
Pretty much, in the nicest. The likelihood is in the scenario is if the Germans have that many light cruisers, and for that the Germans would have had to build some light cruisers. We are in the nicest way to avoid what happens whenever me or Drax start discussing the German light cruiser program. And what they did to the concept of a light cruiser, and how they should never be allowed near ship design ever, based on what they did to the light cruisers. We won't discuss the ships they actually built. But if they'd actually built enough ships that they had a light cruiser program, and they had some light cruisers available, it would be interesting. It would be interesting. You probably the reaction the British would probably have, in the nicest possible way, is we have to build more cruisers. Now the question is, what can they quickly get? What can they quickly get out, and what can they? They're going to see this coming. So you're probably going to see more towns ordered, especially in 35, 36, when the treaties start to break down, because that's the town class are there. But you probably end up with. It's going to sound strange, but Belfast and Edinburgh are probably a batch of 6.
Alex, if the Germans signal / do that they're doing this 1 Deutschland, 2 6,000 ton, 6-inch gun scout slash protection cruisers in the late 20s when the Panzer ship are being considered and laid down. Just hypothetically, I had this thought as you were talking. What about, could the Orange response not be an adoption of La Argentina? 9 6-inch guns. It's not a town derivative by any means, and it's not the size that cruisers would go to with 6-inch guns in the Royal Navy. But it would be a convenient response that is superior to the German ships in basically every way.
It is an option, but it's going to, if they're responding that early to their construction things, then it's going to be something they're going to bake into the treaty system. So basically, it's going to turn into the London Naval Treaty. You know how the British get a huge amount of light cruisers allocated in that scenario?
Yep.
The British are going to demand more. Basically, they're
That'll
going
make
to
the French happy.
they're going to turn around and go, no, we need more. So what you might end up with, and I've talked about this before in terms of scenarios, is the British and the Americans both end up with something like 200,000 tons each of heavy cruiser and light cruiser allocated. Maybe more. You know, the light cruiser allocations. The London Naval Treaty is fun. It's a fun system, but for it to be working and for it to be viable, I'm just pulling up the treaty. Literally, I'm pulling up the text of the treaty to make sure I get this 100% correct. The tonnage allocations for the British for the Americans was 180,000 tons of heavy cruisers, and for the British was 192,000 tons of light cruisers. So basically, both them get 200,000 tons as their limitation on each of those areas. So the British can build 200,000 tons of light cruisers, so 200,000 tons of heavy cruisers. The interesting thing in that scenario is either you get more of the cut price counties built, or alternatively, you get the full fat counties completed. So you get the Surreys. So you get the Surreys and you get more towns.
So was that you just then?
That was Dan.
That was me.
Oh. Well,
I can't throw my voice that well. But this is why I have Dan, because he does it for me.
I want HMS Surrey.
I know you do. But the thing
I've
is,
lived down south long enough. I also want HMS Middlesex, but
the realistic thing, because of the British worry about having to contain those ships, what the British are going to worry about having to contain those ships, you're going to be dealing with a level of force structure which is going to affect everything down below it. The other thing you might see, and this could be the really interesting thing, is the British think the Germans are going for a large volume of surface raiders, not just the Free Panzer Chief, but actually a large volume of ships. They might want to build some more light carriers. And that whole thing, which was actually discussed sort of on the fringes, and I think of instead of including the carriers which were under 10,000 tons in the treaty limits and saying any carriers into the treaty, having in a new thing of up to 15,000 tons. So the British and Americans would each have 135,000 tons of carrier for fleet carrier and 135,000 tons for light carrier, for want of a better phrase, and everyone's adjusted down below that. So you get to build 15,000 ton carriers. The British would be able to build, what's that? It's not 6. It's 9. Is it 9? Yeah, 9 light fleet carriers over 15,000 tons. Which would be really interesting because they'd all be built and they'd all have to be quickly. It will be sort of built in the early 1930s. So you end up with the British having 15,000 ton carriers and whatever fleet carriers they have going into World War II. And the thing is, if you're building that many light fleet carriers, 15,000 ton carriers, then in the nicest way, that changes your maths when it comes to your fleet carriers. Because do you go, okay, I've got to max out their numbers still? Or do you go, I might as well build 27,000 ton units because the numbers are provided by the 15,000 ton units?
Well, yeah, no, you go with the larger carriers.
So that means you get the Ark Royal, which has the... Basically, you get the Ark Royal, which has the armoured deck and the torpedo defences, and you get the Illustrious class, which are basically the Implackables. Plus, you have all these little baby carriers. So, in nicest way,
does that mean that
this is one of those scenarios where if you add it in early enough, it gets worse for everyone because of the paranoia.
Yeah. I've also just realised if you do what you're describing, Alex, you're going to make the Audacious the Maltas, and at that point, Britain might get the Maltas by proxy.
Well, yes, because the Implackables become basically the Audaciouses.
Yeah. well done, Alex. Once again, we have contrived to give the British the Maltas.
And-
Excellent.
It gets even worse. It gets even worse when you think about it, because if you're talking an implacable size, basically Ark Royal would be an implacable style carrier. So would all the four Illustriouses. So you're dealing with four carriers which all have armored flight decks, all have those the armored box and defenses, all have the 4.5-inch guns or similar variations of, all have enhanced torpedo defenses, all have high speed capability. All have, all the shafts and everything they need, and also can all carry roughly 80 aircraft.
We're in business now, lads.
It kind of changes it kind of changes World War II quite dramatically. And you think about that as well, so it's go, right then, and we've also got these light fleet carriers of 15,000 tons. Well, does anyone here want to look up the light fleet carrier? The Royal Navy built. The 1942 light fleet carriers, the lovely 1942 light fleet carrier.
Yeah, the light fleets. Yeah, the light
class.
fleets as we know them.
Yeah.
Whereas what they would be now would be.
Well, no, you have to. The thing is, this speaking with my PhD hat on, or when I did my PhD thesis and all that sort of thing. They were toying around those designs a lot earlier. For a unicorn-style forward aviation support ship was what they were talking about. The Colossus class in standard are 13,200 tons.
And if you've got the 1,500-ton-ish, give or take, short-change carriers building in the 30s...
Well, the thing is, you could build 10 Colossus class carriers on this budget.
The Royal Navy's going to have enough carriers to do what it needs to do in the Second World War before it starts.
Yeah.
That's huge. That's massive.
Because
Taranto is going to be what they want it to be.
That, in a nice way, if you remember historically, there was the 8 Colossus class and the 2 maintenance carriers. And also the Royal Navy would probably still make a forward aviation support ship, or a couple of them, from the same design. So you probably end up with 10 light fleet carriers and 5 or 6 full fleet carriers, and God knows how many, a couple, 2 to 4 of the forward aviation support ships, forward aviation support carriers on the Royal Navy strength by World War II, or soon thereon.
Well, that would be sad.
It also has the impact of pushing forward the Fleet Air Arm being subdivided off from the Royal Air Force back into back to the Navy, because the whole basis of the argument was based on the fact that the Fleet Air Arm was now large enough, and it was needed enough and was important enough to the naval strength that it needed to be part of the Navy. And if you have that many carriers, and the other benefit is, of course, all these things are being built in the early 1930s, when the government really needs something to put into the economy to help people with employment and help recover from the Depression.
Which is also going to open up more yards generally across the country overall.
Yes.
Since if a yard can build a 15,000-ton carrier, it can build a 10,000-ton cruiser.
Yeah.
Or a 15,000-ton cruiser.
Probably a 10,000-ton cruiser, because that's probably still going to be the limitation, but there'll be Some light cruisers and some heavy cruisers for it to go with.
I mean, I'm more thinking in not so much in the early 30s, but in the aftermath of the collapse of the treaties and the run up to the Second World War, 38, 39, 40.
Yeah.
When it's clear the treaty, because you see it with the growth in the town derivatives in that
Yeah,
period.
but-
They go from playing with being 10,000 tons to just being beyond it. That might be
Yeah.
able to happen earlier.
What's a fleet quick thing?
Yep.
You should be getting going, right? Because it's almost 11.
Oh, it is almost 11 o'clock. I probably should be, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me, Fox. Oh, I was running away with myself. Goodbye, everyone.
Take care.
Old man fleet. Go to bed.
Yeah, old man fleet. Yeah, well, I'll take what I can. Besides, I need to get a good night's sleep anyway, because the day after tomorrow I start my work. And I get paid. Goodness. Woohoo.
So it's
Goodbye,
been
everyone.
doing-
You Brits get paid to go to work?
Good one.
Such
Goodbye,
a
everyone.
land of luxury. I have to pay to go to work.
I do find some people interesting. Someone just put in a very sweary comment on the boiler video I did the other day, which hasn't gone through. On the high pressure boilers video, and gone, why are you only discussing the US and the Royal Navy? Why haven't you talked about what happened to the US Navy in the Pacific with this? The actual question of the thing was why didn't the Royal Navy go for high pressure boilers, and what if they got that? So the Royal Navy's the actual topic of the video. And yeah.
Doc, how much do you bemoan the current capability of the English-speaking population to read English?
I don't actually bemoan the capability of them to read English. I just bemoan that some people actually don't bother applying their brain when watching the video. And I do have to restrain myself quite regularly from responding to comments with, have you watched the whole video?
I feel like on April Fools, you should just go safeties off on that.
No, on April Fool's video, I have got a very special video coming out for April Fool's Day. It's a very important video. It's where I reveal the greatest conspiracy theory of our time.
Is it the 3D printing of a brand new carrier in under 24 hours?
No, it's Popeye the Sailor Man and his ability, and his selling spinach to children, and how it's actually all an evil lie by Big Pharma. And I mean Big Farm. Not from pharmaceutical companies, Big Farm. It's all Big Farm.
Yes, Big Pharma, Farmer.
Yeah.
Along with
As the representative of Big Pharma.
along with what was the name of the night fighter pilot who ate lots of carrots and in no way was assisted by radar?
Yeah, that was what the British did was we need to hide radar from the Germans. We're going to put around the UK that we're advising people to eat carrots because it helps with their night vision. Right, Black Horse. What would happen if some of the captains of the French Navy in World War II decided to defect to Britain instead of following the French decision to surrender some of the battleships and destroyers? So if basically some of their ships, any ships which defect to the UK are going to be used. They're going to join the Free French and they're going to be used. That's it. Depending on which ships they are, it depends on how useful and how they'll be used, but they'll be used.
I mean, I have a list of which ones I'd like in order. It starts with the Richelieu.
Mhm.
And then it's a toss-up between
And
their very nice 6-inch cruisers. There's 7 of them. There's Algerie. There's Dunkirk and Strasbourg. There's some of their nice little submarines, which would be lovely for the Mediterranean. The big destroyers, which are basically designed to take on the Italians.
yeah.
Yeah, it's mostly a question of can we find a way of sacrificing burn that in some way will actually appease the gods, and
Maybe if we ram her into that harbour instead of the destroyer.
Oh, the Normandy. Was it the Normandy dock?
Yes.
Yeah, Santa's Lair raid.
Something there, yeah.
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 That
I'd just
was
like to
fun.
say, Moss Shaw, yes, you've got it right. Yeah, Popeye is how old and he's still a sailor. That is very suspect. Yeah, this is just one of many things. That is the greatest naval conspiracy theory of our time. That is the greatest naval conspiracy of our time. It is gross mass manipulation of the populace to eat spinach. It is all a dastardly plot by Big Pharma to make Christmas dinner less enjoyable.
Doc, if you do this video
Yeah.
and I start seeing random Popeye conspiracy vids, I'm going to. I don't know what exactly is going to be the nexus point of my concern, but know that I am going to be concerned.
Don't worry, I had the full voice for down pat for it. It's okay. And now we must turn to the greatest conspiracy the world has ever known. The conspiracy that has seen countless children suffer at the hands of Big Pharma.
I mean,
Your tactics confuse and frighten me, sir.
The nicest way for my regular subscribers, they're gonna love it as a joke. For the people who end up watching the video, who've never watched any of my videos before, there is possibly going to be a portion of them who take it seriously. I admit that,
Doc,
and I will
there's
enjoy
always going to be a portion of them that's going to take it seriously. That's what I'm concerned about.
it.
but it will be funny.
It will launch a whole new conspiracy theory genre.
Why do I have such interesting friends and acquaintances? Why? Why can't I have normal friends?
Popeye is related to ends in Harry Kim, the conspiracy of not getting promoted. I can get into that as well. I will add in some Harry Kim stuff as well in there because it is worthwhile considering that Harry Kim is also there.
What you mean?
Harry Kim was officially
Kim
promoted.
Oh no, the chat's starting to run with it. Oh god.
In fact, we know Harry Kim was promoted to lieutenant, and also by the later stage was actually captain in two different timelines.
No, he's part of the conspiracy to try and encourage people to eat kimchi.
What? What is wrong with
Take
you
care,
people?
KPG.
Who hurt you? Why are you like this? You could be any other way, and you decided to be like this.
Oh, yes.
Yes. You say it like it's a bad
To
thing.
be honest, if half the audience
it is
doesn't
bad
fall
thing.
for it, was it even a good April's Fools? You know, I'm hoping for at least 2/3 of the audience. We'll leave that to one side.
Okay, you know what the really depressing thing about April Fools is?
Yeah.
April Fools is the only way that people is the only day of the year where people actually interact with the internet in the manner in which they are supposed to.
Double checking everything that is actually true before they start, responding to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very disappointing.
Right. So, Michael 66. If Fisher only served one term as First Sea Lord and Beresford served as the following term, what would the impact have been? I think we answered that one.
Yes,
Not
we did.
Not
I
much.
remember this question.
More battleships. Senator Kinera. What are some naval vessels that Fisher eliminated that would have made a difference in World War One? There's not really any that would have made much of a difference in World War One or the ones he eliminated. They really would have been just placeholders more than anything. The realistic thing is the fact that some of them weren't replaced, and the thing is, you need a certain level of presence, and realistically, the Royal Navy needed to build more town class. And I say this knowing that the Royal Navy already had enough town class cruisers that they honestly lost them a few times. And I don't mean lost them as in they were sunk. They lost them as they forgot where they were. Even though I know I'm saying that, the Royal Navy actually needed more.
Look, just because the Royal Navy would kind of send them out somewhere and then go, oh, we should probably send out more. And the others, and then they'd arrive and go, oh, are they forming a squadron of us? And it's like, no, they just forgot they'd already sent you. They just got distracted.
No, it was more a case of, we've got an incident going on in this area. What do we currently respond with? Don't worry, it's already being dealt with. What by? There's a town class there. There was?
Actually, there were two. Really?
I presume the soldiers were still getting paid, which means that the only department of the Royal Navy that actually has a bead on what the heck is going on is Royal Navy payroll.
No, the
No, the logisticians will have as well, because they will have been getting their rum.
Yes.
Food, maybe no. Ammunition,
Yes.
hopefully. Fuel, they can probably source locally. Rum, no. Must have
Well,
rum.
you have to remember they could source all that locally, because usually there's a local naval agreement, either a local base they could go to or a local stores agreement area where they can go and purchase it and it's just put on the Navy account. And the Royal Navy was as long as it was an authentic Royal Navy purchase order, they just put it through.
I think we've
Steve is trying to organise the questions.
I think we've broken our token American.
We've broken a lot of Americans. Black Horse, what would happen if the Navy's got involved in the Battle of Ypres? The scale of artillery would go up quite heavily. If the navies were involved in Ypres, then they're bringing heavy artillery. Because usually what happens is the British Army finds its own artillery until they want something stupendously ludicrous on the battlefield. And then they phone up the Navy and go, so, what you doing? And Navy go, what do you want? And the Army goes, well, we're just wondering if you might happen to have a very big gun you're not using for anything at the moment. And the Navy go, why? Because we'd like to blow a big hole in something. And Navy go, okay. And then suddenly the Royal Navy has built a armoured train, which is going to descend upon the poor Boers and cause them maximum damage. These things happen so often in British history, it's quite disturbing.
Or things go, I mean, given where it is, we end up with slightly accelerated land ships, which are going to live up to the name slightly more.
Yeah.
Okay,
Possibly.
Lions, you have to understand that the majority of this community is neurodiverse.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a small contingent that is neurotypical but under suspicion, who like to pretend that they are outside of the naval history autism spectrum / preserve and are just tapping on the glass, wondering how we work.
Yeah. So,
And you can take the silence by the medical professional and the chuckle by the academic professional that I'm more right than anyone in this chat cares to admit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, next question. What if in 1980, alongside the Kirov, there was another large Soviet surface command, an 80,000-ton standard nuclear-powered one is discovered by NATO? So, if you remember, the Kirovs are 24,000-ton standard. So we're talking about something which is 3 1/3 times the size of the Kirovs. So we're talking something which is probably carrying somewhere in the region of 600 plus missiles with nuclear power. Basically, if that is discovered to be in 1980 to appear and they haven't seen it coming, that is the moment at which several members of NATO have a brown trouser experience, and at which point probably the British government gets told very kindly, you don't need to fund the British Army of the Rhine, just make sure there's enough naval assets in the North Atlantic along with the Americans that those things never get out.
And probably what happens over on my side of the Atlantic is there are some very, very hasty conversations had with the Bureau of Ships about how quickly can we convert a Nimitz hull into a surface combatant.
Yeah, it's either that or how quickly can we build more Nimitzes. The question might be how quickly can we ramp up the production of Nimitz class. Because it might be a case of, right then, we need task forces which are made up of 2 Nimitz at least in each task force. And we need 6 task forces for the North Atlantic and 6 task forces for the Pacific. So that means we need 24 Nimitz.
I also see the Iowas getting another refit.
Oh, the Iowas are definitely getting a refit, but yeah.
Although, so if they have a... Okay, it does specify surface combatant. It's just, what is this thing armed with? Because if it's armed with a bunch of VLS /
Well, I
other
would
missile
say
tube
it's
systems.
probably going to be carrying at least somewhere in the region of 100 P700 granites.
That's a lot of granite.
That's aka the SS-19 shipwrecks, anti-ship missiles. Probably somewhere in the region of 300 S-300s. Probably somewhere in the region of 180 Kinzels or equivalents. Maybe more. And probably some SAN4, or probably a lot of SAN4s, geckos. Probably about 120 of them. And it's going to be festooned with 130mm guns, AK-630s, and probably a few other things as well. Basically just expect it to be a Kirov class, but bigger.
And with unlimited mechanical endurance.
Well, if you consider the Kirovs are already 24,300 tons in standard. This is 80,000 tons in standard. So it is 3 1/3 times their size, but it is nothing beyond the possibilities of the Soviets to build. Nuclear powered, it's probably still going to be a 32-knot ship. Let's be honest, you probably don't need much, depending on how wide you make it, and you're probably not going to make it that wide. You probably don't need that many more nuclear power plants than you have in the Kirovs. Probably it becomes a 4-shaft Konas system. And you have to remember, Konas is conventional oil boilers and nuclear power and 2 nuclear steam boilers.
Lions, given that Texas is in many ways the American war spite, why do you want to rebuild her?
No one's rebuilding Lions.
Yep.
No, rebuilding Texas. No, she's too old. She's too old at this point. They might build a new USS Texas, but
The Royal Navy at this point has got has
I'll be
still
back.
got at least a few cruisers knocking around.
yeah. Basically, this is one of those scenarios where everyone's going to be panicking very quickly and trying to sort themselves out. I think by this point, you've already got the USS Texas, as in the Virginia class cruiser, in service by 1980, so she would be being used. The Americans do have some nuclear power. I think you could see the strike cruisers launched by the US, the American nuclear strike cruisers built. Historically, the Virginia class, there are 4 of those, and they're finished construction in 1980. And then it was supposed to be the strike cruisers built, and they weren't built, but I think in this scenario they get built. Whether they still turn out as 16,000-ton ships is a completely different matter.
I mean, it's fun.
I think if they turn out as anything less than 30,000-ton ships, I'd be surprised. So, without my question, what would happen if Malta was invested in by the British before World War II? More than it was historically.
As in with a decent amount of strike aircraft, and
If you managed to
probably
get
more submarines suited.
if you manage to get, let's put it this way, some underground shelters for, let's say, things like motor torpedo boats and submarines, so you've got an underground pen for the submarines to go in and be maintained, and for torpedo boats to be maintained somewhere inside the Rock of Malta, underground, and you've got fuel depots and ammunition depots for them underground, and even more than they did historically. And maybe you have some hangar spaces underground as well, and you have, I don't know, some sort of lift mechanism or ramp mechanism to get aircraft up to the airfield to launch them. Or rather, let's say you have alert spots on the airfield which are suitably protected, but you have all your maintenance, etc., happens underground, and you've got ramps down to facilities or something like that for them to go down, like we saw in Sweden. Then you just made it even nastier. And if you want to be really cruel, you make sure those ramps are large enough that something like a Lancaster bomber can fit down them.
Well, I mean, the RAF had a thing where the maximum wingspan was about 100 or 106 feet for hangars.
Mm-hmm.
So they had that anyway for a long time.
Yeah.
I was also thinking that that would probably mean that when Flieger Corps 10 turn up, they have a rougher time, which means Operation Compass may actually be allowed to continue after a pause rather than the diversion to Greece, or certainly the build-up of the Deutsches Afrika Corps and the Italian reinforcement is going to be a lot harder, and suffer a great deal more attrition.
Oh, if you have motor torpedo boats as well as submarines operating out of Malta, running out and causing trouble, then that's going to create a lot of issues for them, a lot of issues for the Italians. Because also there's going to be things like it's going to be strange, but if you've got a scenario where you can secure dog boats up during the day during the daytime inside Malta, so they're nice and safe while they're being repaired there, and then you can put them out to sea at night, etc. That's going to mean you're going to have enough dog boats sitting in Malta that whenever a convoy is doing the last run into Malta, it's going to suddenly have a load of dog boats around it going, oh, any Italian torpedo boats want to come out and play? We're torpedo boat killers. That's literally our job.
It would be fun times.
It'd be painful to watch. It would be. Paul Amos. The IJN on reviewing the fighter and bomber training of the USN, Royal Navy, and Royal Air Force Italians changed the fighter and bomber school to create a new reserve pilot pool of 75 to 95%. How does this change the pilot shortage, and does that also speed up the A7M Repu SAM program? Well, I think the answer to that is both yes and yes. How does it change if you've got a pilot pool, a reserve pool of pilots of roughly 100% of your force, as in 95% of your force? Then suddenly that's going to give you a lot of coverage to carry on training and to train up aircraft. You're already going to be training at a higher level than you need previously. You probably don't have the same shortage of pilots at all. You probably don't want to style the Japanese exchange into. You're still going to have an experience drop off in your pilots, but not the same shortage of pilots. It's not going to. It can't be. If you have that bigger pool of reserve pilots, that you can basically replace your entire force if you lose them. Then you've got A, more pilots to chuck into the training program as to instructors, and B, you've got more pilots to fill in the gaps, and C, you've got pilots who've got a lot more experience on their wings to fill in the gaps, so you're not going to lose them as quickly. They're probably going to do a better job because they're going to be more familiar with their aircraft. Anyone agree? Disagree?
Yeah, no, that seems right. I mean, I think the difficulty is it's still not going to win the Japanese the war, but it's going to make it nastier and increase casualties on both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Japanese will need to the Japanese will need to increase their aircraft production as well as part of that.
Yeah. Which also doesn't exactly hurt them in the long term.
No.
Doesn't
I think
exactly
pilots
hurt them.
definitely can help. I almost more want to hope that in some of the slight doctrinal things they would change, but that's not what this would do, I don't think.
By the way, that was Leslie's question. I think I did say it was Leslie's question, but yeah. It's not surprising. It's an intense Japan question. It's a Leslie question.
Hey, it's a good question.
It is a very good question.
I mean, also, I'd say one thing is another thing, just so I can. Sorry, I was tending to stuff in my kitchen. If the IJN has the ability to sustain, because remember, these pilots are going to need a certain number of flight hours per annum.
Yeah.
To sustain a functionally 200% of their active duty force, that also means that their training pipeline is going to be bigger from the get-go.
Yeah.
Because they will have more trainers and more aircraft stationed so that their reserve pilots can get their flight time. I don't think I heard that, but I was also paying attention to 3D printers and dinner. So
don't worry.
Apologies if I'm repeating.
This is a question from Dragon. In science fiction, how do you personally differentiate between light cruisers, heavy battles, and battleship settings like Castle Federation and the Star Trek Act? I'm going to keep quiet on this because there is a whole set of videos coming out for me with Venom Geek Media, which is very, very nice, coming soon on Star Trek stuff, which I think I can mention. I'm not going to discuss it, but that means I'm going to be talking about it a lot. But I'd really like to hear what you all say, and I will comment on what you say, if that makes sense.
So I think a lot of the time it goes light cruisers and heavy cruisers. It tends to be more small and large rather than based on armament, which, after all, was a fairly what's the word? It was a very particular set of circumstances related to an artificial imposition of things. And you get then battle cruisers versus battleships. I kind of feel that we have to need to think this in basically two separate formats. We have things written by Glenn Stewart and things written by other sci-fi authors.
Yes.
I mostly just ran out of comment space, so I just used two that I knew people would be familiar with.
Yeah. But kind of I thought, but it because for the most part, a battle cruiser, it gets really hard in space because speed is less of a problem, and you're getting towards the kind of fast battleship paradigm anyway. So where are you drawing lines? And it's more a question of scales and things. Personally, I'd probably have an idea about your battleships being kind of somehow here.
Glyn usually uses things like repurposed asteroids.
I have an opinion, but I'm trying to see if I can find a book so I can quote something.
Because part of this came up from a previous discussion elsewhere, but also because, especially say with going off Star Trek,
Yeah.
as just an example, the Ikira class heavy cruiser is 464 meters in length. It's not that dissimilar to the Nebula class, which is referred to as a battleship, in certain circumstance. It is why I was curious in general of basically where do you draw the lines of, because in fact, correction, no, the Nebula class, which is used as a battleship in a lot of rules, is actually smaller than an Ikira class.
Yes, but Nebula class is a condensed galaxy.
Which are also battleships.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
So,
Especially with...
they are... Let me rephrase this. They are built and operated in peacetime as cruisers. The fact is they have a huge amount of internal volume, which allows them to be repurposed because of their power generation capability into other things in wartime. And that is where they have the differential. Now, I think when we're talking about the other class, I don't think they have quite the same level of power generation or internal volume that can be easily repurposed.
They are said to have similar levels of capability in peacetime roles.
Yes, but do they have similar levels to be adapted to different wartime roles? That's the thing. Starfleet only builds cruisers. This is their problem. Starfleet Starfleet cannot build anything but a frigating cruiser. They really
this is part of the reason why
this is one of the reasons why the Defiant program, the Valiant program, all these programs don't get built enough of. I'm going to try and...
They do.
No, they don't.
So
they do not. No, at no point in peacetime did Starfleet build enough of these things. They do not.
Before Foxo has to go kill Bill and Dr. Clarke has a stroke, a lot of these terms are very much relative.
Yes.
I'm not going to read through about 600 pages to try and find the quote that I know exists, but I don't remember which book it's in. But the best example that discussion I've heard is that your battleships have a lot of firepower, but they sacrifice the maneuverability to gain more armor. Your battle cruisers can maneuver like their peer heavy cruisers, but they also have the armor of heavy cruisers. But the firepower of your battleships. These are very much relative terms. Castle Federation does not have cruisers. Castle Federation does not have destroyers. The
does have
best you
cruisers.
get with Castle Federations are guard ships that do not have the Albuquerque drives. Because the way Glenn has structured his world in Castle Federation is that you never build anything that's not the biggest you can build.
The only what
Whereas
becomes
you-
what becomes
That's
fun-
not
That-
actually true.
that is in the thing. What you
No,
what Dragon? What I think you're referring to is the older battleships now are used functionally as cruisers because once you've built them, they're still useful ships. It's just they no longer really rank in against the first level battleships anymore because they are so much smaller.
Well, I would counter the Ruin's point there about the whole thing because there's a whole arc in Castle Federation about how actually the Terran Commonwealth actually did do a downscaling project where you don't build as big as you could. So did the Castle Federation. They did realize that this was probably the wrong idea because with how
Yes.
expensive it is, you're not really.
The Castle Feds
saving.
didn't. Terra did.
I think it was
Because I remember what you're talking about.
It was Castle Fed's allies who also did it, wasn't it? The ones who have a weird command structure.
Phoenix?
Yeah, I think so, Phoenix.
But regardless, the general rule of thumb is you are always building very close to the limit of what you can actually build.
Because of the expensive
Whereas-
Albuquerque drive.
I know that this is not the most favorited series in this chat, but the Lost Fleet series, you have a far more heterogeneous fleet structure where you have everything from light destroyers, what they call hunter killers or hucks in the Syndicate worlds, all the way up to full blown battleships.
Dan,
On both sides of that force, and they all interlock together. Your destroyers are your anti-fighter or anti-fast attack craft, anti-missile escorts, and then you go up to light cruisers, which are your part of your destroyer, anti-destroyer screen, so on and so forth up the chain. It's very much a relative scale, and you need to know where everything sits relative to each other in order to make any assessment relative to that question.
yeah.
I think that was a concise answer. I'm not certain.
I'll go with it.
It's just an
Brain-
interesting
brain
one.
training.
Yeah, it's just an interesting one within series how you necessarily differentiate stuff. Because in some it's easier, some it's much harder.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Within a series, it is all what does the artist by way of their subject's doctrine want to call things. Because if you're like in Star Wars where
There's a reason
for
I didn't
better
mention
or
that.
worse, ships grow on trees. You could call everything a cruiser just as easy as you call everything a battleship.
And if you were talking about it's talking about the Raven sort of peace series, the Peacekeepers of Soul series for Glyn, the whole reason they call their big ships battle cruisers rather than battleships is because it goes back to the war of the war where the Americans and the Chinese space forces basically went to war with each other and ended up being beaten up and ended up fighting everyone and causing all sorts of issues. They used battleships.
Russians.
The British, the British who fought the first action to try and defend innocence, and actually fought it and tried to, sort of stop these things, used battle cruisers. And so, that by tradition they name all the large. They've decided the largest ship they build will be called a battle cruiser. It might be the fact that everyone else might consider it a battleship, but they call it a battle cruiser because they've taken a tradition of battleships were built by these people. We build battle cruisers. Apart from they did build
That's why
they did build some battleships during the big war, but they just don't use them much. And Dan,
Yeah, it's why
you've got a huge amount of feedback coming through.
Sorry, no idea why.
No.
It's also why you don't have Marines in that universe. And also, I will say this publicly, I do hope Glenn actually expands that novella out into a full fat series.
Oh yeah, I would love that Civil War to be expanded out because it would be really interesting. Of how did it get to the fact that the Marines get so bad that even though with the history of the Royal Marines and all the other Marines around the take part in the Empire, they decided that no more would there be Marines. And so they invented the ground division.
The thing I was going to say is, one separation you might have that would potentially make sense if you were kind of going through things would be for the if it's intended to kind of patrol and cruise, you call it a type of cruiser, and so all of your kind of long distance ships are types of cruisers, and so you'd have your small or light cruisers, your heavier cruisers, and then the big fat ones are your battle cruisers, and then something that's more of a, and then use other ship types for your other types of roles. So you'd have maybe escorting frigates. You might have fast attack destroyers to go with the fleet, and that's where you might then have battleships that were not meant to be going out and having what's the right word? Fun? Going off and exploring or patrolling or whatever. Does that make sense?
To an
It
extent.
can, but that's going to still go back to my point of it being an in-universe distinction.
Yeah, it is. It always is going to be a bit of an in-universe distinction because every author has their own style. So the next one is a question which I think is far more aimed at Dragon and Foxo and possibly Runon than me or Dan. Are you familiar with Starfleet Battle's Sparrowhawk modular cruisers? Good idea or bad?
I feel you might have some comments to say about this. The
I don't.
Sparrowhawk, I've done some digging into them. I'll admit I didn't know about them until now. I have now looked into them. They were an attempt to make... Basically, at the time, the Romulan Star Empire couldn't build many ships. So their plan is, what if we make a ship that can do everything?
Sea control ship?
Well, no, this is a heavy cruiser, a light cruiser, a science vessel, a cargo vessel, a carrier, a battleship. They would have different modules you could put in the ship, and it would do different things. Basically making the entire structure of certain parts of it, modular. So, need a new reactor? Slot a new reactor in. A number of these variants were deemed utterly awful.
I'm glad I didn't start off talking about this because I immediately went to Starfleet Command Gold and the Sparrowhawks that I used to take on in that, and I was going, I don't think they're talking about those Sparrowhawks. I think they're talking about
from what I can
else.
find, they are actually the same. From what I'm finding, Starfleet Command is basically the game, the video game of Starfleet battles, so they are one and the same.
Yeah, but they weren't modular in that one. They were fair. In that way, these were decent cruisers.
These are meant to be modular.
Yeah.
The lore is that they are these modular things which have all this, that, and the other. In game, that's not quite as good,
No.
but in my opinion, why?
In game, they were a nightmare. They used to have fun beating up, but they were always the trouble to beat up because they carried so many plasma blowing things, plasma torpedoes, that if you got a close range of them, you were mullered.
At that point, just make a dedicated. The problem is they can't build many ships, so they want to try and reduce down.
Yeah, basically, it's a classic accountant. It's a bright idea of an accountant somewhere, and the Romulans might be averse to AI, but they're not averse to accountants.
Okay, now I have visions of Romulan accountants kind of taking on Klingon lawyers or something in some sort of terrifying...
In the nicest way, you think the Tal Shiar are bad. Don't deal with the financial crime section of the Tal Shiar.
No, that's the FTC.
The ones that commit them, or the ones that...
I'm more meaning the Ferengi trade guilds. Those will actually hunt you down across the galaxy.
No, I'm just saying that in a nice way. Those will do, but just think about this. Think about the financial crimes unit of the Tal Shiar.
Yeah. It probably works for the Romulans, but they're not what I would build for the Romulans. Honestly, I'd look at improving infrastructure to see why can't we build many ships
Yeah.
instead of trying to make something that's a bit good at everything. There's a reason I stick with Starfleet or the Klingons. In terms of
actually,
their
I'm saying
doctrines
in
from
that,
what you can
in
make a
that game,
specialized
I
ship.
used to go with my favorite were the the ones with 3 legs and 3 arms. Hydrants?
Possibly yeah, because they've got all the different races.
The
in that
cat
one.
ones
Possibly.
were the cat ones were the Lycrans, and they always had the ones which they always looked like they were about to try and hug their opponents in their ship design.
So
Whereas the Hydrants had fighters, and oh boy, could I use those fighters! I would go with my Bishop class cruiser, and I would cause havoc. And when I had task groups made up of multiple bishops with multiple fighter loads, oh good lord, did I have fun!
question: do the Romulans have a nationalized merchant marine?
Yes.
What I think would probably be a better use of their resources would just be to make it, unless there is something with warp bubbles that I don't understand, which is entirely possible because the amount of Star Trek knowledge I have could probably fit in half of a thimble. Why can't they just make it so that all of their military vessels can take cargo modules?
But why would you do that?
Because then you can have them double duty as your merchant vessels as well. But you don't have to compromise the hull as much.
But
to
that
build
means-
So what? I literally just have it. Well, so what? Literally have it so that you can just slap on a cargo pod.
Yeah,
Pretty much. Why do
because
it?
that-
Do it
that
the
would
do it
affect-
the YT 1300 route with the
That
mandibles.
does
just
affect
grab the
warp
thing.
geometry.
Yeah,
You've got a
that-
couple of ships like that in Star Trek,
Okay.
like the Ptolemy class. But
yeah, that's fun. Right.
it's not worth doing that to a battleship.
The Deredex can,
Why
because
else?
Jonathan Moon's quite right. The Deredex can, but yeah.
The Deredex is a very unique case,
Yeah,
but
because
yes,
of the space they haven't signed them. Seneca Nero, what if during the time of the invasion scares in Britain, the Roman army under Claudius invades Britain? The mainland of Eurasia turns into the version itself at the time of Claudius. So basically, are we talking about Napoleonic invasion scares or the World War II invasion scares? Because if it's during the Napoleonic period, then Claudius's army is about to get routed by a load of British infantry who are going to go, wow, this lot really can't stand up to musket fire. Because there is,
I think the World War II one would. I'm sorry, go on.
and the World War II one that's going to be in a nice way the home guard defeat the Roman legions.
If anything, that's why I think that's the more amusing one. To sort of go, wait, what's going on here? Sorry.
We'll be
Yeah, I
invaded
think-
by the
I think
Romans. Unfortunately, in a nice way, most of the British home guard again are World War One veterans whose policy is going to be shoot first, ask questions, and collect the archaeology later.
Wait a moment.
I do tend to think that there might be a member of the home guard who gets one of his buddies to cover him, and then goes up and talks to him and say, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And once they confirm that they are indeed sure that they want to do this, you get a lot of very precise 303 fire from the bushes.
Seneca Nero has said no, the 1880s. During the
Not
1880s.
as fun, but
Not as fun, but welcome
Still
to
fun.
welcome to breech loading high explosive shells, Claudius.
also, this does give me one interesting thing. Well, what for? They had a couple of different legions were invading Britain, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. They had about 4, I think, for the invasion.
Yes. And what does a legion carry?
Eagles.
Eagles, which we don't have any of.
Actually, they don't all have eagles. But
Every
Dragon?
legion has a standard and a eagle. This is a perfect opportunity for the British Museum to go collecting again.
Dragon. First off, you and or Foxo have already stated that I am not eligible for collection by the British Museum, which was a dear blow to my morale and ego.
Right, just because
But-
you're ancient, Runon.
They have standards.
Chad, do you see what I have to put up with here?
They have the British Museum has standards. What can I say? Anyway, next question.
Ow!
Fun police.
You see, thing is, Ronan, America's not old enough to be a valid target for the British Museum.
Why are you people so cruel?
Because what's the joke? The Brits think 100 miles is a long way. An American thinks 100 years is a long time.
Next
So
question.
Next
compared
question.
to the British Museum, about 600 years.
Next question. How did the Mark 14 compare to the Bomber Mafia in terms of damage to the Allied war effort?
Do you mean the Mark 14 or the people who insisted that everything was fine?
I'd say the Bureau of Ordnance, who did put into the Mark 14 was fine, did more damage probably than the Bomber Mafia. Because the Bomber Mafia, in the end, bombers were still useful. The Mark 14 wasn't. Until it was radically changed. Bombers were still useful, and mostly the Bomber Mafia, while they'd done annoying things and caused annoying issues, the fleets were still there, the fighters were still made in time. It was dealt with. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if if the USA in the 1930s, instead of the 1.1-inch Chicago piano, the Navy went with a pom-pom design? Say an American company comes up with the idea around the same time. The pom-pom by that point was already about 20 years old, so we'll leave that to one side. So basically they start building pom-poms under licenses of the 1.1-inch in early 1930. Then the US Navy has a far better weapon system than the 1.1-inch. It's a far better weapon system than 1.1-inch. It's going to be interesting to see how it slots into the American doctrine and how they develop it, but basically if you need to fill the sky with lead, the pom-poms you'll get your weapon.
It's going to be interesting to see what that does to the kind of reputation and things of the BOFAs. And it's how widespread the adoption happens of that. Because if everyone's just going both, because otherwise it's just going to be a handful of Dutch guns and the British Army that have got it on the Allied side.
Yeah. Someone just dread measures. What happened with the British Marines? No, I think you probably heard us talking about the Peacekeepers of Seoul series, where they don't call them Marines anymore; they call them ground div. And the reason they don't call them Marines is because the U.S. colonial Marines, who were their colonies' Marine forces, did so many horrific things during the war, the human war in space, that it's like you don't have battleships anymore, you don't have Marines anymore. The names have been forever tainted, as far as the people are concerned, and so that meant even the Royal Marines were no longer called the Royal Marines. In that scenario, they'd all been grouped together into the new United Earth Forces ground of. It's a book series by Glenn Stewart, and it's a really good read. It's a really good, really well thought out book series. But he's only done a short example of the beginning of that war, because the series is set many years after that war happened. So we kind of know what they're getting out to. And basically, if you can imagine this, the US colonies decide that they are going to go independent. They've been fighting a war already, and they're losing, and to rebuild resources, they decide to go and start another war, basically, in space. And they do such horrific things to the peoples that, basically it's what happens if people start, if you've been fighting a war for so long, you no longer see anyone else as human, basically, scenario. It happens. Right then.
And as someone who doesn't have their fingerprints all over the primary series, it is actually quite a good series. Can confirm.
Are you
Will
suggesting
supplement.
who has their fingerprints all over the primary series? Who has it?
You.
Goodness gracious me, the accusations you make at me.
Okay, chat. Do me a favor. I'm pretty certain that those books are all available on Kindle Unlimited. Go and read them, and then tell me that the good doctor has not had any input on any of the overarching themes of that series. I will wait.
The fact that there's an admiral named for me in that series is purely coincidental. Purely coincidental, I say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure, Jan. Sure.
Channel. My question one is this is solely a one-parter. The 1-2 is a mistake from redacting it 5 minutes ago, more or less. Oh, don't worry. Dragon 2000. Question: what if the Kirov-class cruisers were built with either 9 or, Lord forbid, 12, or even 6-inch guns? Would this change how they're used and how hard can engineers cry? If they are built with 6-inch guns and they have, even if they have 4 triples or 3 quadruples or 3 triples, that's probably going to mean that that the people start looking at slightly bigger guns, because it's one thing them having the 130mm, but if they're built with space and they've got all that many 6-inch guns as well as all that other firepower, probably someone's going to think, hang on, what are the Soviets looking at and thinking they're going to do with these ships? And do we need to start thinking about it? And that's usually what happens. Usually you see your opponent going, yeah, we're going to do these things, and yeah, it's just tough.
Okay, I love how now I'm the one getting slandered in chat.
Yeah, we have 16 questions left in the queue. How many do you want when you open? Let's see. It's currently... We've been going for 4 hours. We'll probably go for another 2 hours. So we've gone for 4 hours. We've gone through roughly 40-odd questions. So 2 hours.
I got plenty of gas in the tank, so
yeah,
I'm good.
We'll take another 20 questions. We'll take another 20 questions in.
Oh, we're going to play 20 questions now, eh?
Yeah.
Glad I'm not the only one who was thinking something along those lines.
Well, in nicest way, though, I do love how the chat is
after a question.
That's very sensible, Dan, because you actually have work tomorrow. But what I would say is I do love how the chat is very correct, and they are realizing that it's Runon who is just making baseless accusations today. Baseless accusations. Suggesting I've been
when people get old, their memory starts to slip.
I know.
And Runon was making
Zoomer! Zoomer!
Okay.
I should say to the chat, this is why Foxo teases Runon about being old, because Runon teases Foxo about being young. Just to clarify.
Zoomer!
Memory impairment is not an inevitable part of aging. This is something we are trying to do away with as a concept. It is not normal. It is potentially a disease, and you should get checked out for it in case it's a treatable mimic of dementia, because frankly we don't have any actual treatments for dementias. It's not that I can
of the old time and Nintendo 64, please.
That is really worrying, actually, Dan. What you just said for Runon, that is quite worrying.
One, dementia runs in my family, and my grandmother effectively died.
I had a NES.
I'm just feeling, sorry for poor Runon. That these people are just ganging up on her.
I can't get no respect. Anyway, I'm gonna go get dinner because I can get dinner even if I can't get respect in this channel.
You sure you get dinner? Are you sure? Are you sure you ordered it?
Dang it!
Did you? Are you sure you ordered dinner? Did you order it?
I was going to say, are you sure you haven't turned the oven on?
Oh, she thinks she made dinner. I'm sure she said earlier she was ordering it. It's terrible. She's probably got a takeaway sitting outside and has also put down something in the oven. She'll probably find it cold on the porch tomorrow.
Might have forgot to turn the oven on.
Mm-hmm. This is the third time you've had dinner?
We had first dinner, but what about second and third dinner?
This is what you don't realise. Runon is is literally one of the the small people from Lord of the Rings. Hobbits.
Hobbit.
Yeah. Hendrik Bofa. How much of a pain would a light cruiser with 120mm belts and 60mm deck speed to deal with for other light cruisers or destroyers? It's going to be a pain, but not much of one. Honestly, it's got to. And that's the way you're talking about dealing with 6-inch gunfire with what is a 4.5-inch, 4.5-inch belt. It's going to stop it at a certain point, but it's not going to stop enough.
Isn't 4.5
Sorry, I was
inches
talking about hobbits.
even county classes protection?
Yeah, pretty much. But the thing is,
And the county.
let's put it this way. Fox, the point I usually make about these things with the armor is, remember when battleships were engaging, usually the thing was they'd have armor which was proportionate to the size of their guns, so they could use equivalent armor protection, right?
Right?
So, that's it. The Queen Elizabeth's class had 13 inches of armor. They had 15-inch guns. That sort of thing, right?
Right?
When you're engaging at the likely engagement ranges of a 6-inch cruiser, which is engaging at the likely 18,000 to 24,000 yards, maybe 30,000 yards if you're lucky, but rarely gonna you're sort of that range. You're firing 6-inch shells. They're going to be coming in not quite flat, but at a very, very slight angle. 4.5 inches of armor, or even 60mm of 2.5 inches of vertical armor, of horizontal deck armor, is going to probably cause the first shells to hit in that area to bounce a bit. Maybe shatter. However, the trouble is when you're dealing with a 6-inch cruiser is the rate of fire means that you are going to be dealing with, roughly 10 seconds later, another load of shells hitting you in the same and roughly the same area, and another load of shells hitting you in roughly the same area 10 seconds after that, and another load of shells hitting you in 10 seconds after that. And whereas there is significant movement time between a battleship firing its guns and being able to fire them again, because of the time elapsing of how long it takes them to reload, you're talking 30 seconds or more, there's far less time between a light cruiser firing its guns. So this means that you are more likely to have shells landing very close or very, very close to where they've previously landed. Which means whilst your armor resists the first shell, it's not going to resist the second shell. So this is one of the reasons why light cruisers at a certain point start going, is armor even worthwhile scenario versus subdivision and strengthening the subdivision. Because if you're only armored to receive light shells anyway, it's not really going to help you because of the fact that second shell is going to turn up so much more quickly. Your chance of throwing off the shot enough so you don't get a second, which is also one of the reasons why, if you consider the Graf Spee, etc., it gets pepper-potted so much by 6-inch shells. Because yes, it resists the first hit. There's no doubt its armor resists the first hit. It's the next salvo after that, and the salvo after that, and the salvo after that, which is going to pepper it through.
And there's also the fact that a 6-inch shell, okay, yeah, it may not beat the deck, it may not beat the belt, but guess what? Your rangefinders, radar, communications array, bridge, signaling setup, all the nice shiny mission critical assets you have on the superstructure and the deck, yeah, they're not going to survive. Your intakes aren't going to survive. Your funnel isn't going to survive. So, sure, we may not be able to breach the Citadel, but we can certainly sweep the deck.
Mm-hmm.
The Brits are very good at sweeping the deck.
Yeah. By the way, if ever I do funny hand gestures like that in the camera, it's because I'm checking the different screens are all working. And it's still live.
Are you not trying to summon the naval history enthused devil to put a hex on all of us?
No, but we are now being watched by, and I'm counting on this particular WhatsApp group, about 12 professors.
So 12 professors from various academies just heard 5 people all call me old. Fantastic. I love
Yes.
it. It's great.
Yeah, and question your memory.
Why are you like this? Why are you like this? You could be any other way.
Runon, be
Brunon,
proud.
I'm significantly older than you are.
So is
Younger.
Dr. Clarke.
Runon, you're older than their institutions. They probably look at you like a great font of ancient wisdom.
If they look at me like a great font of ancient wisdom, I'm sorry, but they are schnookered.
Right.
Because you probably remember what a VDA cable is.
Hey, Foxo, there's a good question.
Yes, I do
There's a
remember what
very
a
good-
VGA cable is. I actually have one monitor that is running on a VGA cable.
Okay, right then. Oh, good lord. Foxo, there's a question from you here now, so you're going to want us to get to it. Hood gets gets built as design K3. How long does she keep the secondary 6-inch battery, and what effect does she, being a one-off 60,000 ton warship, have? Well, the fact is, she's not going to be a one-off 60,000 ton warship. You see, if you get a K3 class battle cruiser, in the nicest way, if you're building something to the K3 standard, you are not building just one. You're going to complete the entire group of them. And
You might even get one from one swap sort of thing.
Hmm?
His idea was it's more of a one-for-one swap kind of thing.
well, the thing is,
It's
if
what
you're only going to get it if you're building the whole class as it. So that would be the class's design. It's not going to be a one-for-one swap. It's going to be the whole class. So if you're building the K3s, and they have the 9 18-inch guns and all the other things, in the nicest way, that means you've got 4 of those in service. They're not a one-off design. And that means you don't get the Washington Naval Treaty because everyone's scrambling to build their equivalents. Because the British have got 4 ships with 9 18-inch guns, 60,000 tons, and everyone's going to be going, "Oh, frigate! Yes, we were building a Lexington class. Look at that! That thing one of them could solo the entire 6 ships of the Lexington class and wouldn't even realise they'd been there."
But the Japanese will insist on completing Mutsu.
The Japanese will be crying. They'll literally be the Japanese will be crying.
I mean,
Don't
I quite
cry,
like.
IJN. It will all be over soon.
I like the idea of Britain opting for the other option to stop there being a naval arms race after World War One by just going, "We win it now. you stand no chance."
Hellman's probably get built.
Look, in a nice way, the Americans probably do finish off the South Dakotas, but the things that come, I think it's the K3s are the battle cruiser equivalents, and then there is also battleship versions as well. And I did a whole video about them in the Mist Generations, didn't I? And I'm just remember trying to find my notes from the Mist Generations video.
I'm trying to remember how because it was LKJHG, which is where you get to the G3s, and then going the other way, it was what MNO. So that's where you get the N3s, or was L part of the sequence that would have been was L battleship rather than battlecruiser? I can't remember.
I'm trying to remember.
Don't look at me. I'm the village idiot. I just twist the sparky wires.
I can't remember how many design iterations they got through for the battleship.
L3 is a battleship. The
Yeah,
L3s were the battleships.
Yeah, it's the L3s.
Also,
I was thinking, leaning towards that direction.
wait a minute. I don't think you are referring to that, Foxo. Give me a moment. I think I have a sneaking suspicion. I know what ships you might be referring to, but... Foxo, you're not referring to the J3, are you? I know that's the 43,000 to 50,000 ton one, but...
Because
You're referring to the battleship or battle cruiser here?
Seems
And
like
what-
it was a J3.
What the one from World of Warships you really like?
The one with the 15-inch guns, yes.
That's
I've got
J3.
my ship mixed up.
Yes, basically, because the K3 is effectively J3, but bigger. What if we now give it an extra 6-inch turret per side and 18-inch guns?
Yes. Okay, so if it's J3... Let me just put that up in front of me. That's... Well, it's a bit of a difference, but it's not going to change things as much as the Ks. Ks, because the 18-inch gun ships, are going to cause things interesting. If it is J3 design, though, in nicest way, the problems you had with the rest of the Admiral class trying to convert them is not going to be, it's not going to come up. You're going to build them because they are already incorporating more than enough capability in them to fit the post-Jutland paradigm for the Royal Navy, because these are historically actually post-Jutland designs. So if you have the J3, you're probably going to be okay. But the thing is, and I will say this is the sort of the interesting question in all, is you're still going to have 4 of them, and that's going to mean that's going to have a big difference on the world, because you don't pause construction. So the Royal Navy now leads World War One with 4 of these things. No pause, probably built and finished before World War One ended, or pretty much finished by the time World War One ended. And that's going to give the Royal Navy a humongous advantage when it comes to A, defining the treaties, and B, defining the capabilities they want. They're also probably going to be working straight on a battleship design afterwards as well. So the thing is, they are probably going to be pushing straight into battleships, and as the next thing they need to build out to replace their pre-war builds. And that's going to be also intriguing to see what they pick. Because the J3s have a normal displacement, roughly standard displacement of 45,000 tons. So the thing is, 9 15-inch guns, yes, in 3 triple turrets. 8 6-inch guns in 16 6-inch guns in 8 twin turrets. They've got 4.7-inch singles for AA, which is fine. Basically, what probably happens is, at some point during the interwar years, they get them replaced with a dual-purpose battery. And it's probably 5.25s, because they want to replace the 6-inch guns with something that's capable. So they probably end up with maybe as many as 5 on each side, twin 5.25-inch guns mounts. Turrets, on each side.
I just want to see how the Washington Treaty goes down when 4 of these sail up the Potomac.
Well, 4 of these, if there's 4 of them already in existence, the Royal Navy's not getting rid of any of them, so now, in the nicest way, the displacement limit's going to be 45,000 tons. You can just about ignore 1 hood. You can't ignore 4 of them.
And what's the tonnage on these things?
In standard displacement, probably roughly 45,000 tons. Normal displacement was 43,000 tons.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get a building holiday either.
Well, yeah, I think
because people.
And you have to consider what are the equivalent battleship designs. You're also taking a 1920 design and building it from 1916.
That's cute.
The equivalent battleship designs would be probably the M's.
N3?
Yeah, it would be the M3, and maybe not the M3 because that's a bit later. That's more relation to the G3. L's. We want to go, not them. Probably.
L's bells.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Bells
Yeah.
L's.
Well, the reason I'm not suggesting the M's, I think you might be looking at. Yeah, you might actually be looking at the L's, the L3s for the battleships. They are roughly 50,000 tons. They are armed with 9 18-inch guns. And yeah, that's the thing. The real trouble begins if the British have in any way, shape, or form managed to run straight into building those and have got any one of those in the service. Because if they've got again, if you've got the British have got 6 of these ships in 6 roughly 45 to 50,000 ton ships in service, and at least a couple of them have 18-inch guns and the rest have 15-inch guns, you are in trouble. The Washington Naval Treaty basically doesn't happen because the Americans and the Japanese are both sitting there going, "Yeah, if we take a building holiday, we've basically just given you guys the world because you now have the 6 most powerful warships in the world by a long margin."
Yes. Welcome to our beneficent global empire.
Didn't World War One happen underneath your beneficent global empire?
That was because people were trying to argue our beneficent global empire. That was their fault for arguing with it.
My point stands.
To be fair,
it happened away from the wet bits.
Yeah, to be fair, it also happened because diplomacy diplomacy and conflict management was a forgotten art. There was too much focus on war fighting and not enough focus on what does conflict management and deterrence look like.
Too much focus on war fighting and not war ending or avoiding, or what happens elsewhere. Anyway,
Yeah.
I need to sign out. It's been awesome fun as always.
Yeah.
And I will catch you all later.
Can I send you a quick DM just to confirm one thing that I think I know that's medically relevant?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can do
I mean,
that.
I was. Yeah.
Okay.
Catch you all.
All right.
I've got a quick question for chat as well. What Pokemon do they think Dr. Clarke would be? Because I'm currently doing a run through a Pokemon, and I need to know what Pokemon to name after him.
Bulbasaur.
Pikachu. Pikachu.
We'll see what the chat says.
I was going to say something like a War Turtle or a Blastoise.
Next week, I've had to learn funny ways of saying many different Pokemon names because of little cousins. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. I currently have heard a rumor floating around that a group soon will start looking for USS Oklahoma wreck. What are your thoughts on it? Good luck. Good luck. Worthwhile looking for, and it's not surprised. You know, the nice way they're slowly working through these things. Basically, we have some rough ideas for her because she was capsized and sunk during the attack on Pearl Harbor, and then she's lost while being towed to a scrapyard in 47, somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. And so we have a rough idea, but, you know, it'll be interesting to see what remains after all the work. Now, Seneca Nero, question. What would be the reaction of the World War I British if the Dutch fleet from the Anglo-Dutch Wars fame shows up near the English coast?
Win.
World War One.
Oh, how cute. Firewood.
Yeah, pretty much. Do you realize
Like,
the
I
Netherlands?
would-
Do you realize the Netherlands is currently being threatened by the Germans? Go support your country. Who are the Germans? Would be their first question.
Those annoying uppity ones that like bureaucracy to the south of you. Oh, the Prussians.
Matthew Malecki, what if the Japanese Navy got the diesels and gearbox for the Deutschland class? What would they do with it?
I mean, it doesn't really help them because they're still short on fuel oil.
What would they do with it? Probably complain a fair bit. Back in a second. I'm just going to use the facilities. It's one of those things of where if you get them, you then might be tempted to try and use them. But if you use them, the Japanese are going to look at it and go, "This is a maintenance nightmare." Actually, secondly, design a better gearbox and then go, "Would Germany like this new gearbox?"
Okay, I think we'll just move on from that question because I have nothing more to put to it.
What was
What was that, Foxo?
I think she's going to
What
ask what was it? I'm sorry.
What if? Okay, somebody mark that off.
Was that the what if the Japanese Navy got the diesels and gearbox with the Deutschlands? What would they do with it?
Yeah. Any input, Foxo?
when?
My assumption would be contemporaneously with their being constructed. So late 1920s, early 1930s.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but don't the Japanese have better?
Yes, that's what my argument would be. They would probably look at them and laugh, and then go, "We build better. Do you want ours?"
Now that's a sick burn.
Yeah, literally, the Japanese were looking and go, "You know how you claim to be really good at engineering? Yeah. Would you like to see a gearbox which doesn't require you to have an advanced degree to be able to do maintenance in it?"
Okay, here's the best description of the difference that I've ever heard of the difference between German engineering and Japanese engineering, and why Japanese engineering in many ways is better. German engineering assumes that the end user will maintain and utilize the item in exact accordance with the user manual. Japanese engineering understands that that's not going to happen, and therefore engineers all their stuff to wear together so it can go for as long as possible before it's completely worn out.
Exactly.
I don't know. Have you ever driven a 1990s Mazda
Yes.
or Toyota?
Yes.
Or just the concept of a rotary engine?
Yes.
The rotary engine produced great power for its footprint.
I've done one
It
better.
was
I drove one of those at high speed round Silverstone.
Yes. Oh, they are brilliant for race cars or performance cars. But you give it to someone who just drives normally, and they're going to have it wrecked at the side of the road because they've burnt out the engine within like 3,000 miles.
See, the thing is, I'm kind of biased. I drive Subarus or Volvos, and I find them completely interchangeable in terms of the reliability. They are wonderful cars and designed to be absolutely slammed. The only problem I ever have with Subarus is the fact that getting spare parts from over here is so sodding expensive. So if something big like the gearbox goes wrong, then your car's at a toast.
We've been instructed to skip Steve's question. So that brings us to Sir Cavadon, which I would like to take for a stab at so I can make sure I seat my foot squarely in my posterior. What if, instead of the LCS program, the U.S. Navy had gone for a normal frigate? How would that change the USN's current situation from the very start? They don't have to ditch the LCS program to get a decent little patrol vessel slash light low conflict escort. They just have to make it not go 45 knots. It's really easy. 35 knots, 38 knots. Cut it there. It's good. Leave it alone.
I would say the problem started the moment they decided to call it the Literal Combat Ship Program rather than the Next Generation Frigate Program. Because then it had to be something fancy. Had to be something new. Next Generation Frigate Program had to replace the old OHPs. That would have been able, they would have been churning them out by now. They'd have had lots of them.
In the words of Timmy Turner's dad, curse you, Rumsfeld.
Someone had a bright idea. It's basically, someone had a bright idea. Basically, look, whenever someone tells me to, I would have to say it's like with the current British government are making a big thing over the fact they've decided to cut down on using some of the wax seals in civil service, and they made a big announcement and a big thing of it. And I'm sort of going, A, that's not going to be a massive saving. B, you keep complaining that the right-wing parties engage in culture warfare. This is you trying to engage in culture warfare and looking like idiots. And C, we like a bit of tradition in this country. Whilst I fully agree that probably not all documents need to have wax seals, and I think it's probably silly to do so for all of them, and they weren't doing it for all of them. Again, why is this the level of such a big announcement that ministers are making it? Why are you making such a big thing of this that you are spending a lot of government communication time announcing it? It seems to be like a waste of a perfectly good Twitter engagement time and media strategy. And then you have the LCS system, and there's another symbol of it. If someone I want to make a lot of noise about what I'm doing. So if I call this a frigate, everyone will just go, oh yeah, it's the next frigate, not listen to me. Whereas if I call this a literal combat ship, then it's new and sexy, and I'm gonna be amazing.
I hate how much that makes sense. Can you please make it make less sense?
And that's what you get. You know, and I swear half the new names given to things are literally so that people can make an announcement and sound like they're doing something better than they are. And they really aren't.
Why do you hurt me so, Dr. Clarke?
In a nice way, go and have a look at the initial briefing that was supposed to decide what was going to be the program which would turn into the LCS, and look at it and try and argue it doesn't scream Next Generation Frigate. But it was getting no traction in the House of Representatives or Congress. It was getting no traction in media. No one was getting any attention.
Why must you be like this, Dr. Clarke?
One media consultancy later, you have the Literal Combat Ship Program. And lots of people get to make their status in the world go up because they are on television and also talk about the new exciting literal combat ship and the new view for the future. And what's setting this aside from a frigate? Well, it's going to do 45 knots.
Oh,
and all these arbitrary things get added in to make it not a frigate. When what they were originally asking for was very much a frigate.
Why must you torture me so, Doctor?
It gets fun. It gets fun.
I don't want fun. I just want steady, reliable, and dependable. Is that too much to ask in this day and age?
Yes.
Don't like that answer.
Right then.
I will send you to political gulag.
Cover Guest Book. What if Imperial Germany kept the 9.4 inch as the main weapon for their later armoured cruisers? They're nice armoured cruisers. They probably find themselves, enjoying the 9.4 inch gun. It's a capable weapon. It might cause other navies to maintain slightly larger guns for their later armoured cruisers. It's a capable weapon system. And yeah, 45 knots is lovely, Jonathan Moon. It's lovely. It's just, that's going to mean your entire hull is going to become around achieving 45 knots. And just think about the sheer amount of power and about hull form you has to go into achieving 45 knots. And then Phalanco. Which tribal class destroyer captains would most likely follow Khorne?
All of them.
Look, you have to remember most of the tribal class captains probably would be for the Emperor, aka the King of England, who was the Emperor at that time. But the thing is, Khorne doesn't really mind if you don't necessarily worship him, as long as you send a lot of blood and skulls his way, and he would be very, very impressed by them. He would love them all. He would want to bestow largesse upon all of them. But they are quite literally all followers of the Emperor. By definition.
But of the big four commonly accepted chaos gods, really only Khorne fits the bill.
Yes, for them. There's a couple who might find some of Slaanesh fun, but mostly Khorne.
They do like to eat their cornflakes.
I mean, I'd be more worried about Elson with Slaanesh.
No, to be fair, it's when you... I'm not going to say which one about this it was, but it's when you find a report going, this young officer definitely has the energy we think was required for a tribal class destroyer command. This is validated by his previous senior officer reporting that he once entertained 3 wrens in his room all night solo.
I'm smiling too much to wolf whistle. Well done. Well
I'm
done.
sorry, but damn, he must be technically knowledge enough to maintain 3 aircraft in one night.
I just nice as well. I read that line in the report and just went, this is a level of personal discussions which I wasn't expecting to be in. But then you start going through it and you find that there are the official reports which are in the archives, and then you find the notes, and sometimes you find the notes in their personal archives, and you sort of go, well, I can't really use this, can I? Because it's not substantiated, there's no enough evidence to talk about this person this way. But it is, an interesting source to read. It does provide you with context, and you're sort of going to go, so he's basically saying, when it was queried back in a personal note, you've claimed this officer is very energetic and it has the stamina required for command. What is your basis on this? Well, he entertained 3 wrens in his room all night. And he's going, that's okay. Didn't realise that was in the naval officer criteria. I'm not surprised it's in there, but okay. Yeah, we'll go for that. That lad has stamina. It's the 1930s. It's a different country than we have now. Desert Foxo. The Commonwealth troops landing in Gallipoli accidentally land outside Marienburg inside Warhammer Fantasy. How does Sigmars and the British Empire interact, and how does that affect World War I?
Wait, so did Gallipoli just accidentally turn into a portal to Marienburg?
Yes.
Basically, yes.
We have problems. Turkey's going to be interested about that as well.
Who's going to be interested?
Turkey, well, the Ottomans. Also, Sigmar with, like modern steamships and such. Oh dear.
So I'm just imagining Carl threatens like thickest machine guns.
Honestly, also, like, they already get steam tanks. Now, imagine what Sigmar and such could do with, like, actual tanks.
Strangely, there may not be that much of an upgrade.
Well,
Well, you
no,
now have
but
2 guns.
Because steam tanks do effectively have unlimited ammo.
No, they have a limit. They run out in game.
No, but they can always do the steam AoE, no matter what.
Yes, but that's not ammo.
Hmm.
I'm kind of curious what Runon and Clarke might think of this, because that's definitely an interesting can of worms.
I don't have enough information on Sigmar to really understand how
It's-
that's going to interplay.
now you see the thing is, I am racking my brain remembering Sigmar as being the first Emperor of Man in in Warhammer universe, but it's not 40k. It's the other one, isn't it?
It's for Warhammer. This is
Age of
Warhammer.
Sigmar, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. No, it's not. It's Warhammer Fantasy.
Warhammer Fantasy, yeah. I know
Yeah.
because one of my uncles has a force of Sigmarian soldiers. Honestly, I think probably there's a quick discussion and possibly some sort of information sharing because Sigmar has some tech which the British would like, and the British have tech which Sigmar would like. Question: what if the Vichy French didn't want to rejoin the rest of France after World War II as a kind of revival Octarian nationalism? Still a West nation, once into NATO, just south of France. There is a French Civil War.
What do the other powers do if there is a French Civil War?
Considering Vichy France was technically considered allies of the Axis and treated as such, you probably get British and American and possibly even Italian troops assisting the French, the Free French government in retaining control of their territory. I don't think it'll be a massive civil war because I don't think much of Vichy France will actually want to stay Vichy France. But if they have to, their forces will be dealt with, if that makes sense.
And if nothing else, de Gaulle is not going to allow a bifurcated France.
Yeah. De Gaulle would never allow bifurcated France.
So really, the only question in this case is, are London and Washington going to look at de Gaulle trying to make a unitary French state again and go, do we want to do anything other than hand him bullets, bacon, beans, and bandages?
The answer is because the Vichy French won't have stood down and the war will still be ongoing in Europe. They'll get involved. They'll deal with it because it will not be a long operation for them. Because in nicest way, the British and American armor divisions just turned south. After they dealt with Germany, after they've stabilized the situation in Germany and everything else, they just turned south.
Are you saying that the Vichy French's Elan will not magically protect them against the overwhelming logistical might of the
no.
Western powers?
Because the Vichy French have been specifically underarmed and underprepared by the Germans to stop them being a threat to them.
I don't know. Sounds like anti-French propaganda to me.
Anti-Vichy French propaganda, I'll accept, but no, the situation was bad for them. And the thing is, all the British and Americans will do is stick French units in front of them. So there'll be a French unit liberating. It'll just be backed by an entire division of British or American troops.
That's very devious. I like it.
Mm-hmm. So it'll be very important. It'll be French flags leading the attack. It'll just be behind them will be a whole load of tanks which are flying
American stars.
American and British tanks flying regimental colours, and strangely enough with their national colours stowed. Would the battle between HMS Shannon and Chesapeake have gone any differently if Chesapeake had all 44 cannons originally designed? Probably not.
Chesapeake had issues. Not as severe as it's made out to be, but it still had issues at that point in time.
And Shannon was a fairly crack frigate with a good crew, a very solid crew. And that's part of the reason it happens. And it how do I put this politely? The American and the British ships, how do I put this? Both Lawrence and Broke have philosophies of how to command and how to fight. Both are quite honourable, but Broke has actually got his crew working together and fighting together. And it's well worth noting that Broke basically goes from the beginning. Throw no shot away, aim every one, keep cool, work steadily, fire into our quarters, main deck to main deck, quarter deck to quarter deck, don't try to dismaster, kill the men and the ship is yours. And literally he goes into the battle with a policy of killing the crew on the Chesapeake. And he does very well at it. And what command structure they do have on the Chesapeake breaks down. So if they have more cannon, they probably put up a stuff of resistance. But you have to consider that, you know, they have 20 32-pounder carronades, 28 18-pounder long guns. They have the gun advantage anyway, realistically. Because they have 4 more 32-pounder carronades. They have an 18-pounder chase gun versus the British having 2 9-pounder dismantling guns and a 6-pounder long gun and a 12-pounder boat carronade and all these things, you know, that are not really part of the battle. So they already have a gun advantage. If they'd had more guns, it could help. But the thing is, it's not going to be many more guns. And they've already got 48 guns. Okay, they're not all long guns, but nice way they've got the same number of long guns as the British. The fact is, in simple terms, if you look at the advantages, the Chesapeake has an advantage in tonnage. She theoretically is more solidly constructed because she's not much longer or wider. She's got an advantage of an extra 49 crew. She's got an advantage of guns. On paper, she's got the advantage, but in practice, Shannon's got a well-trained crew, a very well-drilled crew, a very experienced crew, and she's got the training to do what she needs to do. And
realistically, at this point, there are no U.S. Navy crewmen, unless they are prior service in the Royal Navy, that have battlefield experience.
Yep.
Because if I remember correctly, Chesapeake was headed out to the Mediterranean to deal with the Tripolian pirates, right?
No,
is my timeline correct?
It's 1813. She's in the War of 1812.
then what am I thinking about? Because it wasn't the first time Chesapeake got her face punched in, if I remember correctly.
She has many issues in her, where she has an interesting conversation with Lejeune, the French privateer. She has fun in the First Barbary War, where she has issues. And then she has the Chesapeake Leopard affair.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Okay.
Yeah.
I will still stand by my point that pound for pound, the Royal Navy sailor is going to have far and away more combat experience than his American counterpart, but less so in this case.
Yeah, basically Chesapeake decided to try and take on a fourth rate. HMS Leopard. In the Leopard Chesapeake
Yeah, how'd
affair.
that one work out again? Oh, yeah, the ship got annihilated. Well, the ship got severely worked over before somebody with sense finally struck her colors.
The British basically fired. Baron struck his colours. The British then boarded Chesapeake, removed the 4 deserters who they found amongst the crew, declined Baron's offer that Chesapeake be taken as a prize of war, and yeah. It caused issues.
Poor Chesapeake.
Hmm. I do love how some people try and claim the War of 1812 as the Second Revolutionary War. It isn't. It really isn't. Okay. Runon, what if the USSR had operation and fairly competent carriers in deployed operation prior to Barbarossa? Then the Germans potentially have issues. Because where are those carriers? If you're sensible, they're not sitting in the Baltic. There's probably going to be some sitting in the Black Sea.
What prompted the question is that if you have a competent carrier force on the, at the time, side of the Axis, do you still get the carrier and capital ship pause?
That's an interesting thing. If the Soviets have built up a carrier force anyway, one of the scenarios I would say that you're probably going to see a differential in the treaty system anyway, because if the Soviets are building carriers on a far enough that they're going to have a competent carrier force by 1941, that means those carriers are going to have to be launched and commissioned prior to probably 1938 to work up from scratch. Which means they're probably going to be building from 1933. Which means the Japanese are going to be wanting more carriers, as everyone's going to think that. So the Japanese might actually announce they're leaving the treaty systems in 1933 because of the Soviet build-up of aircraft carriers. And that's going to change all sorts of things. So in this way, it's going to cause so many ripples, it'll be a very big one to work out. But I think probability is you have a lot more carriers built by everyone. And also, the thing is, you have to remember, the USSR, if they're building carriers, they won't have just built carriers at this time. They'll also have to build battleships. So basically, they've gone for the Nelrodsky design, the X1, which is pretty much the only option they have that would fit that timeline. And they're building some of those along with the carriers. So now they have 16-inch gun battleships, and they have carriers in their forces that they've been building. And that's going to change a few things for the Germans, because that suddenly means Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and the Deutschlands, they can't really operate in the Baltic. If they run into a 16-inch gun ship, they're not there for the winning the battle. It also means the Soviets have probably had to work on their infrastructure, so you won't have the thing that happened to the Royal Sovereign. And for the Germans, declaring war on the Soviets in Barbarossa means that they end up with a lot more issues. A lot more issues.
Yeah, but surely at this point, it'll still just be a very quick war as the Wehrmacht marches on Moscow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mere matter of marching and all that.
Yeah. From Steve C. What if the Royal Navy designed the triple 6-inch cruisers and twin 8-inch cruisers, Crown Colony, Towns and Counties, with the capability to go with built for but not with, i.e. twin 9.2-inch 50 autoloader turret, all built and stored in warehouses claimed to be for coastal defense installations, as well as the additional arm package, much like Japan did with some of its cruisers, which switched from 6-inch to 8-inch turrets. Then in about 1937, 38, and 39, someone is going to be having a nightmare. Because if the British have gone with the counties, the towns, crown colonies can all be adapted to that scenario, then suddenly you've got a lot of heavy cruisers suddenly appearing in the Royal Navy, and they are very heavy cruisers. And suddenly everyone's 8-inch cruiser looks a little bit in trouble. It's a massive upgun for the fleet as a whole.
9.2 50s is, especially
Also,
50 autoloaders. That's ouch.
That's going to be
That's a
painful
lot
system.
of ouch.
That's going to be something which is going to make a lot of pain for a lot of people. If you've got that working at that time. Plus, if you've got a 9.2-inch gun 50 autoloader, then in the nicest way, even if you've not got a full autoloader, you've got enough capability and knowledge of that system that scaling up for the 14-inch, the 14-inch guns are going to be very minimally human involved. Very minimally human involvement. And that could change all sorts of things about the 14-inch guns and the 15-inch guns for the Royal Navy. Because it's a scalable system. Because 9.2 inch is the upper end of the cruiser limit. It's still a cruiser gun. The thing is, it says, the specific thing, Moss Short, is the question says, what if the Royal Navy designed the ships for it? So, in a nice way, if they are designed with the barbette ring to have such a thing put in, yes, they could do it. So the phrase is, Steve actually put in the phrase of if they're designed to have that as a capability.
I'll tell you this much, though. Before they get that refit, they're going to be sitting mighty high in the water.
Oh, yeah, but there again, no one seemed to and no one seemed to question the county sitting or the town sitting as high as they did in the water anyway, so, they could go with all sorts of things.
What was it, the towns that were sitting high, or was it the counties that were sitting high?
The counties sit very high, the towns that sit quite high as well. Washburn, they're the large enough to be designed. Honestly, yeah, you could do also. You could do. It wouldn't be exactly the same, but you're not changing them that much. They are quite if you ever have a look at the British rings for the 6.6-inch guns and for even the twin 8s, they're quite big turret rings anyway. So there are options for it. There are certainly options. And it's not something you put past the British, because we did design our ships to, here have some armour. That you now suddenly ride normally in the water and you handle better when you've had the armour fitted. It's amazing. You totally weren't designed for that, were you?
Yeah, it's just a weird quirk of naval engineering that's how that worked out like that.
Yeah. John South, what if the original plan to have the USS Lafayette X Liner Normandy turned into a carrier 1941 happened? How would an 1,100-foot, 80,000-ton carrier World War II affect carrier development? Well, she's going to be a liner, but it basically gives everyone an idea of what operating a very large carrier is like, with a very long runway. It's going to be interesting. It's probably going to lead to a lot of, probably in a nice way, if it's used as a one-off, it's going to probably get a specialist air group of long-range aircraft.
The biggest issue is as a liner, she's not even going to have a glass jaw. She's going to have a blown glass jaw.
Well, let me
It's not something I'd want to put in the Pacific.
sort of rephrase that. You're thinking about her as being something. She's got, considering the next longest, the Saratogas are 880 foot long, 88 foot long, right? This would be 1100 foot long. So it has got 212 feet on that in length. That means that probably she gets used as a strike carrier. I'm gonna say my suspicion would be that the U.S. Navy ends up using her like the British had planned to use Ark Royal to an extent in a full fleet scenario, as the carrier which sits behind them that they roll forward when they need to. And she launches strikes, and she's probably going to carry large twin engine aircraft because she could do. If that makes sense. So basically, she's going to be a long range punch. Okay. Right then.
I just got a news article that Meta is planning to build a 5 gigawatt data center that is on the scale of Manhattan.
I saw that weeks ago. I'm sure I saw that weeks ago as news.
It's IBU. It's either very, very quick or very, very slow to get news out.
Okay, well, not sure. With the rise of FPVs and suicide drones, is there room for a couple inches of armor and 20mm oil cons on warships again? Okay, so the thing is, there is a place for plenty of 20mm. You can put that on. As for the armor thing, one interesting conversations you get into is modern ships use a lot of subdivision as part of their defense profile. A lot of subdivision and, making sure they have a lot of bulkheads, etc., and things to stop explosions going along this way in hull and take a lot. There is usually some sort of protection in them, but it's not really discussed. It's usually protection around critical areas. You might find even Kevlar is talked about, all sorts of things. So, yeah, there is. It's a case of these things might escalate, these things might not. It's going to depend on how people approach things in terms of time. I think it's going to be interesting to watch the paradigms of the Type 83 development program in the UK. Because that's going to be a design which is really going to come through after a lot of these paradigms have gone through. And then this question is from Stafford Thompson. This one's a fun one. What if the Norse continued south and found Odin's the Gulf of St. Lawrence and River? How does all that farmland resources affect the longevity, development, and settlement of Vinland? It probably increases it, because if you found that wonderful farmland, you have to remember the Vikings do like to go for farmland, so they probably hang around there quite a while.
I mean, the big issue though would be that the colonizations of the Americas require an organization that the Vikings just don't have.
Yes and no. Okay, the Vikings don't have an organization in terms of going to send supplies out there, but they do. How to put this? The one thing the Vikings do have in the settlements, if you can especially consider Iceland, etc., they tend to turn up in large numbers and build themselves up from scratch again. That's one of the things about the Vikings. They use quite rudimentary technology, and they tend to adapt and build themselves up. So they don't need necessarily the same level of organization, but it would be an interesting scenario to see what they built out there.
Because you still need quite a lot of organization to make a self-sufficient colony. Would be what I'm thinking.
Yes, but again, I would use the example of Iceland, how that first evolved, how that was set up, and honestly, let's be honest, Iceland is a far harsher scenario to set up than the St. Lawrence. Far harsher scenario to set up than St. Lawrence.
But it's also much closer to pre-existing colonies.
Yes, so it sort of evens out.
Super quick, Castanea, that is a Microsoft program, if I remember correctly. And Three Mile Island, to my knowledge, is not any more radioactive than any other fission plant site in the U.S.
No, it is. It's more radioactive. A part of the issue is that, yeah, the 3 Mile Island disaster, if I remember correctly, where radiation got out.
I thought we cleaned that up, but okay.
Okay.
It's one of those things that's perennially on the list of, I need to look this up more.
Right. Next question. Molly Madison. On 11th of January 1910, you were able to reduce by 50% research into any single technology by the Germans with an eye towards inhibiting the U-boat threat. What technology do you choose to reduce? Battery tech.
I was going to go for diesels.
Ooh, but knocking back their batteries is quite a bit more effective.
Yeah, but
Because
if I can reduce their power
they're-
efficiency of their diesels, that makes their hulls longer. It takes them longer to recharge those batteries, which
True.
means they have to spend more time on the surface. They have shorter shorter range for the same overall hull volume.
But
Yeah, but
also,
you
if you
forgot the
decrease the
advantage
size of
of
the batteries, they can't stay underwater as much.
And also, no, you've forgotten the most interesting thing about those batteries. The earlier ones, especially the earlier ones if you go back, had a nasty habit of producing even worse gases than later ones and killing their crews. So basically, going underwater was a suicide. It was a constant risk of suicide by your own submarine. So your one makes them less effective, Runon. My one makes them positively kill their own crews. Runon's remembering she's the nice person in this chat.
Yeah, now that Fleet's not here, I am the nice person. Dragon can also be the nice person, but usually it's me. I tend to have delusions of honor for some reason.
You have delusions of honor. I actually have honor. It just depends on who it goes to.
That is really weird.
Yeah, Dragon. Your delusions of grandeur. Oh, how I love thee.
I wouldn't really say me thinking I have honor would be grandeur, but anyway.
For some reason, the old chat system started working that hadn't worked for the entire time that I'd replaced. Suddenly started working for a second, and for some reason, for a couple of seconds, I had double browser reviews of chat.
Oh,
Oh.
do I look like tech support?
No,
Yes.
I'm my own tech support.
I don't have my programmer socks on, Foxo.
Also, Foxo, you have to remember, for troubleshooting, you need to be able to remember what you were troubleshooting in the first place.
Oh, you're lucky we're on your channel, because I would really like to say words here that I can't say because we're on your channel.
I know, that's a great thing. Cavden, while an entirely impractical idea, what if a late 70s armor show, alongside their Auto 76mm Auto Malaria, shows off a functioning Auto lightweight 381mm gun? In the late 70s? They produced a 15-inch gun. Some people are going to get very, very interested in it, and are going to start asking questions of why. But also, if this is in the 70s, considering some of the things that happen, there might actually be some people who try and make it into something and use it for something. I wouldn't be surprised if the Italians especially tried to use it for something. Because let's be honest, the Italians do like to go to Otto Malaria and go, what are you building? We'll take 3 of them. For everything. And yeah, let's be
Yes,
honest.
we'll take 3 of them for this quarter of the ship.
Yes. Oh, right. So, Britain's Cold War policy focuses. This is Night Heron Productions. Britain's Cold War policy focuses more on the Royal Navy rather than the Army West Germany. Pros and cons. Effects upon Britain in the Cold War and post 1999 World War. You're probably going to see a larger chunk of Britain's shipbuilding and, conversely, its aviation capabilities preserved. Britain's probably going to take a lead in naval and maritime matters even more than it currently does. And in nicest way, when it comes to the Falklands War, if that still happens, you're probably going to be dealing with full-size carriers going down there and explaining exactly what the Argentinians miscalculated in this scenario. If you see the Falklands War happen, because if the Navy's getting more funding as a whole, then probably you don't have the same withdrawal from things that that the Argentinians read into when it comes to the Falklands. Okay, Steve and Paul are having fun because leading questions. Paul's getting rid of repeated questions.
I've gotten rid of some of them, but not en masse.
Mm-hmm. Paul is going, I will get rid of all the repeated questions. But broadly speaking, for Britain as an economy, and it possibly leads to a scenario whereby we still rely on our naval power to this day, and that's what we expect to supply NATO, and we will be the navy of NATO. And to an extent, the Air Force and our army will be weaker than even it was historically. It's in the 1990s and 2000s. Take care, Draconide. Poseidon, if Britain had cheated like the other treaty nations on Nelrods... Poseidon, do you honestly believe Britain didn't cheat on the Nelrods? No.
No. Britain did not cheat on the Nelrods. Britain, as you have said many times, just wrote the treaties in such a way that they were definitely not cheating on the treaties on the Nelrods.
The British maliciously complied with the treaties when it came to the Nelrods, because they'd written them and they knew where all the loopholes were. So the reason that Britain doesn't break the treaties is because Britain's written the treaties in such a way that they don't break them. But if they'd broken them like other treaty nations on the Narrows, how might they have added to their final design? They'd have probably ended up on a more F3 style design and a 28-knot ship with four shafts and, slightly more engine power. And what other things might they have cheated on? Well, there's the county class, which may have actually had been fitted with their armour, which they were designed for. The other scenario you could see is the British going even more interesting with the counties, because there was the original idea, which was potentially of, could we try and make them a 12 8-inch gun ship? And if the British really wanted to cheat it, they could probably have tried to make them a 12 8-inch gun ship. But, it would have been... basically, the idea was you make them a 12 8-inch gun ship, and you have it so that you can bolt on their armoured belt, that you just give them an armoured deck internally, and you have it so you can bolt on their armour on the outside of the hull. So you can literally just rivet into place. At a moment it looks like there's going to be war. Wherever you are in the world, you've got access to people who can rivet. At this time. Just turn up and, here is 6-inch armour plate. Bolt it on. Now, it'll be that there are many, many ways Britain would cheat if they wanted to. If they weren't just going with the fact that the fact that they wrote the rules. They
cheated by writing the treaties.
Yes.
Listen, it's on the rest of y'all if you couldn't think of a good way to write your own cheats into the treaties.
Yes. So that basically, if they were cheating a bit more, there were options. There were options for them to cheat a bit more. The Nelrods.
How much more do you want to cheat? Do you want to just undo the treaties in their entirety?
No. It's just the nicest way. That it's also the fact that the Nelrods. Then you would probably claim they were actually 35,000 tons rather than 33,500 tons, roughly, in sand displacement. And you just go, yeah, they're 35,000 tons in sand displacement. In peacetime standard displacement. And that was the other thing you noticed with the British ships. You do not trust the figures given for warloads of British ships. Because most of the figures come from what we would consider the peacetime standard displacements. And then we look at what's actually being loaded. There's a good friend of mine who's working on a paper working through them, and has found that the Royal Navy are the ones who consistently seem to find both the space and the tonnage capacity to increase by the most percentage the amount of ammunition in terms of torpedoes and shells and other bits on all their ships that are carried. And it's kind of like a case of, oh, well, yes, but, we're carrying all the ammunition we can carry, so this is our standard displacement. And then in wartime, well, it turns out in this same ammunition space, if we put these wooden racks here and these pieces of wood here, which were pieces of wood we were carrying for damage control, so they weren't part of our standard displacement. It turns out they make this. Turn it from us being able to use a third of the space or half the space for ammunition storage to being able to use all the space for ammunition storage.
Steve, you should be able to join in on the chat immediately. If not, join a voice call. I'll drag you in.
Yeah. Now,
so we'll give you a minute for that to percolate through the internets.
Yeah.
And then.
So. Yeah, Castaneda, in nicest way, that requires that our MPs have... I'm going to be charitable and say have the time to read a book. There's a reason why this is Mahan's work. This is Corbet's, right? They're both published roughly the same size text in each.
Well, okay, Castanea, given that you have to heat bunker crude just to be able to pipe it to the boiler, let alone actually burn it, yes, there are some volatiles which will cook off from that, but can you really say that they're that wrong?
To be fair, Castanea, they were based on the experience with coal, which was quite literally capable of doing that.
Honestly, depending upon how full the bunkers were, I'd be more concerned about bunker crude. I got you, Steve.
Hey, Steve. So, I'm going to read out the question. What would have happened if Harold III had defeated Harold II at the Battle of Stamford Bridge? Would a Norman invasion still have happened, and if so, would Harold have been more likely to repel it? The answer is, to me, is yes. The Norman invasion would still happen. And honestly, on the more likely to repel it, that's going to be an interesting debate. It's going to depend on logistics.
Can Hardrada rally the Anglo-Saxon nobles around him? Or do they try and join up for you?
Well, that's the interesting thing, because the scenario is William might present himself as the saviour of the Saxons from the Vikings, in which case it becomes a very different invasion for William, because if he's treated as the saviour and the Saxons fight with him against Hardrada, then he doesn't have the lands to give to his followers and reward his followers with. Because these people have fought alongside him.
Can I just come in here?
Yes, Steve, you can.
Right. So my understanding of what Halrada is trying to do is his job is number one, reclaim York.
Yeah.
He wants Jorvik back. It was historically part of the Danelaw. So that's the reason why he's landing where he does, because it controls one of the river crossings going towards York. It's a good defensive position. Unfortunately for him, Harold goes a different way. And there is a thought that actually Stamford Bridge should be Stafford Bridge, which is somewhere near Tadcaster, and it was basically written down wrong. And that kind of makes more sense because it's closer to that road. It's crossing a little river. There is a bridge there, and I think it was originally called Strafford Bridge. It's named after somebody, basically, the Viking name. So, which is because Stamford Bridge is in an odd place, really. It isn't on a line of route march coming from the south. Why would they go off to the northeast of York? Realistically, it should be towards the south. So it makes some sense from that point of view.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the people around York are far more supportive of the Viking claim than they are of William.
Yeah.
So he's far more. So Hardrada is far more likely to basically gain numbers from the people in the north. He wouldn't be worried about the people in the south. They have no Viking connection. But the people in the north probably would support him. Alex was correct when he said that.
Yeah.
So the harrying of the north would have started with William coming up in 1067. So he would have conquered the south of England.
Well, no, he might not even conquer the South of England. He might have been greeted as the new leader of the South of England and gone, "Oh yes, you're here to say you're the rightful king. Of course, we couldn't do anything until you arrived. You're the rightful king. We invited you over here. You've been invited over to defend us from the evil Vikings." And so that
Halrada's not going south.
It really, the thing means that basically in the end, the only lands which will change hands so much which William will be able to will bestow on his followers will be in the north of England, not in the south. Because if the southern lords have invited him in, he won't take the land off them because they've helped him get the throne.
Yeah, there'd have been more cooperation between the more Viking-orientated Anglo-Saxons in the south because of Emma than with the people in the north. So the Normans would be fighting to gain land in the north.
Yeah. What it does actually interestingly potentially is if Hardrada's gained that, because of the relationship between Hardrada and the Scottish kings, and what Hardrada might try and do up there to try and gain even more territory in Scotland, which he might go for, is the Normans could end up fighting a war in Scotland as well, and going into Scotland.
In many ways, it'd be like Brunabur, because that is a very, very similar situation where you've got Athelstan coming north to conquer England.
Mm-hmm.
Off the
Something
Vikings.
that's interesting is that Hardrada's claim is largely being based off King Canute, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Who was a Norwegian king of England.
He's a Danish Norwegian king of England. He basically takes it after oh god, I've forgotten the guy's name.
Edmund?
Ethelred makes a mess of things. The Danes take over.
And Hardrada is, I'm calling him Hardrada because it's similar names as Harold Godwinson.
Yeah.
But Hardrada's claim is based off that of Canute. And the English nobility, while they weren't happy, they didn't really mind the reign of Canute. And the Anglo-Saxons also really didn't like the French and the North.
Oh no, right, okay, that is complicated because
it depends which
it's
part
all
of Britain
around
you're talking
what
about.
happens
What part of England you're talking about?
It,
Karen.
It's all about Edward the Confessor, and where he went to in exile, which was Normandy. So he's got connections in with the Norman side. It's a bit more complicated.
And the Normans are. You have to remember, the Normans have a lot of intermarriages and relationships already going on with the Saxon nobility in England. Because a lot of the French families wouldn't marry into them. Wouldn't let them marry their daughters, etc., and all those things. And it was a good trading relationship already. So there are parts of Britain which do trade quite a lot with Brittany and Normandy. So, basically, Hardrada probably finds support about as far south as level with Cambridge. Possibly gets more support there. But anything below Cambridge in terms of level across the country probably supports William.
Yeah, Mersey to the Wash, which is the historic Danelaw line.
Yeah. And
so okay, here let's speculate. Where's that battle going to happen? It's going to happen on the Great North Road, somewhere around the Nottingham area.
No. Hardrada's
you
not
don't
stupid.
think so?
Hardrada's not stupid. He's not going to want to engage in what is pretty much the most open terrain in England for cavalry to have an advantage.
Okay. So we're going to stick it. We're going to stick it back at Tadcaster again.
Yes, but
yeah, he's going to stick it. He's going to want to stick it in the moors. He's going to want to stick it in an area where cavalry will bog down.
Well, Sherwood Forest is good for that.
Yeah, but Sherwood Forest is difficult for arranging your lines and getting your archers to work, and manage your forces. Right. You want to have it in somewhere where he can control the parameters.
Fair. No. I say I can perfectly see the reason why you'd want to do it at Tadcaster.
Yeah,
because of the river.
What was Foxo trying to get a word in edgewise for?
There might be a reason. A cause for Harold to do the fight in Nottingham in the open, because Harold Hardrada is a form of Varangian guardsman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Amongst many things,
he's fought alongside the Cataphracts in the Byzantines, and one of the things we know from their records and the sagas of him is that he was very good at killing cavalry. Especially Turks. So my thought would be is that the cavalry wouldn't be as decisive for William against Hardrada as it would be against Godwinson, because Hardrada has already fought arguably worse and knows how to fight and counter them.
Hardrada's fought worse, but his army hasn't. He's got a corps who know about it, yes, but he hasn't got a lot. His army as a whole is very much an infantry formation, and it's going to depend on how he's prepared. If he's prepared a load of spearmen, and he's prepared a load of people who can hold off cavalry, yeah. If he hasn't, then I don't think. And also, he's got a larger infantry-based force, so he's going to be slower to maneuver than the Normans. The Normans are very cavalry-centric. Not overwhelmingly cavalry, but they're very cavalry-centric in terms of their maneuver. The cavalry tend to advance further than the infantry join them up. They're kind of like the Vikings on ships. Basically, that you have the smaller, lighter ships tend to charge in first, get to an area, and then the bigger vessels come out. And then you sort of start realizing there are different sizes of longboats.
If you accept the view of what the Hastings battlefield is and where it is, so if we used what everybody thinks is the Hastings battlefield now, it's unusual in terms of it's very, very steep. I know this because I marched up and down it seven times over 3 days in 1990. It's really steep.
Of York?
So it's actually really difficult to get up and down in historic kit. Very difficult. Yeah. So it's even more difficult in many ways to get a horse up to any level of speed going up that hill. So actually, the lance isn't actually that useful because you've got no impetus.
And realistically, if Harold's troops hadn't broken formation, they'd probably possibly won that battle.
Yeah, it's unusual. It's an unusual battle in terms of how long it lasts for an early medieval battle.
So, next question. Lions. What if 3 E3 Hawkeyes... E3? E2D, I think you mean. I don't think E3. I think E3 is the century. Yeah. E2 Hawkeyes. E3 is sentries, so just like to clarify which one you want to talk about. Were to appear a week before the attack on Pearl Harbor. How do you think this would affect that battle? Well, they would still have them working by that point. Would they be using them? Have they got the crews appeared with them? If they've got the crews,
Fuel
is sort of doable. Maintenance techs to keep them going. You can sort of they're a turbo prop, so you could keep that going at that time. They are. It's going to be a very advanced turbo prop, but remember it was first manufactured in 1960. E2Ds have slightly better turbo props, but it's still it's a turbo prop.
If they can keep them fueled and they can get the radios to transmit on the correct frequencies and in the clear, which notionally they should be able to do.
Yeah.
Then the Japanese are going to take a lot more casualties.
In the nicest way, if they've got them fueled and working with the foreknowledge of their crews, they can guide in the American fleet to take out the Japanese at sea. If they've appeared a week beforehand, you're going to be watching the Japanese coming in.
Depending upon what intelligence from the islands was available, somebody may notice that there's a lot of funny-looking planes that have suddenly shown up at Ford Island.
3 of them, 3 turboprops. Yeah, but how quickly is that information going to get to the fleet?
That's the question.
Yeah.
The problem isn't anything based on a Greyhound is going to be different in every aspect, except the fact that it has spinny things on the wings.
Yeah.
Anything that the U.S. is currently fielding. It's going to fall neatly into this thing looks weird. Shoot it first.
Yeah.
Paradigm.
But the thing is, the service ceiling for the E2 is 34,000 feet, or nearly 35,000 feet.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to be touched by anything the IJN is putting out there. If nothing else, I'd wager they're faster than anything but a Zero going flat out.
The Zero, its service ceiling is 33,000 feet. So they
How
are.
high does this E2 go?
34,700 feet. So the 1,700 foot, if it's at its highest operating position between it. Its maximum
that's
speed.
Just what they're telling you. So it probably goes closer to 40.
Its maximum speed is 350 knots. The Zero's maximum speed is 288 knots, but that's at 15,000 foot. So I don't think the Zero, whilst the Zeros would be able to theoretically catch it, I don't think they'll be able to reach it. I think they'll have a nasty experience of ceasing operations. The thing is, Walter Brodus, the point is they're taking the crew back with them, so they have the crew, and the crew do know how to use it. You might know different from me, but as I understand it, and as the crews of the E2Ds do know how to use their aircraft. I'm being a bit sarcastic here, I know. It's just because you probably don't. It's a bit of a joke. It's not from no investment, but it's so that's the thing is the crew have gone back with the aircraft.
I'm assuming for the purpose of the question that the flight crew come with aircraft.
Yes. So
for
the flight
a week.
Crew, the main trouble is going to be not the flight, and not the using the radar, not the flying of the aircraft. The main trouble is going to be the maintenance, which won't come with the aircraft. That's going to be the main issue.
And realistically, as long as the captain or admiral that's in charge of naval air at Pearl is willing to listen to the pilot and or crew chief of that aircraft and just do their integration exercises for the week on the ground, because realistically they can dummy up some shore power. It may not be as clean as the E2 would like, but it should be clean enough. Then they can do their radio integration. They can do their, okay, what is this radar going to tell you? What information do you need? That kind of stuff insofar as will be needed, because what the E2s are running off of is a development of doctrine based in World War II. As long as they can keep the flight hours down.
What are you talking about? You just said they have no way of detecting each other.
They're all aluminum planes. They're going to have a radar signature the size of a barn compared to what the E2's looking for. The E2 will have no issues spotting those aircraft.
They are large blocks of metal moving with no concern for stealthiness.
Yeah.
They have plenty of ability to detect each other.
The biggest problem is that if it's a modern, I can go onto the Gerald R. Ford and find this aircraft right now, E2. There's a lot of data, high bit rate data that's expected to be shared down to the CIC of the carrier, that the E2 crew is going to have to regress to basics and do a lot more verbally over open comms.
Yeah.
Then
you hope they have some older chiefs who've been through been in the service for a while there to help.
Yeah, my biggest concern is, does the E2 still have analog radio transmission capability? That could be a problem.
It still does. They have to for emergency and data collection. And as for interpreting information you're giving back to Hawaii, you're literally going to be calling up, going, "There are aircraft at this position, this position, this position." Write it down on a map. It's very similar. They've already got systems in place like that, so they're okay. They have maps out. They can do that. They can deal with that.
Aircraft bearing 290, altitude 30. For altitude, flight level 30, speed 105 knots.
Yeah.
Boom, aircraft. And I guarantee you, even early war P-39 Air Cobra pilots will be able to find them based on that information.
It'll be But as I said, in my analysis would be in simple terms, you wouldn't get December 7th because you would have those carriers being followed the whole way in. And either someone's going to... Because, again, someone from the aircrew will go, which date is this? Oh, it's November the 30th, 1941. Okay, well, in 7 days, we're going to be having problems.
Where a potential problem is if Kimmel tries to integrate these aircraft into his standard search pattern, because he doesn't want to listen to the crew beyond, this is what the plane can do. They are going to wear out parts. They are not going to get the maintenance that they require. They may run out of fuel,
Kimmel wouldn't do that.
True, but I'm saying that is
Kimmel-
the situation where this goes leaky
Kim-
bits up.
Yeah.
Um,
Kimmel
if
comes
that
from a
occurs.
reconnaissance force. Comes from a reconnaissance force. And yeah, he knows he's not going to do that. He's going to look at them as information assets. It's really interesting though, because if you can get those engines in that night, you get those engines in 1941. The things you can make using that technology by 1943.
Can you imagine a P-38 refitted with turboprops?
Yeah, that's not something I want to fight.
Or actually, what would be scarier would be a black P-61, because it's right about, if I remember correctly, right about into the development curve where you could maybe shoehorn a rudimentary turboprop in to a P-61.
Potentially.
Heavy up that landing gear, you've got a really nasty, heavy night fighter that you can put on a carrier.
All right. What if by so Captain, what if by some economic miracle Britain had retained its spot as naval superpower post World War II to today, and I mean equivalent to its 1920s and 30s size? Currently, America's swivel to the Pacific would be already done because they'd just be leaving Britain to run the Atlantic, and probably Britain would also be dealing with the Mediterranean and taking the lead in the Gulf. So America could concentrate on dealing on the Pacific, and probably Britain and America would be about roughly equal size. Walter Brodus, you would be talking to the army, but it's a combined air defense, so theoretically it's army running the radars, but there's enough combination, enough working together that it would be both groups would be working together. Kim would be taking the lead as they'd be naval assets, and he'd be making sure they were retained as naval assets. Yeah. But yeah, if Britain's still there, then Britain's probably taking a lot more of the lead and doing some interesting things. Probably, it's going to sound strange, but the thing is, if Britain's retained that much lead, then it's probably shaped the Cold War quite a bit as well, and it's probably shaping Britain's role in NATO.
So that basically means the Britons kept the empire around.
Either that or Britain's found some other way to keep the economic economic status it previously had. So the other option is Britain has literally discovered a gold and diamond mine in the UK.
Yeah, they were able to harness that asteroid that's floating around that's like 90% gold and the size of Manhattan.
Maybe they managed to get on the microchips really quickly after Taiwan, maybe?
No, because there's a supporting infrastructure you need in place to make use of microchips. So just getting millimeter scale chip fab production quickly, silicon production quickly, is not going to give you what you need.
But conversely, if you've got a gold and diamond mine working, you can make the investments, which means you can do that sort of thing. So basically, if you've been properly investing resources in developing the UK, as when you've had a natural resources and investing in infrastructure, investing in these sort of things which support that and sustain that industry and growth, you probably would have had it. So basically, it's those things of if Britain's not only had these fines, but has also had a government which have consistently taken the policy of investing in Britain, in the infrastructure, in industry, rather than just basically going tax breaks for everyone or something like that. Probably a fairly healthy dose of tax breaks as well to reduce, because you can reduce taxation. So to get again is part of the investment plan in Britain, but it's also a case of okay, at what point do you do the tax breaks down to, but also still invest in infrastructure? This is the problem I often have with some of the modern conservative parties, even though I am a conservative, technically. I'm the old style, as I've said before, when we've got into politics discussions, is that I believe in that you look at the facts of the situation and you go with what best fits the facts, not follow any ideology. And some of the modern conservatives have got into an ideology of small government, low taxation is the answer to everything. And it isn't, because if you want to structure investment and infrastructure and all these things, then you need to be having a certain size government to manage that investment and make sure it's being done properly and make sure it's actually being followed through on.
But
the
Doc,
thing is,
surely
you
if we
have
give
to
tax
balance
breaks to
those
the
things.
top earners, it will trickle down to everyone else.
No, because the top owners aren't going to build roads. They're not going to build railways. They're not going to build the things you need for to support. They're not going to build high-speed internet for everyone and all those things which you need to support this sort of economy. They're just not.
Insert rants here.
It's not in their interest to. It's not in their personal interest to. So that's the way it goes. Hey, Steve.
Can I come in?
Yes, you can.
Can I come in here, please?
Yes.
If Britain didn't squander its advantage in computer technology by hiding it,
yeah,
after World War II, so we basically go right. Yeah, we built this thing, and we start building the microprocessors early because we had the technology to do it. Transistor was one of those things that were developed here. Do you think that we would have had a better electronics industry?
Oh yes.
And therefore, we would have been developing all that nice modern electronics for our equipment much sooner. We'd have had solid-state control for missiles in the 60s rather than having valves in everything.
Potentially, if we consistently developed and invested in it, yes.
Yeah. So it's a missed opportunity there for security, wasn't it?
Walter Brodus, that is something which is overstated. Yes, the Army and Navy at Pearl Harbor had separate commands and they had separate communications for communicating their different units in the field, but that's partially because one's communicating primarily on the local net, one's communicating primarily on the wider area net, because one's about coordinating a Navy operating across the Pacific. But they do actually have a level of integration going on for defense of Pearl Harbor and level of cooperation organization. They do have integration. They do all do work together. They have a whole separate. One of the problems that you often see is they often go, look at the integration between the commander of the Pacific and the local defense forces, and they forget there's actually a local naval commander who's in charge of the base, who's the one who integrates with the defense forces, and the CNC, the Pacific, is over him. So
they also don't have
basically everyone's looking for a connection between this headquarters and this headquarters, and actually it's this headquarters to this headquarters. And the amount of books I read which forget this headquarters even exists and just go, there's no communication going on here, and you go, well, that'd be improper because he is an area commander, this is a specific base commander, this is the island commander. They talk, not this one to this one. It's not their job to.
And as a general rule, the admiral in charge of Pearl operations is not going to get written up, chewed out, or otherwise defrocked if he talks to his army counterpart like you do with Italy or Germany or Japan.
No, in fact, they have to. They have to have regular meetings and they have to sort things out regularly, and they have communications going between the different units. So, but the trouble is, it's one of the things I find. And my American colleagues who specialize in Pearl Harbor and sort of that sort of area history find it probably the most annoying thing they have to deal with regularly is that they get things of going, why wasn't Kimmel talking to this guy, talking to the general? And he goes, well, because there's another guy whose actual job is to talk to the general. And yeah, it's a fun thing. It's a fun chat. Hello, YouTube.
In short, the biggest risk to those airframes is running them to the point where they have to have service.
Yeah.
As long as they don't do that, they will be ready for game time.
Right. Bowman Boy, what happens if the Chinook crisis goes hot? Could it collapse the treaty system? And if so, what happens next? Well,
I have no idea what that is.
You don't know the Chinook crisis?
No, I live under a rock.
Well, it was a war scare in 1922 between the UK and Turkey.
Okay.
And it was caused because the Turks were trying to push the Greek armies out of Turkey.
As they do.
Because they wanted to restore Turkish rule in occupied territories, specifically Constantinople. And Canada and France and Italy refused, and the British public opinion did not want a war, so Britain really didn't either. And refused to, basically, Sir Charles Harrington, the general in the charge, refused to relay the ultimatum to the Turks because he was counting on a negotiated settlement. And it was David Lloyd George, the Liberal Prime Minister, and Winston Churchill who were calling for war. The Conservatives at the time were very much against it. But the Turks managed to overwhelm the Greeks and agreed to a negotiated settlement that got them the territory they wanted. But this happens in October 1922. If there is a war in October 1922, well, the Washington Naval Treaty was agreed in February 1922 and supposed to be effective as of August 1923. So probably the British would ask to suspend it until the end of war. So it wouldn't actually start until war had ended. That's probably what the British would do. And basically, if the Allied forces in Istanbul, which were 51,000 troops of British, French, Italian, and Greek extraction, and had decided that the Turks weren't getting in, and they had 28,000 troops, then they probably wouldn't have got in. And that's before we consider any naval forces getting involved. It would probably have not been a long war. Although it didn't happen, it probably wouldn't have been a long war because, honestly, the Greeks don't have much. The Turks don't have much depth at that point, having just gone through World War One and their own civil war after the Ottoman Empire had disintegrated. So, yeah, it wouldn't have been a long conflict. It would have been a messy one. It wouldn't have been a popular one, but it wouldn't have been a long one. It's one of those scenarios where no one.
Alex, I've got a question.
Yes, Steve?
I've got a question on this. When the Greeks did attack the Turks in that short and very bloody war, and the reason why the Greeks lost so many people was they overextended their supply line.
Yes.
Do you think if they were slightly more cautious, it would have gone differently?
There's a chance. There's also a chance it goes worse. Because, honestly, the Greek problem isn't just their supply line and logistics, it's also their command appreciation of what the risks were.
No, that's fair. It was just that we had a recent lecture on it at my history group. Somebody who does quite a lot with the Greeks, he was talking about 1940 and how the Greeks didn't overextend themselves in their war versus the Italians because of their experience.
Yeah. It did have an impact on them. It did lead them to develop themselves better. Yeah, but the fact is that British now know, in a nice way, the Royal Navy now know the treaty's coming. So, with it being suspended, what do they try and rush build in the time of the suspension of the treaty? That's the interesting thing.
And then if they manage to get it in the water during that suspension, how quickly is a treaty conference called? Because in the nicest way, the Royal Navy is not the type to, when they can get a suspension of the treaty for a war threat, to only build what they need. Especially for a war against the Ottomans, which they can safely wager is going to take a hot minute, or, is not going to take but so long to bring to its conclusion.
It will take probably about a year, probably about 6 months to a year. And the thing is, the thing you could get, I would say, is I don't think you get the G3s or anything like that. I would be interested to see if you get the Admiral-class aircraft carriers, which me and Drac have looked into as much as we can. And are trying to always dig out more on, because there does seem to be a popular idea of converting the 3 remaining Admiral hulls into aircraft carriers. And that's something you could get done under need of the war, because we need aviation.
And you can bet that if the Americans want to complain about that, somebody from the Royal Navy is going to say, yes, would you like to bring one of your Lexingtons into a dry dock so we can take precise measurements as to its dimensions and then calculate the tonnage from there?
No, the really fun
Oh,
thing
you
for
wouldn't?
the really fun thing for this scenario is that the British could complete these inside before the war's finished, so they would all be implemented and launched before the war or before the treaty goes into force. So they'd still be considered experimental units, whereas the Lexingtons
Oh, that's
wouldn't
cruel.
be.
That's
Because
cruel.
Lexington would be completed after it.
Why you got to be so cruel? There's no need for that. At least let at least let the Yankees have some hope.
Look, in nice way, that is the best clause because look at the Royal Navy. Look at what's listed as an experimental unit in their aircraft carriers that they can replace whenever they want. Argus,
Everything.
Eagle, Hermes, Furious. Literally, the only carriers the British have which are not under the experimental clause are Courageous, Glorious, Ark Royal at the beginning of World War II.
I say these limeys are just absolutely cruel.
We read the rules. You helped write them. We can't help it if you didn't comprehend them. You know. Castanet, if in the final countdown they decide to use CVN 68 to change history, does she have enough Jet A to operate past December 29th, 1941? Not for long. Not for long. They need to have a conversation with a refinery. Believe it or not, it wouldn't be that difficult for them to probably get something approximately that the aircraft can use. It's probably not going to be the best version of it, but it's going to be a fuel they can use.
And the nice thing about a carrier is that the carrier is going to have all of the necessary tools and information required to set the standards for Jet A, which a single aircraft will not.
Mm-hmm.
So they can say, yes, Jet A will have these characteristics, and then we can test for those characteristics because they have all that information there. Because unless I miss my mark, most supercarriers do need to periodically test their fuel bunkers to make sure they don't have contaminants.
Oh, they do.
Or, well, contaminants outside of the scope of what they are expecting to find.
I'd be more concerned about fuel additives. Can they make them?
Probably,
yes and no.
They probably can't make all of them, but they can probably make enough of them to keep the air fleet going for long enough until they can start to make them.
They'd have to adjust the engines and reduce power output.
Yeah, I'd be far more concerned. I'd be far more concerned about their spare parts bunkers.
I don't think any of these aircraft are going to need to go to afterburner at all in their operations. I don't think these are.
Are you telling me that you don't think the Japanese Zero can't keep up with a Tomcat at 50% throttle?
The Tomcat will probably be going, we have to slow down to engage our enemy. Why? Because every time we fly at full speed, we knock them out the air with our wake.
No. Do you remember seeing the film and the fact that the Tomcats were basically almost at stall speed when following the Texan, which is what they build the Zero out of. They build it out of a North American Texan, and literally it's got all its flaps out, everything, because it's trying to fly slow enough.
It's just not their day. It's really not their day.
I think they have to fly. I think they have to fly into the wind to make the shots work.
Yeah. Bowman Boy, what does the US Navy do if a Philadelphia experiment is real and works without the horrific side effects? Okay. Dragon?
That has something to do with time travel.
I'm entirely sure.
Are you aware of the Philadelphia experiment conspiracy theory?
Yes.
About how a degaussing process made a ship invisible.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing the
USS
question
Eldridge
is,
in particular.
Yeah, which is so close to yours, this Eldritch. So I think the question saying, what if the US Navy finds a way to make its ships invisible?
Then the USN is very, very excited. Very, very excited.
I'm just now imagining a pack of invisible Mahans sneaking up on the Japanese fleet.
No, I think it's worse than that. Invisible USS Washington.
That's just cruel.
Yes. But it works.
Are you telling me that Lee actually needs to have hacks on in order to be an effective combatant?
I'm just saying, in nicest way, with that level of invisibility, in nicest way, Halsey won't even know where Lee is. Lee will
So
be.
essentially, the US Navy get the ability to build an invisible ship, cloaking device style, in 1943.
Can we make an invisible victory ship and hide MacArthur on it, and then lose it somewhere?
Okay, wait a minute, Steve. Do you honestly think that MacArthur can stop from promoting himself long enough that the invisibility be worth a dang?
Just wishful thinking.
You'd hear him. You just think you're being haunted by a particularly narcissistic ghost. So, Captain, how useful would it?
Off the coast of Antarctica, no one can hear you scream.
So, Captain, how useful would a navalized Apache capable of wielding harpoon missiles have been in the 80s, based on a concept from the time? Honestly, there were a lot of people who looked into it, including the British. And the idea was that you would have Apaches would therefore also replace Cobras with the US Marine Corps. And so you'd have one gunship for everyone, and it would be, you'd have a navalized one. And the British were planning on buying a navalized one because that way they could have those aircraft operate from things like HMS Ocean and those sort of things.
Okay, I need to highlight this comment.
It would have been a really useful thing to have, because it's going to be extra weapon systems, extra things you can use, and the attack gunships can be used for providing extra attack on ships and extra attack as well on land targets. But it's also a bit of a nightmare to implement. Carry on.
I need to highlight this comment from Molly Madison on YouTube. The greatest, highest, most pure form of correct is technically correct. The British excelled at technically correct when they wrote the treaties. You don't have to like it, but you must respect it.
Hey, look, water counts as water can be used as armor, and it doesn't count against your displacement.
Yeah.
Molly Madison, I applaud you.
Yes.
I will say one thing. Didn't the Brazilians go with that with their French helicopters armed with exocets?
They tried all sorts of things, and they were interesting. Basically, the idea is you have more shooters, you have more capability available, and the aircraft, therefore, the helicopters, if it's involved if it's on a ship, an LHD or something like that. Oh, we've got enemy ships out there. Well, what are they? Are they enemy attack boats? Are they enemy frigates or enemy sort of intro craft? Well, the helicopters could go off and engage them at a range sufficiently far enough away from the amphibious force that the amphibious force doesn't have to worry. It's dependent upon the carrier aircraft coming and assisting it. Because let's be honest, again, if you're talking about a harpoon, and you're talking an Apache, which basically can hide itself over the horizon, peer over with its radar, try and look for a target and go poop, poop, poop. That's the idea. The Apache tries to sort of horizon hop. Bonebore, in a future conflict, would there be a system equivalent to regime bombs set up in areas? And if so, what areas? Right then,
I have no idea what the heck that is.
I have no an idea, but I'm going to check. It is a German system, but usually I've seen it with another word. They're the rescue boats, and yeah, the rescue boys. Now, I have to say, I usually see I usually see it as describing of a rescue boat strewn, which means swimming things, which is why I was thinking, going, no, that must be the boys. And in a future conflict, would you see a system? Probably not. But I could see such systems being put up in space at certain points, because especially if in future, if people are doing asteroid mining, or they haven't yet got fast and light travel or practical fast and light travel, but they are trying to explore the wider solar system. Having somewhere you can fall back on or get to in an escape pod, which can keep you alive for longer and give you a bit more safety, is probably going to be a sensible thing. But again, it's going to depend on if people are actually prepared to put the funding in place to do it. It's one of those infrastructure things you do to make these things more practical. It's going to cost money,
costs money. Who's going to pay for that?
Well, that's the thing. This is why infrastructure is paid for by government. We all pull our money to our ability, and then you pay for infrastructure which benefits the economy as a whole and the nation as a whole. That's the thing.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that the government knows how to spend private citizens' money better than the private citizen does?
No, this is a scenario where no private citizen is going to do this, because they are an individual benefit basis. There's no advantage for doing it. It's on a national benefit basis, and therefore it's why we pool our money. And the reason when we select it, because we select the governments to do it. So basically, as long as the governments are implementing the will of the people, basically, in the nicest way, I always consider it when you talk about government expenditure is, we have this government's been chosen by us. We are each paying our money in. Hopefully they enact their policies which have been chosen, which have been supported. And the thing is, depending on how much they're supported, it affects their percentage of the vote. So they might get all their way, or they might get some of their way, because they might be tempered by the opposition forces of how much people really agree with them. There you go. But in the nicest way, basically, the basic thing of governments are things like in the nicest way, things that you want to deal with on a national level, not an individual level.
I need to come up with different ways of being a wise aft. You've gotten too used to my normal ways.
You forget, university lecturer. I deal with 18-year-olds.
Yes, what they lack in skill, they may make up in exuberance.
Yeah, in the nicest way.
According to some members of this chat, I've got one foot in the old age home and the other foot in the grave, so I should be able to make up for it in the cunning of the old.
Really, one foot in the grave. Oh, you could actually do maintenance on your sarcophagus again.
Just remember, Runon, when you're a real old dear, you've got to put your hair in curlers.
Actually, and also you've got to put it in a blue rinse. Now,
yeah.
Remember, do you want to play bingo really at some point?
Please do not joke about that. I deal with that enough at work.
Bingo to replace your Warhammer.
Be very glad we're doing a joint stream. Be very glad we're doing a joint stream right now.
What if HMS Argus is given back to Italy as it's a conversion of Italian liner in 1910? 1910. Argus, 1910 is before Argus was converted.
I don't think that's what. I think the question means, what would happen if Argus, after conversion, was given to Italy? Because she was an Italian liner in 1910.
That's what I'm presuming. But she's laid down in 1914. She's acquired in 1916. She's launched in 1917 and commissioned in 1918. So basically, if it's given back to Italy, I don't know, 1930, something like that, I presume. It would make more sense when it's sort of decommissioned by British. It's given to Italy in 1930. Italy gets a very interesting little carrier, which means the British probably have to. It's going to be terrible, because if they don't have Argus, then they're going to have to build another of the Unicorn class as their first as their first drone carrier, because basically they're going to have to build another auxiliary carrier, because you have to remember Argus, when she was a drone carrier, was converted into an auxiliary drone aviation ship, auxiliary drone ship. There's an actual phrase they use for it. Let me look through my notes. It's a really quite a fun phrase. It's telling how well they're on it. Yes, a target aeroplane carrier, aka the drone carrier. And
Alex, it's time to advertise your up-and-coming video on the subject.
Oh, that's coming out. That's coming up on Friday, I think, is it? Friday or something. That's coming out.
Reminder.
Nicest way. I'm at the level where I'm just literally recording videos as I get to them in the pile, and if I like them, they get uploaded. If I don't like them, they get redone, and then they get uploaded. And so we're at the level where I think currently Sergei Gorshkov is recorded for the 15th of November, and planning for Pearl Harbor is recorded for the 7th of December, but also, if we look closer, let's see, we've got the Battle of Dunkirk this week on Tuesday, a nice Swiss battle. We've got Admiral Richardson on Friday. Admiral Richardson is a fun one to look at. Then we've got Fortress Crete on Saturday. We've got Queen Bees, the story of the original drones in the 1930s, which is the following Friday, so that's Friday the 1st of August. And then we've got the Grom A6 Intruder, the utility bomb truck that gave aircraft carriers their reach, punch, and flexibility, all the way on the 22nd of August.
You can be called old. At some point, this has got to be classified as age discrimination.
In nicest way, do you or do you not like to have the little 40k dwarfs with big, thick grey beards?
Actually, right now, very few of my dwarves have beards.
That's terrible.
Yeah, that said dwarves. They just got a whole new range of
So
stuff.
that means you're playing around with baby dwarfs, not adult dwarfs.
No, that means my dwarves are not stupid and they wear their helmets.
But you can still have a beard while wearing a helmet.
Yes, but you can't see the beard.
I've worn full face mask, everything, and with my beard, it's been fine. Are you shaving your dwarfs?
Yes, but you don't have to withstand the rigors of vacuum with that beard, with that mask and beard.
Dwarf swearing.
It's just terrible.
Remember, canon-wise, all dwarves are Scottish. Every single film.
Yep.
I'm going to make all my dwarves Appalachian. Just to mess with people.
Lord of the Rings, they're all Scottish.
You got to remember.
By the way, before you make them Appalachian, you might want to check up who were the largest ethnic group who settled Appalachia.
I know. But they don't sound like the Scottish, which is the key thing.
Oh, don't tell them that.
I won't tell them that, but we both know it's true.
I have cousins there who swear they're more Scottish than the Scottish cousins. Don't go there. Don't go there, my friend. That's not a safe place. You think Foxo tortures you? Those girls will really do damage to you.
Does it come with a work visa?
They live in Appalachia.
Hey, I know you people, and you people have some weird contacts, so...
Yeah.
I'm not putting anything down. Putting anything as beyond the pale.
Do your cousin play the banjo?
Has anybody ever mixed...
In the nicest way, the railways in the UK were built to extent by private capital. But the thing is, they were built by private capital and owned the full set of things. And by the time they got into... they had no real competition other than the canals and the sea. The moment they got into competition, then they had some issues. But also, the way they've been privatised has caused issues. It has caused issues. You've disconnected the cost centres from the profit-making centres, which is what always causes issues when you try and do that. But also, the realistic problem for Britain when it came to how do I put this? The development of the railways and what's happened longer term in them, investment in them, is honestly as profitable as railways can be, and as much as they do infrastructure investment is. The fact is, railways are not seen as a reliable enough investment for capital these days, it seems, and that's why states had to interfere, because capital doesn't make risky investments. It really doesn't. This is the
Unless
point.
it's crypto.
Even crypto,
Please.
they invest
Or
in
subprime mortgage loans.
No, in crypto, they develop the crypto and then they sell it to other people, and that's how they make their money. They don't put their own money into the crypto. They just put their money into developing it and selling it to other people. It's fun. It's one of those things of you have to look at often the burden of anything which is high risk will normally have to be a national expense, not a capital expense, in terms of private capital versus national expense. Because in a nice way, private capital always expects a return of investment, and they go hunting for greater and greater returns. So a stable return doesn't really make much of doesn't really excite them as much as it should do. It's current stage of capitalism is a fun thing, and I am a capitalist. But even I do. Capitalism is it's kind of like democracy. It's the worst of all. It's a terrible economic system. It's just better than all the others because it ensures a somewhat equitable distribution. Please note, I'm saying what I'm phrasing as a somewhat equitable distribution, if it's being run properly. One of the problems is that capitalism at this point is being run in a scenario where things are too big to fail, and that causes issues with capitalism.
Privatize the gains, socialize the losses.
Yes, and that's not proper
Capitalism
capitalism.
good, corporatism bad.
Yes.
Capitalism good, corporatism bad.
Yeah, that's the trouble. A lot of things have been hidden under capitalism, though. Boomer Boy, is there a place in modern wartime structure of the Royal Navy and US Navy for a fast attack craft carrying 4 naval strike missiles? Potentially. There's some interesting things I've seen there. I think an uncrewed asset like that could be an interesting one. But we'll see what happens on those.
I see a slot fort as, because the U.S. predicates so much of its doctrine on not fighting at home, I could see it as a export vehicle for partner countries which are likely to be put under assault by sea.
I could see it as something which you could deploy from your regular ships as an extra asset to spread around the ship. So as ships devolve into becoming their own flotillas with uncrewed assets going around them, I could see some uncrewed assets wandering around with those things on.
Yeah. Somebody's got it up there. Axo says Norway got it, the Skuld class. Basically, small boats in islands.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm talking about. Where that's a defensive asset.
Adam Strange, was there a chance that Germany won the Battle Atlantic? World War One, they come closer than in World War Two. In World War One, they come closer than in World War Two. In World War Two, they inflict horrendous things. But the trouble for them is that their amount of their production is always a step behind the escort production, and it's in many ways a tech and research race. And as fine an assets as they can produce, in case of, let's say, eventually the last submarines, they're good boats. They are good boats, but The thing is, how many can they build? How many do they get into service? And the British and the Americans and the Allies already have things like the various mortar ASW mortar systems, the various fast escorts coming into service, and a whole load more, if you consider the sheer number of frigates and other things being ordered. So, yeah, and the fact is, as good as the German boats are, that they have to, the Type 21s are, they have to actually come to you to convoy, and they're still going to have the same issues with communications, signals, traffic analysis, and the actual breaking of the enemy code. So this is a problem for them. In actual terms, they come closer in World War One than they do in World War Two.
Alex, you've got stats normally in your head. How many months in a row ever did they get close to hitting that 500,000 ton target?
Roughly 3 months in a row. Roughly.
And that was it, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the worst time.
And the trouble was their stats were slightly out because their target did not take into account how the British could reshape their economy and how much the British could, and how much also the British had stockpiled. The problem for the Germans really again was the fact that by doing what they were doing in World War II and doing it with what was realistically the least efficient methodology of doing it, because the mine-laying submarines have been far more effective than the torpedo submarines, despite the honour of the torpedo submarines and the gun submarines in terms of getting the kills. It was mine-laying submarines which have been the bigger problem. They almost gave the British an advantage. And it's one of those really weird things. In many ways, the Germans, by their very choices, set up that the Battle Atlantic was going to be hard, but that they were always going to be slightly behind the curve on it. It's one of those things.
And those 3 months?
Yeah, we can say this now looking back.
And those 3... Yeah.
It's easier looking back than it is at the time to assess that. At the time, it's a very big threat. It's a very big danger. But there's also a fact that some of the... one of the reasons why Winston Churchill does talk it up quite so much as such a dangerous threat is because that justifies that he made that decision about the capital ships and the carriers being paused. Which, if the Battle Atlantic isn't as big a threat as he makes it out to be, suddenly starts to look a very bad idea considering the losses that Britain took during World War II and the situation we found ourselves in after World War II because of it.
And all those, just for the point of the chat here, those 3 months were all in 1942, and they were all because of the US not protecting those coastal shipping routes.
Yeah, and it's also because of other things going on. One of the things that often happens, and people sometimes go, wow, it suddenly spikes up in this month, and you go, yes, that's because the British and the Americans are escorting Torch. So the escorts are primarily doing that, which is why Torch doesn't get pretty much any problems. Anything gets close to Torch, it gets fallen on by more than a couple of dozen escorts. Because basically the British take the policy of Torch will get through. And there are whole convoys in World War II. There are lots of convoys which run across the Atlantic and never run into anything, never have any threats, never touch any, never engage at all. And a lot of them. So there are convoys which are bad, which are hit bad and hard. When a wolf pack finds a convoy and actually manages to land on it, then it can do a lot of damage. But there are also a fair number of times the wolf packs were sitting off and were watching the convoy go past on the horizon, and they couldn't catch up with them.
Adam Strange, yes and no.
Yeah, basically he doesn't have the ships to do the
Not
job.
Not entirely his fault. Yeah, he wasn't. That's the reason why we had.
Basically, he doesn't have the ships to do the job.
We had reverse Lend-Lease, and we gave the Americans Flower-class corvettes.
Yeah, but it's the thing that people forget about Lend-Lease. They think it's just all American equipment going to everyone else. No, there's actually quite a lot of British anti-submarine warfare equipment which goes to the Americans. Flower-class corvettes and all sorts of other things to help them out because they don't have the ships. Yeah, but the thing is, what you find, especially in a lot of discussions about Atlantic, and this can give people a false impression of it, And this is not to take away from the heroism of those involved. I just want to clarify that the people involved are incredibly heroic, all something very brave, crossing the Atlantic in a merchant ship in World War II. But the books tend to focus on the convoys which have a really tough time, because that's the interesting, exciting story to tell and history to illustrate it. And then people go away and they think every single convoy is like those battles. And it's not. And this is the trouble. In some of the history, you get a lot of what I would call excitement bias. And I even point about this, if you look in my own book, this one. The battles in here take up several pages. Several pages. The operations where there is no fighting. Maybe get an individual paragraph occasionally when they're interesting. So, yeah. Part of that because there's a lot less to write about. But part of that is also because, to be honest, it's what sells the book.
What's the analogy? Battles are interesting. Private Timmy doing military customs in the mainland United States isn't particularly interesting.
Yeah. Right, then Jonathan Moon. Could a nation of major Mediterranean islands, i.e. Malta, Crete, Corsica, Sardinia, Cyprus, Balearic, reasonably become a nation? Well, it could, because you could theoretically, in theory, but in practice, it's going to be a complicated mess to administer.
Feels more like
Alex,
a
in
coalition
history,
than a
they
nation.
did a lot of them.
Well, not all of them.
Phoenicians.
Well,
The Phoenicians had a significant influence on a lot of those islands.
yeah, but the Phoenician Empire also had a lot more than that. It also had Carthage and a few other, and a fairer place to do it. So nice way, the Phoenicians don't just have those islands. And I think that's the thing.
No.
They're talking about just the islands. If you're just, it'd be interesting. Adam Strange. The British escort destroyers are called the Hunt class, but you'd be looking at pretty much the ones which kill most of the submarines. You're looking at in terms of the ones which go actively hunting down and killing, the hunter-killer groups. You're looking at Royal Navy sloops of the Black Swan class, and Drax just done
the Flower class and the Castle class.
No, they're escorts. They're not hunter-killers.
Okay. I'd have said that the Flower class and the Castle class are equally as...
No, the Flower class and Castle class are about escorting the convoys. The Black Swans are about hunting down the submarines and taking them, prosecuting them. So they're the ones who would chase them away from a convoy. They're the ones who'd be called in to assist a convoy. They have different roles. One's basically consider one your equivalent between a standard Leander versus a specialist ASW frigate. That's the sort of roles you're talking about. One's there to escort your task group or escort your task force. One's there to go, we know the submarine's there, go kill it. One's there to fight the submarine.
Was in a Castle class.
He spends most of the war in the Black Swan.
Does he? Right, okay.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever mixed up the exact correct amount of milliput?
You always make too much.
I know I've seen people make too little.
No, Rabid Razorback. We would have an additional, let's see here, 30 hours to go before we approach the record.
Yeah, and this year I'm going for 96 hours.
Yes, but it's not quite in a row, though. You've at least got gaps between them.
This year it's going to be 5 12-hour ones and 1 36-hour one. This year.
I need to start coming up with game modes.
Get
on grind.
That's the last one.
No polls. No. We've got polls. Last question.
The silliest comment received this week. Oh, good lord. That was the one. I'm tempted to say the one who said, you can't be talking correctly about the Ukraine war because you haven't. You're talking something different to this person. I went and copied a link and tracked down the person, and they're basically someone who has probably never been near a conflict in their life, and I'm not claiming I have, but they are basically how do I put this politely? I go and talk to the people who are serving. That's my methodology of finding out information about these things. I talk to the people who are serving, and I've spent my life. It doesn't matter whether I'm doing my history work. I go and look at the records of the people who were involved at the time, people serving at the time. If I'm doing recent ones, I do a lot of what's called oral history collection, and I do it for the various projects which are doing that. And I go and talk with current people who have served recently, veterans, and then I go and talk with sometimes with current people who are serving and ask them about stuff on my current affairs analysis and current stuff. And yeah, I watched a couple of their videos and I went, oh, yeah, you're just, in the nicest way, you're just one side of the American political spectrum spouting off. And it was really sad because I thought, okay, maybe this person's going to be someone like Sal, and I just haven't heard of them before, or someone, really cool and capable. And it's just, oh, this is just sad. If this is where you're getting all your information from, and you can, but that person had started off their comment with, oh, you shouldn't watch CNN so much, and I went, I'm British. We have the BBC. We don't watch CNN. And I don't watch that either, because in the nicest way, if I wanted to know the news that was 4 weeks old, I'd watch something else. I could watch it elsewhere. I don't watch the BBC. There's no real point. By the time it appears on the BBC, most people who are actually anywhere involved in anything I'm interested in, I will know more than what's going on the BBC. Because after after the Falklands War, for some reason, the UK Armed Forces don't really trust the BBC. I can't think why.
Didn't the BBC get Sheffield sunk?
They did explain to the Argentinians that their bomb fuses were set incorrectly. Yes. I don't think that was Sheffield.
Honestly, I can't say I blame the Royal Navy and really most of the armed forces.
No, it's interesting. I don't have qualms because I'm a historian. Because of all the things I do, I don't think the criteria for looking at these things and examining them is that you necessarily have to have taken part, because you can't. And that's why the events I'm talking about as a historian, sometimes they happened 200 years ago. There is no way I could have taken part in them. So if you use the criteria, you can't talk about something unless you've taken part in it. That shuts off a whole lot of human history from being analysed and learned from, and that's just silly.
Well, it shuts up 99% of human history, basically.
Yeah, but my view is, if you are going to talk about things, you have to be very careful not to be listening to just one side. You have to be very careful to go and try and look at the information as close to the actual events as physically possible. And you have to say when you don't know. And I always try and make sure I fulfill those criteria. People can correct me if I don't. If I don't say those things when I don't know and all these things, then I'm sorry. But I always try to. And I always think I do. But if you feel I don't, tell me. But the thing is, that means I expect that level from the sources I go and look at. And this is what really surprised me about that comment was, they made a comment about CNN. I was going, I'm British. Why would I be watching CNN? If I was watching it would be BBC. Surely that makes sense. But also, Sal, there's lots of people you can go and reference. Why are you talking about this person who's very much on the one side of the American political spectrum when it comes to it? And you sit there and go, no. But this is the problem when I do modern war stuff. you get a lot of the modern politics of people looking they're looking for a political perspective, not an analytical of what's going on. And if it doesn't confirm their political views, then they disagree with you. And this is where I get into trouble, especially with, I found this recently online with American conservatives when they find my things, some American conservatives, because big time I'm saying some, they don't consider me a proper conservative, because I go by the view that the original conservatism, what I ascribe to, is that it was an anti-ideology. It was the belief that you looked at the facts and the evidence, and you go with the facts and evidence. You don't go with the ideology. You always go by the individual case and the facts and analysis of the case. And that means sometimes I can come down on one side of the debate, and sometimes I can come down on the other, depending on how the facts and the evidence weigh out, in my opinion, which is the best solution for the problem in that context. It gets me into trouble, but I don't really care. But I do find it funny when people go, "Oh, you're not a conservative." Well, yes, I am. It's just the nicest way. You've gone down a version of conservatism which is ideologically driven. And I have the same problem with that as I do with the people on the left who are ideologically driven. I don't like ideology as a form of government. I like it as a form of debate, and it comes up ideas. That's brilliant. But I believe the people making decisions should not be driven by ideology, but should be looking at the evidence and go, so which is the best idea to fit this problem and provide a solution? Will questions be opening again tonight? I think probably Foxo, Steve, and Paul, and Dragon have to go to bed. So probably not, but some more questions have been added in. So I'll answer those.
I don't. I've got a can of Red Bull here. I ain't got work, so...
You are not drinking, mate.
Foxo, you sleep now.
Now, just because I
will
also
kick
don't
you.
have work tomorrow.
But
Yes,
Stafford
Runon-
has put...
Wait, Runon. Go on.
Mm-hmm.
It's only one question, I suppose.
I was going to say, if Runon kicks Foxo, then she'll just go somewhere else and stay up.
And it was my fault, apparently. I missed it.
To be fair, Castania, I don't watch any of them on news programs because, for me, they always... By the time the information comes out on them, it's a case of it's been processed to the point at which it's no longer interesting for me. I prefer to go try and look further.
Are you telling me that you don't get all of your latest news from Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire?
I don't watch any of them. I really don't. It doesn't interest me.
Yeah.
And that's this way. If I've got things on, I'll watch things like Clarkson's Farm and that sort of stuff. That'll fun, interesting. But the moment it gets onto the moment I watch any news program and it starts getting onto a topic like defense or security or international relations, I'll be sitting there going, "But that's not the correct. That's not the correct. That's not that," and it just drives me up the wall. Because the way they change the things around. So I just go, no.
My opinion of people like those is they're not reporting the news. They are influencing and creating opinion. They're not news people at all.
No, I would clarify on that, Steve, push back on that. I'd say in the nicest way, and this is having dealt with people who are involved in news a lot and having been occasionally been invited on news shows to answer questions, you are given a very short amount of time to talk about a very complicated topic. You might be given 30 seconds or 90 seconds to talk about a topic which I would normally talk about in 2 to 3 hours to give an introductory lecture on. And in the nicest way, what you can get across in 90 seconds versus what you can... It's completely different. And there's that's the reason for a lot of the things is they're not lying, they're not trying to check the history, the other things. They're just trying to cut it down to 90 seconds. And that's the problem. We have 24-hour news shows, but do they give a decent hour of the topics? No. They still shut them down into 4 minutes, 2 minutes segments.
It's all about airtime, isn't it? They haven't got the time to do what you're doing here.
And again, it's the same with we're talking about, my friends who work in the print media. How long are they given to write an article? An hour? A couple of hours to do the research and write it together? How are they going to do that? How are they going to, especially if
Well,
they're
how
not
many-
specialists in a topic, and in a nice way, they often aren't specialists. Often they're generous who are trying to cover multiple briefs, and it's just, yeah.
How many column inches are they given?
Then
You know,
got
but no, I'm talking about. Runon mentioned Ben Shapiro, and I've seen and heard about this guy, and he's not a news person. He's an influencer,
He's a
a
pundit.
social media influencer.
And words I can't say on this channel.
He is Ben Shapiro. I know him. The only time I've seen him is when he's been on the what's the comedians program? The guy who
White House.
You mean his show?
The guy who still smokes pot and all those things. Occasionally
Rogan?
that's no, not Rogan. I have watched a few of Rogan's episodes, but again, trouble is sometimes some of the people go on there, I sit down and go, "Oh, good lord, how can you stand to listen to this person?" Especially some of the historians doing it.
Rogan.
Not. Oh, what's he now? What's he called? He does. Oh. He does. He's still got his late night show going, unlike Coonan, who apparently has lost his. Who I didn't even know who he was until I saw things saying he'd lost it.
It's not John
No, it's.
Here's Morgan.
No, I've heard that there was
No.
a chat show host saying that basically the late night slot these days isn't what it used to be. People are using other methods to promote whatever they're promoting.
And it's become really
Anyway,
Shall we answer Stafford's question, or should Alex answer Stafford's question?
Well, you can all have a go at answering. I'm trying to find out who the comedian was I was thinking of. No,
Like it's anybody in the Senate of the US, isn't it? They're all full of comedians.
They do make me laugh sometimes.
no, the Senate of the Comedians is the retirement home.
Not
the
as much
house
as the.
is full of comedians.
Although, if ever I wish, whenever someone tells me that the politicians really do understand their briefs, I put on that Australian senator who thought a submarine could only dive for minutes underwater. It happens.
Rapid Razorbackers give you a thing of Jimmy Kimmel,
No.
right?
The guy who does New Rules. I think that's one.
Oh,
Bill Maher. Bill
I
Maher.
reckon TV. Oh,
It's Bill Maher.
okay, there you go.
Occasionally, I get Bill Maher shorts in my shorts feed, and I go, "Oh, mildly interesting." Move on.
If America shuts down late night TV, where do we send James Corden?
Come back to the UK.
Oh no!
He'll make another series of Gavin and Stacey.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Is it Bill Maher tonight? The show.
Yeah.
Your time with Bill Maher.
Yeah. I said there, Bill Maher, it seems to me, is a devout old school liberal, and whilst I don't agree with everything I've seen in the shorts from what he has said, it is funny when he sits there and goes, "Well, I haven't changed, but the rest of the world has changed around me, and now I'm now apparently centre and possibly even heading towards the right wing in my according to some people on the left of the American politics." And you sit there and go, yeah, that happens, because what happens in parties is that, especially you get ideological capture on extremes, and ideology draws people to the extremes away from the pragmatic solutions in the centre. The ideology draws you because you're looking for ideological purity, and that's what draws you to the extremes. Not saying you're not necessarily going to be extreme, but the parties are drawn further and further away from the centre by the ideological capture and the seeking of purity of ideology. Which is why I don't like ideology. I just don't like it.
Because I remember he got a lot of flack because he was actually willing to meet and have dinner with Trump,
Yeah,
despite the fact that he's a lifelong Democrat.
yeah. It happens because you're not supposed to even talk to... I remember a few years ago there was a big fuss made over the fact that traditionally the leader of the opposition and the Prime Minister tend to walk together at the Queen's opening of Parliament, and they tend to have a joke. And people said it's terrible. They're showing their, this. You sit there and go, oh, for God's sake, they're humans. They're humans in acting in close proximity. And also they're British in a queue. In a nice way, it would be unnatural if we weren't making a little joke with each other. That's just absurd. We're Brits in a queue.
Yes.
In nicest way.
Yes. How absurd.
When has politics trumped being Brits in a queue? It shouldn't do. We are Brits in a queue.
What?
We make a joke, we complain about the traffic jam, and we all laugh at each other wearing the same clothes. That is what you do when you're in a queue. It is the universal British language.
What were to happen if suddenly queues were outlawed in Britain?
There would be an instantaneous revolution, and whichever government suggested that would get permanently kicked out.
No, that's basically that's a black hole just appeared. Everything gets sucked into it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, Luke. You would actually have complete societal collapse.
Yeah.
Well,
All right, let's answer.
You would actually have complete society.
Let's answer.
No. Dragon, we wouldn't have a societal collapse. We would become French.
No, we
will
would
stop the societal collapse.
That is societal collapse, becoming French.
Foxo.
Yes,
Greg, that means Q's and Gregs would be banned.
I know, it would be a free-for-all. Like that one Greg's in Paris.
Oh, good
Okay.
Lord.
Anyway,
You went to the Greg's in Paris? Why would you subject yourself to that?
Let's go to Can we go to the final piece of comedy of the night now? Can we go to the final piece of comedy of the night? Alex,
we can do. We will do. We'll do, but I'm just going to say one thing. Go
back to Germany with the Graf Zeppelin, and he sent out with them
Steve,
and Tenzing Class and Prince Eugen and the Bismarcks.
Steve, we will do that, but I will say one thing. Greg's in Paris is like, I don't know, Five Guys in Australia. It's just an unnatural thing. Anyway, carry on with the question as Stafford's put forward. It's the Deutschlands make it back to Germany. It's completed. Basically, if this all happens in the nicest way, it's not going to be happened that quickly. It's going to take time. It's kind of going to be seen coming. What happens? Well, the British are going to have to gather forces. And if they're going to break out in 1941, the Graf Zeppelin, along with 10 of the Z-class destroyers, Prince Eugen and Bismarck, and both Bismarck and Tirpitz break out, then that means they're not breaking out till probably... Oh, we're talking much later in 1941. Okay? Conversely, that could almost be... If this did happen, that could almost be December 1941, considering getting the destroyers built, getting them in service, getting the Graf Zeppelin finished off, getting it in service, getting it all worked up, and Tirpitz all worked up. So instead of Bismarck and Eugen being ready, that's fine, and adding in Tirpitz, which would delay it by a couple of months, you've got other things to delay it by. So if you add all that in together, you're possibly looking at December 1941. The thing is, with that all happening, the British are going to see that happening, and probably they try and speed up the construction of Anson, Howe, potentially Vanguard, but also carrier construction. And they're going to need to speed it up. They're going to need to speed it up rapidly to try and get in service, and get them all available. and then it's going to be an interesting task group scenario. But you aren't going to have Victorious going out with a half worked up air group again, like she did historically, because it'll be months, and I mean months later. If it does happen in 1941, it's going to be December 1941 with all that to get done ready. Anyone else? What are your opinions?
I mean, that's going to be strategic bombing target number 3 at least.
Oh yeah.
That yard, the supporting infrastructure. Yeah, see, Molly Madison gets it. We don't have rails. We don't have safety string. We just have silly string.
Like, well, I know this is such a minor thing, but what planes are even on Graf Zeppelin? Or are we just sending her out with her 6-inch guns?
I think probably.
Also, I guess
probably
just
if
how
she
would you
has
rate
anything, she has. At that point,
the
she'd have the
196s?
biplane sort of Stork, same family as the Stork aircraft
Yeah, the
torpedo
fly slugs.
bombers, the ME-109s, and that's about it.
I guess the question is, what will they actually be doing with this structure? Assuming all of it breaks out, what the actual structure is of this, because I'm guessing it wouldn't operate all together, because that's potentially very easy to hunt down, but...
Well, they would probably operate together, because that's the whole point. They can actually assist each other, they operate together.
Then, you probably have a bigger fleet sent after them. Then again, also gives the Royal Navy one of the best opportunities, because if they can strike and take this fleet down or prevent it returning to Germany, you just took out most of their surface fleet. Like taking out 2 of their quote unquote most powerful battleships, a heavy cruiser, 10 of their destroyers, their only carrier, and probably then a couple more of the Deutschlands. It's not going to be a fun time for Germany. Also, you probably don't, because I'm assuming this is since both Bismarcks, you don't see Hood exploding more than likely.
Nope.
It'd be interesting because also this would be, I want to say, relatively well telegraphed. So it's the British preparations surrounding it that could also be interesting.
Yeah.
Because they'll be seeing this as a gathering naval force of active ships.
Yeah.
What moves into the home fleet, what moves out, sort of thing.
Well, basically, you're going to have every fast ship they can grabbed together for the home fleet. And as I said, if you're talking about, well, if we go to the King George V's class battleships, which are what are going to be your first call to try and get into service because you can get them because you're already working them through. If it's after August 1941, you have Duke of York in service. She's commissioned. So if it's December 1941, you have 3 King George V's in service. Now the thing is, if you're watching this group getting ready, I think the odds are you try and get at least Anson into the service as quickly as you possibly can as well. And whilst historically she's completed in April 1942, you're going to see this group coming from quite a long way away. So you can start shifting some resources her way. And it's also a thing of, if it is December 1941 and they come out, they're going to be possibly doing an attack at the same time as the Americans are launching Pearl Harbor. I mean, as the Japanese are launching Pearl Harbor and the Americans will take a deal with that. And it's going to be... it's going to look like it's coordinated. It should be interesting. How that impacts people's memories of the history of Pearl Harbor, etc.
I have a new dumbest question I've seen this year.
Okay.
How do you keep pollen out of your screened-in porch? That's it.
Wait. Sorry.
That comment
You
wins
try.
the internet.
How do you keep pollen out of a sealed building? Is you create an overpressure inside the building, so you make sure you have more filtered air being pumped into it, so it keeps it at a slightly positive pressure inside the building, so air doesn't come in through the bits. But how do I keep pollen out of a screened-in porch? I don't. There's no way you can.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, if anyone's wondering why YouTube Minecraft Watcher is currently sighing in the Twitch chat, that's because I sent them a link to the wonderful Pauline Hanson's question of whether pump jet submarines could only stay underwater for less than 20 minutes.
Oh, is that the one where the Royal Australian Navy Admiral has to tell her, please shut up, because A, you don't know what you're talking about, and B, I can't answer that question in open parliament.
Pretty much.
She said, "There's no such thing as classified to us. You will tell me what I need to know."
I think
that
so.
one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, are we talking about the same guy who brought the pipe bomb into Parliament?
No, that's a different. That was British Parliament, not
No,
Australia.
'cause, no, someone did it. A Navy officer did it in Australian Parliament a couple of years back to prove a point.
Different incident though.
Yeah. Yeah. That is that in a nicest way. I think the poor lady didn't realise whichever one of her staff did her briefing for that question should probably have gone mea culpa on me, because I don't expect members of Parliament to all be experts on everything. That's why they have a staff. That's why they get briefings. That's why they do all these things. But a lot of those processes has to be gone really bad if you're going to say, well, pump jets can only spend 20 minutes underwater for submarines. Because it's a pump jet submarine. It can only spend 20 minutes underwater. Yeah, but that is one of the reasons why I tend to use the argument of be careful who you're referencing just because they are a senior figure in society doesn't mean they know necessarily what they're talking about. Yeah, it was a good question. Anyway, thank you to... I think that's us finished tonight. We've been 7 hours. So, thank you, Steve, for joining us. Thank you, Fleet and Dan, who aren't here with us anymore. Thank you, Dragon and Foxo, for joining us, and hope you enjoyed chatting away. And thank you, Runon. I hope you've all enjoyed now. I think this is the second of the What If Naval Histories of Bruships. I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you for being here.
Yep.
You could glaze the porch, Paul. You could glaze the porch. And yes, thank you very much on Twitch for being here and watching us all the way through. Thank you everyone who's on YouTube watching us all the way through. Quite a few of my colleagues who've joined us have their various various Discords or Twitch channels or YouTube channels, and I'm sure Runon is quickly going to do her magic where they're going to appear all appear in the chats. The bot's not working.
They can appear in the. Yeah, they can appear in the Twitch chat,
and then they could be copied and pasted, I suppose, across to the YouTube one.
Let me look at the command.
Thank you. You're very kind. Thank you everyone who's being here. Thank you, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, Rapid Razorback, Stafford Thompson, Poseidon 707, Molly Madison, John Shea, Ham Wallet. Thank you. You thought there'd be more people here. It's gone up and down as a time, Ham Wallet. This is what happens when you're live for 7 hours. In nicest way, you start off with a huge number of people, and it goes down, then it goes up, then it goes down. It's what happens, and I rather enjoy the chatting. I did notice that in terms of the peak times I seem to get for, it was it would go on a 6-hour cycle. I noticed when I did the 36-hour live thing, it would be sort of start out every 6 hours, it would peak and then it would trough after the 3-hour mark, and then peak and then trough and peak and trough. It was fun to watch. Thank you, Runon. Thanks for putting it all in there. And Runon is a very good sport because we have been poking fun at her today.
I'm not old. I still have my memory. The fact that sometimes I forget how I got to work some days is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, just have a talk with Dan about that at some point. Yeah, and thank you for all your support. Everyone who supports the channel, all those things, all the people who do the super chat, thank you for all that. Patron, currently I am. If for some reason that it's gone live without being multiple choice for the vote for November, I will see how the results look at the end of the week if I need to rerun it or not. On the vote, literally, I will see if it's people. Lots of people complaining they wanted to vote for multiple options, or if people are happy that they voted for one and it's sort of seen what the results have come. Then I'll decide based on that. I'll look at it, and if I do have to rerun it, I'll make it a free vote so that everyone doesn't have to pay anything again to vote. Because I set it up as I did it automatically and everything, and for some reason it decided to drop off the multi-vote option. I have no idea why. I'm having fun with Patreon. Thank you very much, everyone, for helping, and yeah. Oh, cheap earbud companies, goodness. A nice way, I can never chill for the cheap earbud companies. I hate wearing earbuds. This is one of the reasons why this is also one of the bad. I have not only not been offered any adverts for any companies, but also I'm probably a bad person to do that, because if I don't actually use it, I'm not going to advertise it to anyone. Because if I don't trust it, how can, it's like, I even have the rule in here that there must be no history book on display, which I don't 100% recommend people buying. All the ones which are bit more worrying, are useful, so I have them, are sort of around there, and then there's a corner, far in the corner, shelf far in the corner, which is books which I have because I need to look in them occasionally, but I wouldn't recommend anyone buying them. It's hidden off far in the corner. You don't
Henry Stafford, I'll make sure you get a treat.
I probably do. Anyway. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much for being so friendly and kind to the panel who's been joining me. As you all know, it's a lovely thing that started after I had my double pneumonia last year, and frankly, I'm keeping it going. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, everyone, to the panelists, and take care, everyone, and have a nice evening.
Very bold voice.
All right, let's do this.